everyone. Ever since I first saw Rooms of Wonder, which this is by Johanna Basford, ignore that one, I've wanted to have a go at this page, and I thought I would do it as a very long series of videos. Now I may not do the whole page one day after another. I will see how it goes. My aim is to just do 5 to start with and see how that is. Now you did see this book here. This is obviously A Magical Jungle by Johanna Basford. What I've done is I've popped it underneath here because this is really near the front of the book, so there's not much to lean on. So a little tip for you, if you're colouring either very near the beginning or the end, pop a book of the same size is best, but any book underneath, and then you've got a bit more of a surface to lean on. Particularly when you get to here and you're near the spine, it can be quite tricky. So there we go. I've popped a piece of paper under the page as well, so there's no transfer of any pencil or ink or anything from underneath. And let's come in closer. I am just going to start the first one here and move in order. I had considered whether to just sort of go back and forth and do different ones, but I just thought, why not? Let's just start at the beginning. I'm going to be using my Staedtler Design Journey pencils. Okay, so I'm going to start by picking. Now I've got them all mixed up. What I've got is I've got my Derwent pencil case here, and I've got them all mixed up, all my Staedtlers together in one case. But I'm going to purposely pick out just the Design Journey pencils because I know I've been asked to sort of demonstrate them, so that's what I'll do. One thing I'm just looking for is my colour list. I've got a list of colours somewhere. I see, oh, here it is. So I can tell you the colour names. Now if you want to know, if you want a chart with the colour names, I have produced one. It's in my Ko-fi shop. This is number 21, by the way. Let's just get colouring. And it's called Light Rose. Okay, and I'm going to do this sort of outside of the box with the light layer of this to start with. So yes, I've done a chart. It's available in my Ko-fi store. There is a link in my description. And there's loads of bump in my video description, so it can be a bit annoying finding things, but it's quite near the bottom. So if you go down to the bottom and there's a bit of Find Me Elsewhere or something, and they're all in there. This is a bit fiddly. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to colour over those circles with the pink, and we'll do them in a much darker colour so it doesn't matter, just to make it easier. I'll colour around those leaves though, because I want those to be green. I used to have a music box like this, and yeah, anyway, sorry, I was talking about my Staedtlers. I mixed them together in a pencil case. This isn't the best, it's a Derwent pencil case. I'm not 100% keen on it, but anyway, it's one that we had knocking about. My husband bought it, he didn't like it. I'm not that keen on them, but I wanted to have all my Staedtlers together in colour order so that I could sort of use them interchangeably in case there was a colour of one that was the same as another or whatever. To be honest, I've had a little bit of trouble with the Norris, trying to work out exactly which colour they are, because when I swatched them they didn't look like any others. Some of them, it was quite strange. I've got a 24 set of Norris, 36 of Ergos, a 24 of Design Journey Super Soft, and a 24 of Bog Standard Super Soft, which is what I'm going to be using. Because those, sorry, 36, 48? 48, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 21, 2, 3, 24, 48. Yes, sorry, that was very entertaining, wasn't it? Now, we've got a light layer across our box, and we need to think about where is it going to be lighter and darker. Now, I always almost do my light so that it comes from the top of the page. I think that makes it a little bit easier for me. So I'm thinking the light is going to be hitting it here. So this will be the lightest. So this is going to be a little bit darker. So I'm just going to layer it up a little bit more. I'm thinking maybe darker at the bottom and then just fading up a little bit is perhaps how it might be, like that. This pink is so delicate. And then on the on here, I'm thinking maybe I make the front a little bit lighter than the side. So I'll just make it a little bit darker from the bottom to the top. Just a little like that, and then this side make a bit darker. It's just a matter of layering up the colour a little bit more, and because Johanna's paper is good, it allows us to put many layers on, and I'm not pressing very hard. So there is the start of that, and then I'm just gonna make it darker down here and lighter as we go up, like I did for that bit. There we go. It's looking quite pretty. I had one of these, as I was saying. Mine was white. I didn't want to leave this one white. Now what I need now is a pink, which goes with this sort of shade. And I think the number 20 would actually work quite well. Okay, and I'm going to do, it's really dark in here. The inside, my music box had a sort of velvet inside, so, but I'm thinking we just make it a little bit darker. I think it'll work. Yeah, it's dark in here because I've shut the blind because the sun, it's so irritating. The sun is now on the desk in this recording room nearly all day long, and as lovely as it is to have some natural light and some sun, I don't want it in here on my recording desk, so I've got to have the blind shut. I'm trying to make this bit look darker because it's sort of inside, it would be darker. I'm thinking that side might be a bit darker than this side. But I want that to be darker than this, so I'm just going to layer up a little bit more. Like that. Now, I've also been thinking about these tickets, labels, whatever we might want to call them, and I'm wondering whether I want to just do them all the same and just get them all done. You know, whether the Lost Property Office, which I think is what these are supposed to be in, whether it's would have a sort of supply of labels and they're just using them all. I'm not sure how light that would be. I'm thinking the same as that. Do you remember these music boxes? Maybe if you're a boy, if you're male, you may not have had one. They do them for boys now, but they didn't when I was small. And you would open the lid, and if you wound it up, there'd be a key on the back. If you wound it up, when you open the lid, the ballerina would turn around and music would play. And when you shut the lid, she would bend. She was on a sort of spring, and it would be her being unlocked that would seem to activate the mechanism to allow the music box to work. I'm going to make this bit a bit darker because it's sort of inset into the lid. And there'll be, yes, this little mirror which would reflect the ballerina. It never occurred to me that, until now, that because this is a jewellery box, the mirror is actually supposed to be for you to look at your jewellery on you. But I did have some jewellery, beads and bits and pieces. I think I had a necklace with an elephant on, which was rather nice. Now I'm thinking it would be nice to have some sort of silvery bits like the lock and the edge of the mirror and the latch. So I'm just going to find my browns and my greys. I mean, I think number 80 is actually the best for a silvery colour. So I'm just going to use that on the lock, and I'm going to fade it towards the middle and leave a white bit, not on the edge but towards the middle, to try and make it look a bit shiny. I'm going to darken that in a minute. And the same with the mirror, just fade that there and there on the sort of edge, and then this bit too, leaving a sort of white bit. That for me isn't quite looking how I want it to look, so I'm going to grab the black, which is number 9, and just emphasize the areas that are really dark. I find that if you make certain bits darker, it'll make it, the white bit, look whiter and shinier. I don't know why. Right, the glass, I think I'm going to use the really light colour. This is 800, it's called Cool Grey, I'm telling you all the names. The other number 80 is light grey. I'm just going to make a few marks on our mirror there, that's it. Now, our ballerina, I feel that she needs to stand out a little bit. Mine had a little white skirt, but I'm thinking that probably something a little more that will stand out more. So I'm going to grab the 61. This is the what's 61 called? Dark mauve, and I'm going to make her quite dark. Now I realise that ballerinas normally would be quite subtle in the colour of their sort of clothing, but I don't know why I'm making her hands that colour, that's a bit silly, isn't it? And we need something for her face. The peach is probably the best. What number is that? Number 43. It's sometimes called light orange, this, strangely. But there's another 42 is actually light orange, so I get a bit confused. Right, leaves. Doesn't really matter. I want something reasonably bright, not too blue. I think number 5 will work well. And I'm just going to block them on because they're small. Could even do this with the, well, I was going to say you could do it with a bit of gel pen, but I have not mastered the art of mixing pencil and gel pen without the gel pen just looking really bright. It's not really what I want. I'm going to do the flowers in there and the dots on there in the same colour. And I'm thinking a dark purple might be nice. This is number 6. It's actually, I think it's violet. Yeah, it's called violet. And I'm going to need it really sharp. Luckily, my husband just put a new blade in my sharpener for me, so I can get a nice sharp point on my quiet handheld one. Now, these are too small to leave a white mark in the middle. If I wanted to make them look really jewel-like, I would leave a white dot, but as I said, they're too tiny. And I could try putting a little white dot with pen, which I might try in a bit. But we'll just get the basic pencil work done first. That's that, and then, yeah, the florals. I'd like to fade it towards the top of the petal, but you don't have much room, especially on those little ones. Now, if you're a member normally of my YouTube channel, I normally give away a compilation video on the first day of a new series. Today being the first day of this series, there won't be a compilation video of every video from this page. I won't have time to record them all. I'm going to make the ticket this purple, but do it lightly. I won't have time to record them all before this one goes out. So you might get, I might do them in batches, or I might just wait till the end. But if I wait till the end, it'll be enormous, won't it? The amount of videos. I think I'm going to make it a bit darker on the edge. Looks a bit wishy-washy. Oh, there's a train going by. I like the fact that this lid's open on this one rather than closed. Makes it fun. As if maybe the Lost Property team have been listening to the music. I think. Sorry, I'm just trying to make it neater. Looks a bit messy. So I have to say, Staedtler pencils, for me, the Ergos are still my favourite. but as they've been discontinued, I think these Design Journey, not the super soft, just the bog standard Design Journey, do seem a good replacement. However, they're not doing them open stock, so that's quite disappointing for me. It's sort of almost putting me off bothering with getting lots of them, but you know, we'll see. I do like them, so I probably will keep going with them. And I've got a lot at the moment because I've got different sets to play with, so we'll see. But that's me for today. That's our little jewellery box, ballerina box, music box, whatever you want to call it, done. And the next one looks quite it's quite interesting because some of these are really quite simple and some of them are quite complex. So we've got a nice mix really. So if you have a few days when you don't get a chance to colour and you do want to keep up with the videos and watch them, you will find there'll be different lengths and complexities, which I think is a good thing. Anyway, for today, thank you so much for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video from this page of lost items. I think that might be what I called it, lost items, from Rooms of Wonder by Johanna Basford. I am going to be using my Staedtler Design Journey pencils again for this page. Now we've got a basket of goodies, we've got lots of different things to colour, so we'll get cracking. I'm going to actually just put a base colour, I think, on the basket so I can sort of get started with that. I'm going to use the number 49, which is fawn, and I'm going to just use this to put a gentle layer across the whole of the basket, and then we'll think about shading and whatever. I'm just trying to work out, I'm talking even slower than normal because I'm going around this ribbon and label and just trying to work out what's going on with the basket. I think that's right. Yeah, that's a knot, isn't it? And we've got this bit going across here. Oh, look at that bread. I do love bread. And some people think it's unhealthy, but I guess too much of it probably is. And if you have... Now what's that? I'm thinking that's basket. That's how I'm going to do it. But no, I like my bread. But I always have wholemeal bread. And we are very lucky to have a good farmer's market. I'm going to use a slightly darker tone. This is the burnt sienna, it's number 73, and I'm just going to mark out areas I think might be darker. So I think sort of the bottom might have been more in shadow and the edge just to give it some shape, and then just sort of fade that around. Yes, so we have a great farmer's market. It was actually I think it was the Times newspaper did a survey of the best farmers markets, and ours came in the top 10, so that was rather good, and we're very lucky. I think I will make that a bit dark on the edge. And we have a lovely local bakery which has the bread stall. Well, there's actually three bread stalls, so we tend to buy at the most expensive. We're very lucky that we can afford to do that. I want to go quite dark now, so I'm going to use the 76. I think this is the just heard a big noise. The Van Dyke brown made me jump. It's my son going downstairs, getting some chocolate maybe. My boys like their chocolate nearly as much as me. Might be getting a drink. Yeah, I can hear the tap running. He's getting a drink. Yeah, my boys are home this week because it's the Easter holidays. They are revising, but I can't help them really. I can sort of nudge them to concentrate, but apart from that I can't really help them. But actually he had his, I'm just going to make it a little bit darker right on the edge. He had his interview for uni today at last and got his unconditional offer, which means he doesn't have to actually get any grades to get in. He does still want to do well, which I think they check for in the interview. It takes the pressure off. It means that he doesn't have to aim at something very specific. I know him, he'll want to do really well, but it's really good news. Very proud of them both, being able to find courses that they want to do and do well in the interview. I'm going to do this, just mark these bits. I think it just makes it look a little bit more like a woven basket, and then I think I'm going to leave it at that. Although I might do a little bit more in the handle. There we go. I think I really want to make it look... I'm going to sharpen my pencil. I think that will help me. There we go. Now, I think I really want it to look quite a bit darker under each of these. That's better. Put a little bit on the edge, just to give it a tad more shape. I might just mark out these a bit more too, just bottom and side. Oh, I said I wasn't going to do much more, and now I am. Now this this spotty bit, I really want it to be red and white. That's just what it feels like it needs to be to me. So I'm just going to grab a red. I think the number 2 is probably the best red for this. Just trying to find it. Or is that a little bit? Yeah, it looks a bit orange in my camera. I think it's in my eye. But when I swatched it, it was really dark red. I swatched them out on my scrap bit of paper with the names. This one's called Red, so in theory should be red. It does look a little bit orangey red, but then the other red is pinky red, so we'll see. If it's a bit too orangey, I'll go over it, but I'm putting it down quite thickly actually, because I really want the white to show up as white. I could use a white pen, but there we go. Yeah, I'm happy with how that looks actually. If you have quite a sharp pencil, I'm pressing a bit too hard really, but never mind. But both of my boys will be staying at home at least for their first year of uni. Be a lot cheaper for them, although they have to travel, and it's quite a, I think that might be cloth. I know I did it as basket, but now I'm thinking it's cloth. They'll have about an hour and 15-minute commute, something like that, but it'll be much cheaper than paying rent in a different town. So the idea is they stay home. I'm hoping it'll work out for them. I'm just trying to think of a colour that might provide a little bit of shadow on the edges to help, because on the basket down here I made it darker to try and make it look more rounded, but here it's very flat. And I'm going to try this colour. This colour's called Mauve. It's number 260. It is a slightly purpley red, but I think it might just add the sort of dark shadowiness that I'm looking for on this edge. Yeah, that's worked very nicely. The sun's just gone in. Hopefully it's put a bit under there. I think there'll be some shadow from the, because it's at the bottom, and there'd definitely be some under there, like that. Just putting a bit into them where the cloth is sort of knotted. I think that might have been supposed to be a white dot, but never mind. There we go. I'm rather happy with how that one's worked out. I need to put a bit on this side though, don't I? There we go. Yeah. Okay, now we've got our items in the basket. The first one is this sort of bread. I think I'm going to use number 16, which is the golden ochre. I think it might work. I'll pop it on and have a look, because I don't want it to be as dark as the basket, and also personally I prefer my bread not burnt. But I'm thinking if I put more on the top, it will look like it's caught it a little bit. And actually I'm just going to use the 49, which was the fawn, just to put a little bit more on there. Whoops. Just a little bit of colour. Just might be a bit more colourful on the top. That's all I'm going to do with that. We could put some darker bits in the grooves where there would be a shadow. Perhaps we should. I'm thinking rather than doing brown, because that'll look like burn, I'll do a brownish grey. The number 85 is our warm grey. Just trying to find it. Here it is. So we'll use that and we'll just put a little bit in there. Hopefully that looks like shadow and not dirt. Anyway, we shall move on. Now, what's this? Piece of cheese? That's how I'm going to colour it. What else would you have with bread but cheese? Now I'm thinking the yellow, which is number 1, is going to be the best. It's quite bright. Now I'm thinking if this is a brie, it would have a different colour, but actually I'm just going to do it all in this colour. That's a bit bright for cheese, isn't it? We'll get another yellow on there. We'll get number 11 on there as well. It's a bit more orangey. I think it might help us. Yeah, that'll tone it down just a bit. This is it's called sand, by the way. This colour. If you I think I said in the last video, rather like a boring old record. If you want a chart with the colour names on, I've got one. For all of the, I think there's 72. Number 61, which is dark mauve. I'm going to put on the grapes as a really light base coat. Yeah, there's a chart on my Ko-fi shop with the colour names. It's quite fun to know what the names are, I always think. Right, so I don't want it too dark because that's just not going to be my final grape colour. I'm going to use number 6, which is the violet. And I'm going to go around the edge of each grape like that and leave a little bit in the middle, which will look hopefully like shine, but it's still got a bit of that pink in there. It's not white, which I think is quite fun. You can leave it as white if you want, or you can even put a bit of white pen on for shine, which I seem to remember I was going to do on my last video for the gems on the what's it flipping called? On the jewellery box, music box, that's it, music box. But I didn't, I think in the end I wimped out because it was, these dots are so small. Okay, we've got our little bit of stalky stick or whatever it is and leaf. Now I quite like doing a rather bluey green to go with the grapes. I think it just seems to work better. I am going to grab the number 5, which is called Green. It's very very original and exciting name. Just going to fade it a bit towards the end. Now grapes are probably really pale, more like the light olive number 56, but I just think that colour works with the purple, so that's why I'm doing that now. What is that square thing in the basket? What's that? Is that a tablet computer? A notebook, a colouring book? I don't know. Apples. I'm going to do the apples green. Might seem a bit boring, but I think we've got the, I don't want to take away from the red of the pretty cloth. So number 52, which is our sap green, and I'm going to do both apples in this colour. Light layer first, and then think about where the shadow is going to be. It's going to be a bit darker here, I think. And we'll do the same on this side so that it sort of matches. Although that doesn't necessarily make any sense. We'll put a bit darker on that side too, because actually if the edges are darker it will look more spherical. And we'll go for the, we'll take the number 50, which is the willow green, and finish them off with this. I don't know what sort of apples these are. Granny Smiths maybe? Not very keen on a Granny Smith, I have to say. A bit sour. I like the crunch and juiciness of them though. Right, stem. I think we might go for the 5 again, just because it's a little bit different, so it will stand out. Usually the apple core is brown, not the core, the stick. Let's use some brown. Alright, we've got a brown here. Let's grab number 76 again, put it over the top. It'll look a bit greeny brown then. There we go. Now we have 2 other circles. I'm thinking let's do them as oranges. I think the most orange colour, meaning orange fruit colour, is the orange colour, which is number 4. But I'm actually going to use the light orange first, which is number 42, and then use the 4 after. So I'm going to make both this and this into an orange. I think it's easier. Oh, I was about to put that away. I'm leaving them out so that I can write down for you what colours I've used. So the number 4 is the darker orange, and I'm going to use that sort of on the edges, trying to make it look a little bit brighter and more spherical just by using it on the outside. I don't know if that made a huge difference. I know what's missing from this basket, but it's buried at the bottom, I think. A big bar of chocolate. Now the bottle, I'm thinking water bottle. I'm thinking let's do it a blue. I'm thinking I want to do it number 30 is the blue I'm looking for, but I can't find it. There it is. Number 30. Oops, it is the light blue. I'm just gonna, gosh, it's not that light, is it? I'm gonna sort of fade it towards the middle. I'm thinking it might be a Chili's bottle made of metal, or it might even be a plastic bottle that isn't see-through, I just don't know. I'm just fiddling. There we go. And the lid, I'm doing a darker colour. Let's use the Delft Blue, which is number 63. I still don't know what that thing is in the background. I feel like I want to look at some photos, what other people have done. It could be a lunchbox. It could be, no food is square like that, unless it is a huge bar of chocolate. I don't think it is. That's big. You can get big ones, but really, it's too big. Let's do it as a lunchbox and just colour the lid in a, what colour should we use? Would you have a red lunchbox to match your basket? I think you might. I know. Let's use the darker colour we used. This was the 260, which was called mauve. We use that, and then because there's an element of that in the red, but we introduce a new colour at the same time. I'm just putting it on with a medium pressure. I'm thinking maybe here would be in a little bit, make it a bit darker. So maybe this is like a sort of brim of some sort. There, if you squint a bit, you can almost pretend it's chocolate. I'm obsessed. I really am. Now the label, I think it'd be fun to match it in with one of the items, but I think if we do it with 61, which is the light mauve, is dark mauve, sorry, the colour is in the grapes, but it isn't really obvious. I was going to do all the tags the same colour, but I've already messed that up by doing this one in pink. I think it's a bit of fun to just do one that sort of matches, or maybe that doesn't. But anyway, there we go. And what we need is a little bit of shadowing. Should we use the black? I think that's probably the best idea. I'm just going to give it a sharpen. The black is number 9. There we go. And I'm going to do a little bit of shadow behind the label here. I think it might cast a shadow on the basket there. A bit underneath the ribbons. I tried to do a bit in brown, but it didn't really show up, so do it in black, it will show, and here. And then we can do a little bit along the edge of here, just where things are overlapping. They would cast a little bit of a shadow, like here. Don't want too much, maybe a bit more there. She says I don't want too much, and then fiddles and faddles and fiddles and faddles. I think we'll leave it there, it's gone all squiffy. There we go. I've had a lot of fun with that one. So I hope that's been okay. I've used a lot of pencils. I should have to make a long list of what I've used. Take me ages to put them back. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. I hope you're not too hungry. Have a really lovely day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video in our Lost Items series. We have a compass today, and I had been thinking about whether to do it in silver or gold or something else, and I figured it might be a little bit of a mishmash actually. So I'm going to start with some silver. Silver is much easier in smaller spaces because you don't really need quite so many colours. With gold I tend to use a dark brown, a mid brown, a light brown, a sort of ochre Naplesy yellow, and then a yellow. So there's a lot. With a silver you can actually do it with one pencil. We're not going to. We're going to use a couple, but I'm going to actually start with black. I think this is, yeah, number 9. We're using the Staedtler Design Journey. Any pencil will do. Let's give it a sharpen. Now I'm going to, oh. I'm going to use it around the brim to start with. So every time we have a little bit here, I'm just going to put a little touch of black, okay, all the way around. So quite simple, I think, anyway. I'm going to try and make it a little darker where it's nearer to the little triangular thing, and lighter as we come towards the centre. Now the darker you can get your initial colour, the more shiny it can look after. The plan is to get a big contrast between light and dark. God, we haven't got a lot of space, but we'll do our best. I think we might do the gubbins in silver as well. I don't know what's it called? I don't think I even know a name. It's like a ring, isn't it? But you usually wind it up. No, that's a pocket watch. It's a compass. I don't know. Anyway, okay, I can do this one as well, just like that. I think I'll leave it. So that I now need a cold grey. In this set, I do have a cool grey, but it's so very faint. I think I will use my Dove Grey, which is number 83, if I can find it, which is slightly bluer, and sometimes a bit of blue in a silver can actually work quite well. It's quite hard to see the number, but number 83. If you don't have this colour, use your 80 light grey. It will be very, very similar. Need to sharpen it. Again, we're getting in this very small space. I'm not going to go any lighter, so this is going to be my final colour. So what I'm going to do is just go from the black like that and leave a bit of white. Hopefully that gives the illusion that it's shiny. And we'll just do that all the way around. Oh, I've got an itchy nose. Oh, sorry. I finished my the last video, the picnic basket, and I popped out the room to sup my cup of tea, and I'd already drunk it. It was very disappointing. So I made myself a coffee, so I will have that when I finish this video. I'm not sure about that hole there. Anyway, here we'll bring it across like that. We'll just leave that end white. I'm just trying to fade as I go. There we are. So there is our sort of silvery bits. It's quite dark. The black isn't, I'm just grabbing the black again actually. Putting it in there a bit darker. The black is very dark. So it does make it look a bit less silvery and more sort of, I don't know, what's a really dark colour? Shiny, dark, I don't know. Anyway, but that's okay. Right, next I'm thinking I'm going to do those leaves because I haven't really thought about how I'm going to do the rest. So let's do the leaves while I'm procrastinating. I'm thinking this green earth might be nice. It's number 55. I'm going to use it in the very bottom of the leaves. I'm going to use a different colour on the tip. They are small for fiddling around with little details, but I'm procrastinating, so I need to take my time. Not as much as I was for last week's planner page, goodness me. They're so detailed this year. I've been procrastinating on loads of them. I am going to use number 57 to finish them off. See, the planner's quite difficult because I have to do the page eventually, whether I want to or not. And if you're not really in the mood for it, it's like, oh. So, but it's quite good because I want to make sure that I do it well. So I have to force myself to be in the mood for it. So I have to colour it in a way that I'm engaged with. So it might mean that I do it in a way that I wouldn't normally do it. So that's quite fun. I'm going to do the pointy things, whatever they are, in gold. So I'm going to start with my very darkest brown, which is actually, I think I'm going to use the 76. 77 is the darkest, but it's a little bit cold. This is warmer, and I want a slightly warmer. So this is the Van Dyke brown, and I'm going to use it here, and then like this, in the sort of darkest, deepest, darkest. I'd say Peru. Been reading too much Paddington Bear. In the deepest, darkest areas. But the tip as well. Going to have our shine part the way along. I think that looks quite fun. Now this bit's a bit higher up, so I'm going to not colour it at this level, but do that bit though. I'm going to make that really dark in there, I think. The next colour will colour that raised bit. I'm going to go for the Burnt Sienna number 73 next. I shall just sharpen it. There we go. So number 73, and to just extend this area. Now, don't want to take it too far on those smaller ones because I've got another couple of colours to go. We're going to cheat on these ones because why not? I hope everyone's had a good Easter, by the way. I know this is, for me, it's not quite Easter yet, but for you guys, you would have had, let's put a bit there and a bit there and there. You guys would have already had Easter. So I hope it's, I'm going to go, yeah, I'm going to go fawn. I think if we jump straight to the ochre, it's going to be a bit too much. So number 49. I don't know how much other countries celebrate it. We have 2 bank holidays, the Good Friday and Easter Monday, where the banks shut, the post offices shut, the factories and things like that close. But some of the shops stay open. On Easter Sunday, everywhere shuts. It's against the law to open on a Sunday, on Easter Sunday, because it's a complicated tale. Number 16. This is the golden ochre. When Sunday opening first came in the UK, there were mixed feelings about it, which there often is with many, many things. And so in order to protect employees, the law could only be passed if shops were closed on Easter Sunday. I'm not sure if that also applies on Christmas Day too. There we go. And on these outside ones, I'm going to just use this colour, and I think I'm going to put a bit top and bottom and try and leave a little white shine in the middle. It's going to be really hard because they are teeny tiny. Oh gosh, my stomach's rumbling. There we go. Now we've got this sort of background area. Just going to give it a sweep off. I'm trying to think what colour, and I'm wondering whether to do a vibrant orange. I think it might just go with the gold and set it off. I don't know if I would buy an orange pocket watch, to be honest though, but I just fancy trying it, so I'm going to give it a try. I might do a slight graduation, so I might start with the peach, which is the 43, see how it looks and then see how daring I'm going to be. So I'm going to start with this. Now I don't want to put it down so hard that I burnish it into the page and mean I can't put another layer of colour, but I want it enough so that I can see it. This is a colour I rarely use, the peach in the Staedtler set. I don't know, it's just always feels a bit wishy-washy. Maybe I'm being cruel. My husband used to use it loads. He used to use Staedtler Ergosofts for a lot of his art, and he would use these for like a sunset or sunrise lots and lots of the time. So he used his a lot, but for me I rarely use them, but I need to because I've got 4 of them. I've got, because they come in every set, so I've got a Norris one, an Ergosoft one, a super soft Design Journey one, and this Design Journey one, so I've got a lot of them. But then some colours you get in every set. See, that looks a little bit too plain, but now we can take the 42, whoops, I hope it doesn't want to come out, come on, which is the light orange, and do some embellishments. I'm thinking, let's put some darker colour around the edge to start with, and then maybe fade it into the middle a bit, and then maybe from the middle out. We'll see how that looks. At the moment he's really hot on pinks and purples. He's been making some scenes with his watercolours and having great fun. He's got some new brush pens. He's been drawing like a frame and then doing a little scene, letting it dry and then putting a glazed colour on top. He's just been having a lot of fun with lots of bluey purples and pinky purples and things. Doesn't look too bad, does it? Let's just get one darkest colour, just fiddle just a little bit longer with number 4. It's the sort of orange. Just going to use a little bit here and there. Maybe I'm just fussing. I'm having fun. There we go. A little bit just in the corners. There we go. We didn't finish that, did we? I'm going to put a little bit of the number 16 on there. Try and leave a little bit of a gap. There we go. And we've got our label, and I've already decided what colour to do it. I decided I wanted to do it 55, which was the dark green we used for the base of the leaves. What I've been doing for all of these, as if you've been following you will know, is using a colour from the main picture to colour the label with, so it sort of matches, which obviously it wouldn't, but you know, who would leave a whole basket of food in a lost property office anyway, and why wouldn't it be eaten? Surely you wouldn't just label it up and leave it on the shelf with some delicious cheese and bread. You would eat it, wouldn't you? I wonder what the rules are. Are there rules around found items? Can you eat them? I mean, obviously you wouldn't want to eat the compass. Well, you might if you're a bit weird. I remember as a child watching this weird programme where a man ate a bicycle. I don't know if he really did eat it or if he was some sort of magician. To be honest, it didn't really matter. It was just a weird thing. I've gone massively out the lines there. I'm just going to try and erase that and then we'll be done, I think, with this one. I had fun. I'm not sure if the orange really helps our gold to stand out very well or whether it was a good idea, but I had fun with it and it's a bit different to what I normally do. I would have probably normally gone for a blue, so I think it was fun to do something different. So there is our compass. So yeah, that was fun. I enjoyed that. Oh, I can get out my coffee now as well. Yay. Well, thank you for watching. Tune in for the next one. I'm not necessarily going to do them day after day. Oh, I can't think of the word. Anyway, I'm not necessarily going to do it that way, but we'll see how it pans out really. But consecutive, that's the word. But we'll see. But thank you very much for watching. Have a really lovely day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video from this Rooms of Wonder page of lovely lost items. We have a little chest to do today. I'm trying to have a little think about how to do this. Normally I would do brown wood and gold. We did gold and silver yesterday, so we've already done a little bit of that. So I'm trying to think whether there's something a little bit different I could do. I'm wondering whether to do sort of a more coppery colour maybe. Let's try that. It might not come out, it might still just look gold, but let's start with that and just see what happens. So as I have been on all of these, it's Staedtler Design Journey number 77, which is the tobacco brown, and we're just going to start in all the places on the very edges. Now I'm going to ignore the circles here, which are a sort of nail, I guess. I might just go over those in black at the end. So just a little bit there and there. I'm thinking I might do those bits in black just so it's a little bit different. But we've got this latch. Maybe there and there, a bit underneath. We'll try that. I don't know if that's going to really show up very much, but never mind. Now, my next colour is going to be this dark sand. It's number 72. It's quite a reddish brown. I think this might sort of help us get a more coppery look. So I'm going to go over the top of that dark brown that I did already and just spread that colour forward a bit. Like this. It looks quite reddish. But we'll just see how it pans out. Here we haven't got a lot of space for doing much. Just put a little bit on there, it might just look a bit weird. I think I'm going to jump to this lighter one, number 73. This is the burnt sienna. Okay. Now here we've got a longer expanse. We obviously need to take our colour further out, like that. Whereas here, just a little bit, yeah. And here, this tiniest bit really. Now, what I would normally do now is go to a 16, you know, an ochre, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go to an orange to try and get the sort of coppery look. I think we'll use, yeah, let's try number 4. This is just orange. I made a discovery yesterday when I was looking at the design journey that if you've got a number that's just a plain number like 1, 2, 3, 4, it's just a plain colour. So 0 is white, 1 is yellow, 2 is 2 is, I don't know, 5 is green, 8 is grey, 9 is black. So they're all the sort of plain names, if you know what I mean, which was sort of interesting. I mean, everyone else may already know that. but it was a bit of a revelation to me. Okay, and we'll go for the slightly orangey yellow, which is the sand, number 11. Okay, and we want to make sure we go over everything here, sort of highlight it and pour that colour across. We want a little white gap in the middle. This is our last colour, as you may have guessed. So we're just closing that gap, leaving a little bit of white shine if we can. We can't, there isn't the room. And there we go. It actually, I don't know, just looks very vibrant, doesn't it? I mean, there is our gold from that side. It just looks a bit more orangey. Oh well, I'm alright with that. Now I'm going to grab a black. Sorry, just shuffling through my pencil case, pencil holder. I've got the Derwent one with all the elastics. You fit 2 pencils per elastic. It's number 9. I have had recommendations. I think it's BTSKY pencil cases. I put some on my wish list, but I'm still having a think about those. I might ask for one for my birthday, actually, but from my parents, because I want one for my Derwents, because I've got my Chroma Flow, my Light Fast, my drawing set. I've got a few artists or studio, can't remember which, maybe both, and I'd like to have them in colour order in a pencil case and use them all together. I'm going to fade this black towards the top so that it looks like the light is catching the top more, which it would be if the light was coming from above, which, as you know, is how I do things, because except for these where the light's coming from there and there. It doesn't make any sense, but anyway, I'm not brilliant at my light, but hopefully it just makes it look a little bit more interesting. I'm just going to try and make it a bit darker at the bottom, but I think I burnt my boat on that one in the sense I made it too dark. Right, the main body of the trunk. Now, I could do this in wood, you know, I often would. Haha, good joke. But I think we've got a lot of browns in that gold on this one and on the last one, so should we do a different colour? Thinking maybe we could do it as if it was a painted wood instead, just to make it look a little bit different and a bit more interesting. I'm just looking at colour ideas. Could go for green, which would go nicely with all the browns, but we've got a little greens going on over here. So should we try, let's go for blue, I'm thinking. I think I'm going to start with a lighter blue and then darken. I think that's a slightly easier way to go. I'm going to start with 30. I'm going to sneeze in a minute. Maybe not. This is a light blue, and I'm just going to sharpen it a little, and then just do a bit all over in this, just a light base really. I'm thinking you might prefer to do this as if it was just plain wood, but I'm thinking sort of painted wood type effect. Oh no, my nose is running, sorry. That sort of thing. I was reading yesterday that it is a menopausal symptom to have an extra runny nose, which is something I didn't know. I don't think mine has got any worse. I don't know. It's not something that worries me really. Loud sneezes on camera, they can be annoying. I try not to do that or edit them out. But my sneezes are very loud. I'm trying to sort of colour in the direction of the stripes that Johanna's drawn on here for us. Just to, then if I sort of go a bit scruffy, I'm going to try and fade that up there. It will just look like it's supposed to be part of the wood grain or whatever. There we go. It's quite pale. I think I want that significantly darker. I think it looks a bit weird being that pale. So I'm going to turn straight to my number. Is that 33? Yeah. So the one I want, the 33 is the darkest blue. it is cobalt blue, and we're going to get some of this on, and this is significantly darker. I just think this is going to look better. I'm going to try and fade this a tad, because I'm thinking it might be darker at the bottom, but really layer it up. I think that looks a lot better. It's up to you. If you like it light, then just layer your light up a little bit more, or any other shade of colour that you fancy. I know I've said about always doing it in this direction, but sometimes it's a bit awkward. You have to just adapt a little bit. So fading it there, basically more layers down here, like that. The same on this one. This one's more awkward, getting the angle right with the, if you turn the book it'll be easier, but I don't like to turn it and make the picture all squiff for you. I think it's a bit confusing. I don't know, might not be. Okay, and then these just fade. I hope everyone's good today. It's really sunny this morning. I thought I would come and get at least one video made before the sun comes around and hits this desk area. At the moment it's good, and it feels like it's a long way away, but I think it comes around a lot quicker than I think, because I think it reflects off the windows of the houses opposite. So, but at the minute it's all good. Okay, I want to put a few shadows in, and because this is my darkest blue, I need to something darker, so I'm actually going to use a black. Excuse me, number 9, and I'm going to put a shadow in under here and here all the way along. Just a line like that, and then under here and around, and also under and around this little note, which obviously we have yet to colour. Now the tape on here, if it were like a sticky tape, it would probably be pale enough to see some of the blue coming through, but we can't, so I think we need to do it a little bit darker, as if it may be a washi tape or a masking tape. So I think I'm just going to grab quite a dark brown, number 76, and just colour in that tape like that. And then what colour do we do for the actual label? Well, I quite like the labels to match the items. I have been doing it that way. I think I'm going to do this one in a yellow, but not one of the yellows we've used. I'm going to make it a little bit lighter and brighter. So I'm going to grab, the number 1, which is yellow. As I said, if it's 1, 2, 3, 4, etc., just 1 is 0 is white, 1 is yellow, 2 is red. So I just remembered. And 3 is orange. No, 4 is orange. Oh, I don't know. I think one of them I couldn't find. 5 is green. I think it might have been the 4 was missing. I wrote a list because I got curious. And now I'm boring it with you all over again. Boring you with it all over again. There we go. So there is our finished chest, I guess. I think it looks quite elegant in the blue, actually, with the copper on it. So there it is. So that's me for today. Thank you for watching. There'll be another video later, so tune in for that. But for now, have a great time and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the last little item from this Rooms of Wonder Lost Items page in this first little row. So this is our 5th item. It is a mammoth page, but this is our last little one in this row, so I see it as a little mini victory. I know each one is a small victory, but it's quite nice to get a row completed, isn't it? I'm just trying to think what colour to do for the main part of this pencil case, and I quite like it in a green colour. We have used a bit of green on this, but I'm thinking it might work quite nicely. I'm going to use quite a pale green now. I'm going to use the number 56, which is the light olive, and use it for all the background on our pencil case, and then I will use some other colours to add a bit of shade, and we'll put some different colours in there. It's a little bit awkward here colouring around all of these little bits and pieces, so I'm going to try and not rush too much, but I suspect I will go over them anyway. But it's not the end of the world. I can hear someone out, a workman already drilling. It's quite early. It's what time is it? It's 9:20. It feels early because I don't normally film until my husband leaves. He normally leaves about this time in the morning, but he's left a bit early. I can hear some really tuneful banging outside. Anyway, he's left really early because he tends to like to leave a bit later so that he can avoid the traffic, but because it's half term, I'm just picking my next colour. I'm going to use this 55 green earth to do a bit of shading in the bottom, quite light though. I'm just going to bring that colour up a little bit from where I think it will be a bit darker at the bottom, like that, and here. I'm thinking maybe along here there might be a shadow, maybe also along here. Anyways, but because it's Easter holidays, I mean, there's no traffic, so he can go a bit earlier and he can avoid the traffic anyway. So I'm going to use 57 to sort of blend this darker colour into the lighter. I'm going to go over the top of that bit of dark and then bring the colour up a bit. I just figure it'd be a bit lighter nearer the top. And because these elements are small, it's quite fun to play around with a few little effects on them, but it doesn't take too long. Well, that's a bit fiddly. Right, I'm going back to my original colour, which is the 56. I'm going to go over it all now, just to blend it all together and to sort of brighten it up a bit. And hopefully you'll still be able to see that sort of slight colour change from bottom to top. Don't want it to be too emphasised, just a little bit, just to make it look a little bit more interesting and to give us a bit of practice in blending some colours as well. Let's have a look. Now these need some work, but I think it looks rather fun. Would they be a different colour? Let's try this one. This is the dark ochre number 19. I'm going to use this so it looks a bit different. I want it to be darker at the bottom here and lighter up here. Maybe a bit darker there. There we go. I'm thinking the trim might just be a different colour. And this top bit as well. Now this is striped, so what I'm going to do is just do every other one with this and the zipper. There we go. And then the other one with this one, the 55, the green earth. go. Now, what colour pencils would you put on a case like this? Well, firstly I'm going to do these sort of woody bits. Now I tend to do those with number 16, the golden ochre. Might be a little bit too yellowy, but we haven't got a beige. If you look at the colour on this pencil that I'm actually holding, it's reasonably close. It's the closest I think I've got. And they stand out a little bit, which I think is fine. So what colour pencils? Well, I don't think I want them all identical colours. I was thinking a mix of red and orange might look quite fun. So I'm going to start with number 29. No, that's a carmine red. No, let's start with number 2. This is the red. It's a bit more orangey. I think orange goes better with this shade of green. I'm trying to come in closer. It's really small. I can't come in any closer. So I'll do an orange one, a red one I mean, here. I'm going to start lightly. And I'm thinking, I think this bottom bit would be a little bit darker, maybe. And then I'm going to do, hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I'm going to do 2 triangles in this colour as well. There we go. And then I'm going to move to my next colour, which is number 24. I'm going to be careful not to put it right next to that one, so that we don't go sort of light to dark across the case. So I'm going to do this one in number 24. I'm actually thinking it's probably better to block colour it, although it might be a little darker at the bottom, just like the whole case is. We'll put one there and one there. Then we'll move on to number 4, which is our orange. And do this one here, I think. We're going to end up doing some yellows, I suspect. We'll just make that one there orange. There we are. Next colour. Whoops. Oh, can't get it out. This is 42, which is the light orange. There we go. And last of all, I think we'll do the peach, which is number 43. There we go. And this label, I think I'm going to do in peach as well. I'm going to just keep it fairly... Oops, my piece of paper isn't quite underneath. There we go. I'm sure you have noticed when you put paper under a page, if you don't push it right into the spine and you're sort of colouring against the edge of the paper, you get a mark, a ridge. No nice colouring over a ridge. I'm just blocking that in really. What I've done with the others is I've made them a bit darker around the edge. So I'm going to take number 4, which is the orange, and just go around it a little bit, just fade that in. There we go. I'm going to make that do. Rather pleased with that. I'd be quite happy with a pencil case like that. I don't know about you. Let's try and get the light sitting correctly. That's better. It's quite difficult near the spine and with the way the sun's coming in. But there we go. I don't know if you can hear all that banging outside. I'm hoping I've put a fluffy thing on my microphone, so I hope it stops you hearing things like that. Not that it's that bad, but you know. Anyway, that's me for today. Hope you have a lovely day. Thank you so much for watching and happy colouring. Hi, Hi everyone, welcome to the beginning of the next row in our Rooms of Wonder Lost Items page. This I think is probably a journal of some sort, and I have coloured one already, not in a video, but on the very back page in the colour test page. I just had a quick look at it and I'm going to colour this one quite differently, I think. I'm going to start actually with the fiddly details on the cover. With number 9, which is my black, and I'm going to do this sort of edge in here in a black there, and these bits. Now, they're quite nice if you can do them in gold or like a sort of really lovely old book, but when it's so small it can be easier to do it not. I'm just looking, I think that's all I want in black. We've got these little leaf shapes. I'm going to make them into leaves, I think. I think what I'll do is I'll start with quite a light colour. I want something that's going to show up though. So number 52, which is our sap green. I'm going to give it a sharpen because these are teeny tiny, and then colour those. Oops. I'm just going to block them in. They're too small to do anything too fancy with, I think. We've got a lot going on this page. So, there we go. Now I need to think of a cover colour. Now I had considered doing it just green. I think that might work quite well, but I want a sort of slightly darker colour than the leaves. Now I'm thinking, have I messed it up by doing those that colour? I know, let's not do it green. Let's do it number 16, the lovely golden ochre colour. Let's do it that colour. So I'm going to actually colour all of the cover now with this in just a medium sort of layer. And then I'm going to add another colour after. Gosh, the sun is creeping across my desk. Hopefully I can get this one done before it comes across, but I'm not going to rush. I can always close the blind, but it just means the colours will be all different. Oh, I can hear some piano playing. I think my neighbour, he's might be playing. It'll be nice when I'm editing to listen to the piano. Right, it's quite plain. I'm thinking we've actually got this sort of piece around the outside. I might do that a different colour. Now I can colour on top of this pale ochre, so it should be fine. I'm thinking we've got those sort of sienna type browns which we could use. Oops, I've gone over the top of our little label. Never mind. There we go. Okay, I'm going to leave that there for now, and I may add to it. So I think I'm going to grab the 73, which is called Burnt Sienna, and we'll do a few. I'm thinking it would be darker here and then lighter towards the top. I've made that quite dark. Sorry, I don't know if you can see with that shadow. So I'm just going to darken that up like that. And the same here, so a little bit darker nearer the table, I guess. I mean, it was obviously floating in the air, but I'm sure it's meant to be sitting on a table. This looks like a very important book for someone to lose, doesn't it? With all these markers in it. It's obviously well used. I think we can put that on this bottom bit too. Now, I'm thinking, should we make a border? Yeah, but not with this colour. We'll grab number 72, which is the dark sand. And we'll do a sort of We'll do the inside darker, I'm thinking. Keep the border light. I'm going to have to sort of make that up there because it ends. It's okay, I can't draw, but I can cope with that. Oh, there's a train going by. I'm just gently popping this on. It's quite a vibrant colour, but with that ochre underneath, it mutes it a little bit. But I'm also trying not to press too hard. I just want to build the colour up lightly until it looks how I want it to look, rather than plastering it down and then regretting it, which I have been known to do. There, let's have a look, just sit back. Right, I'm going to get the 16 again, and I'm going to go back over this edge, and I think it just needs a little bit more intensity to sort of compete with that darker colour. So I'm just going to layer it over like that, and I think that helps us. And in here it also warms it more, like nice warmth. Now this little gap here, let's have a think about, we've got the book, the pages are glued there, and that's the sort of gap, so I think it's going to be quite dark in there. I'm going to use the 72 to put a little bit of colour in there, and then I'm going to go over the top of it with the 16 to sort of, so that it's not really dark, but I think I want to put a bit of 77 on there to give the impression of sort of shadow. But I've burnished that quite a bit. It's not really going down there. Then never mind. The plan was there. Now the edges of the pages. Now I quite often use the 16 for this to make them look like they've got some gold leaf on the edge, which is rather fun. But I'm sure this journal hasn't got gold leaf, so I'm just turning my pages of my I'm going to use number 10. Sorry, I wasn't turning my pages, I was turning my leaves of my pencil case. Just a little bit yellowy, not too much, but just so that it doesn't look like we've forgotten to colour it. Now we have various markers and tickets and bits and bobs now to do, and I think it's quite fun to do some randomish colours for these, because I think the person doing it might want them to stand out. So let's grab a 61, which is a dark mauve, and do this one. I'm putting it on lightly and then thinking it's turned over at this end, so I think it would be a bit darker there and here, and be catching the light just there in the middle where it's bent. I don't know if you want to be that fussy, but it's up to you. Let's grab something else, some 33. I'm just randomly grabbing. Now we have a bookmark here, and to me it looks like it's sort of turned down, as if this bit here is catching the light. So I'm going to layer up down here, get a really dark layer, and then sort of fade it up to the top there to make it look like it's catching the light. Up there. And there we go. Now we've got another bookmark. What should we go for? Let's grab a dark green. Let's use the 38. I think this is the sea green. Yeah. Again, a light layer while I think. Yeah, I think these tips have turned down, particularly this one, so make that a bit darker. That one darkish too, and then a bit lighter here. There we go. Now I want a red. let's go for a pinky red. This one is 23. I think this is the Bordeaux. I thought so. Sorry, it's not showing up particularly well. I'm going to put it quite far away from this pink though and put it here. A light layer to start with. I'm thinking it might be darker where it's near, where this is overlapping. Actually, we might pop some shadow in at the end because I'm thinking we might need a few shadows. Let's go for number 11 next, which is our sand, and do this one. It's a bit close to the colour of the book, isn't it? But never mind. Perhaps yeah. Anyway, and what are we missing? Orange. Let's do number 24, which is actually called Scarlet Red, but to me it looks quite orangey. I'm just going to make it a little bit darker where it's near the book. Now, our tag on the book, we need a colour of tape as well. I'm thinking I might go for number 8 for the tape to make it look a bit silvery. Gosh, it'd look like duct tape. Imagine if someone stuck some duct tape on the front of your journal, you'd be fuming. Hopefully that's silver washi tape. And then we need the actual label. I was thinking of a green. We usually do it to match in with something of the main page, so maybe I'll do number 5. It's not a green we've used, but it's going to be quite close. So I just wanted to do a slightly different green, but I think it'll blend in. Trying to layer it up a bit as I go so that it's quite a vibrant colour. There we go. Now I'm just going to go around some parts in my black, number 9, to show some shadow. Start at the top now, thinking where these are might just be a little shadow on the edge of them from the book, and this one also from the other label, like that. I'm just going to do that on the edge of each of these little tabs, markers, bookmarks, like that. Then I'm thinking under here, to me this corner looks like it's sticking up, so give a bit more shadow. Some down the side of here. Oops, that was a bit thick. Like that. And then I'm thinking also down here, there might be a little bit, but because that's already black, it's a little bit awkward. My son is laughing next door. It's so lovely to hear him. He should be working. But hey, it's nice to hear him laughing. A bit under here. You could also emphasize these page lines if you want to. Yeah, I think that's done. I'm not going to fiddle anymore. I'm happy with that, and I've got to make that do for the day because the sun has nearly reached me. But I may come and record some more this afternoon, but for now I think 3 videos is enough. I need a coffee, but yeah, so I just made the 3. I just did the 3, but thank you very much for watching. Hope you have a really lovely day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video in this series of lost items from Rooms of Wonder by Johanna Basford. Today we have a pineapple. Now I've coloured a pineapple quite a few times on video, but I didn't want to not do it just because I've done one before, as it's, you know, obviously part of the page. So I'm just going to start with the greenery. I'm going to use number 5. This is the Staedtler Design Journey pencils, and just do a layer of this green across each of these. They're sort of spines, aren't they, on a pineapple? And then I'll add in a little bit of other colours to sort of show where it's going to be darker. I'm trying to think about my other pineapple videos. There's one, I'm pretty sure there's one on the fruit and veg page from Worlds of Wonder, which is a bit more sort of realistic looking, shall we say. Not completely, but you know. And then I think I did one from Magical Jungle. I think there was a spread with a pineapple in, and it was just a little video, and I'm pretty sure that one was had sort of gold pen and things like that, so it's a bit more fun. This is number 19. I should be looking at the colour names for you. Just looking this one up. It is, I think I've got the wrong list. I've got several lists here in front of me. 19, why can't I find it? Oh yeah, dark ochre. Sorry, and I'm going to use this for this sort of shadowy bits in here. So I'm just going to put, you see the movement I'm using? I'm lifting my pencil off the paper, and as I lift it gives a lighter stroke, so it means that where I start is darker, which is in the sort of depths of the plant, where it would be very shadowy. I realise they're not this brown, the spines, but my darkest green is a little bit blue. So I thought this would be better. I'm going to go back over this with the other green anyway in a bit. It's quite noisy outside today, I can hear. My neighbour's doing some work in his garden. I don't know whether he started already. And the house over the back having some work done. They're having some solar panels fitted and some other work done as well. I'm going back to the 5. I didn't tell you the name of this one. This is just green. It's just called green. So yeah, there's a lot of noise going on. You see, now I put the green back on top. It sort of hides that. It doesn't look quite so brown, but it helps it to look darker, which is what I wanted. You can do these much more quickly. If you're in a rush, they're quite good. You can just, you know, layer a bit of green down and off you go, you're done. You know, you don't have to spend so much time, which is where pages like this can be fun. Although I know some people prefer something you can get your teeth into, because obviously it's quite bitty. So this doesn't relate to this next one or anything. So, you know, it can feel a little bit, you can get a bit lost, I think. It's all a matter of personal taste. Excuse me. Number 56, I'm going to do the tips. I want them to look a little bit brighter, more yellowy, but without using an actual yellow. This is the sort of yellowy green. It's called light olive. It's a favourite of mine, actually. I was hoping that I could get these open stock, because this is the one that I use up. But unfortunately, Staedtler are not going to be selling them open stock, which is rather putting me off them, sadly. But they are nice pencils. Someone left a comment on one of my videos about them, about the different types of Staedtlers and how good they were, and they are very good. They're very strong pencils, but they also blend nicely, which is good. But and I've been using them for a long time. I'm trying to think about how to do the main part, where to start really. I think I'm going to start with a really light yellow. Number 1, this is the yellow. Now with yellow, it can be very tempting to press quite hard because it doesn't show up very much. But if you press hard, you push down all the paper and it burnishes it down into the paper, and then you can't get any other colour on top. Now I don't want my pineapple looking like this. This is just my base, so I certainly don't want to press too hard. So it's nice and gentle just to get a light colour on. It just gets me thinking. Now I'm thinking in between each of these little segments I want a greenish colour, so I'm going to use this one. This is the 57, it's the olive green. It's a little bit darker than the one we used on the tips. It's similar. I want it very sharp, and I'm going to sort of go around the edge of each of these in it, so sort of almost on top of the lines there that Johanna's drawn. It probably doesn't come natural to sort of colour on top of the lines, although some people do. Colour Bright Bex does. I haven't seen any of her work or videos lately, but obviously what she's done in the past is still available to look at. And she has a really interesting technique where she uses a gel pen or a fine liner, sorry, to go over the top of the black lines. So rather than trying to hide them with a white, which some people do, she would maybe go over this with a green or a brown, or go around these with the green, and just to slightly change the colour. And you wouldn't think that it would necessarily make that much difference because it's black and going over the top of black, but actually it's amazing how beautifully vibrant her work looks. So it's worth having a look at hers if you're interested. She's on Instagram. That, for me, that has made a massive difference, but I don't even know if you can really see it. Now I'm thinking with our with a pineapple, you get a sort of brown bit at the bottom of each of these segments, and I can see we've got this little bit there, and I'm thinking I'm going to use this brown. This is number 76, which is the Van Dyke brown. It isn't really the brown that I want, but it's the only one I have, and I'm just going to put a light amount sort of on the bottom going up into this little V. Okay, now I'm thinking of, really with a pineapple, it's a sort of beigey colour, but we don't have that colour in this set. So I'm just, excuse me, doing a light improvisation with this brown instead, just to try and make it look a bit more like a pineapple. Of course, this isn't the only pineapple in this book. If you're a pineapple fan, there's the pineapple house picture further back. I wonder how many of you have done that one. I've seen so many SpongeBob SquarePants imitations. I'm assuming that might be where Johanna got the idea from, but I think they're such fun. Now we have our little label, and I'm just thinking about, you know how I've sort of done each one, if you've been watching this series, taken a colour from within the picture but one that isn't necessarily a key colour and used it for the label. I'm thinking maybe the yellow for this one, I don't know. But a much more intense compared to here where I kept it really light. I'm quite happy with how the pineapple looks. I'm not going to, I could have put another layer of yellow on and made it really intense like this, but I'm actually liking as it is. So I'm leaving that, and I'm just going to do this. It's my final bit. Have you ever lost a pineapple? I've lost marbles, but never a pineapple. So that's quite an intense colour. I don't, that's me. That's it. Yeah, we're going to keep that one really short, but lots of fun. I've enjoyed it. I've got to decide what colour to do our little spotty pig. Have fun with that one next. But for today, thank you so much for watching. Have a really, really lovely day, and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next picture from our lost items page from Rooms of Wonder. I'm having a little look. The reason I'm distracted talking is because I'm having a look at this next picture, thinking about what to do with it. So we obviously have a plant. I feel this looks a bit like a succulent, and I'm thinking, there's one that's got pink tips. I don't know what it's called. I think we'll do that. It'll be a little bit different. I'm actually going to start with the leaves and then think about the pot after. So I'm going to start with 50, which is quite a light green. It's actually called willow green, and I'm going to do the base in this lighter colour. I'm going to try to put more intense colour right at the bottom and then less as we go up, but it's not that crucial. And you'll see why. It's because well, I tell you, I'm going to be putting a darker colour on next, so we can sort of mix it in. The idea is to go to light to dark to sort of a pinky tip. I think it'll be fun. Those little bits are a bit tricky, but that's okay. So my next colour is going to be 52, which is the sap green. Okay, and I want to make sure that I'm actually going to start at the tip, but really lightly, and then get darker and then lighter again. It's a bit tricky. It's easier on a big one, so light there. Then I want quite a bit of colour here, so I'm going to put a few layers, blend that out there and down here, so it's a bit lighter down there. Okay, it's trickier than I thought it would be actually. And just blend down to here. What I would do is I'll go back over with the lighter one in a minute, and hopefully it'll tidy it up. It looks a bit messy to me. So that if I put that darker bit in first, then blend it down into this one, then put a lighter bit going up there. Those little bits at the back are quite small to deal with, but anyway. Hopefully we'll get a little bit of a idea of what I'm trying to achieve. If it doesn't quite go to plan, it doesn't matter. Only you and I know, and you know, a few other 100 people who might watch. Not many. Right, so I'm going to go back to my 50 and just neaten up that bottom part. So just blend it up and in. I'm going quite hard actually, layering and layering until it looks neater. The sun's come out. I started early this morning hoping that I'll be able to get some done before the sun comes down on the desk, as it's nicer colouring with the blind open. I have the option of closing it of course, but it's okay, but it makes it dark in here. I want a sort of purpley pink. I think I'm going to go for the light mauve, the 61, and I'm just going to sharpen it because it's quite fine work. There we go, and I'm going to do each tip with a little bit. I'm just going to gently layer it until I feel there's enough. You could use a red for this rather than a pink if you think it would work better. I'm thinking if I was using my polychromos, I'd probably use a red violet, but I'm not. So I'm doing what I've got, and it doesn't really look like the plant I had in mind, but does it matter? Not really. I feel like I just need a bit more of the number 50 down here. It's a bit messy. I'm just gonna... That's better. Now I want a little bit of shade and shadow in this whole thing really. I'm going to grab a grey. I'm just thinking about what colour I want. I'm thinking the warm grey might work. It is number 85 and it's a browny grey, and I think it might work with the greens. So here he is, 85. And what I'm going to do is put a little bit of a shadow line all the way across here where the plant is edging up to the pot. I burnished that green a bit too hard maybe, and then under these, just to create a little bit of shadow and separation between each one. But I think I may have burnished my green a bit too hard, so you can't see it very well. Now what we're going to do with our little pot is, I'd like to make it quite brightly coloured. I think that will be quite fun. But I also want to make it look more spherical. It looks very flat at the moment. So my plan is to make it grayscale first by adding some grey to create some shadow, and then put my colours on top. And I'm hoping it might just work. We'll see. So I have tried this before and it worked, but only once before. So I'm going to use the 85 that I was using before, and I'm going to create my shadow by putting a layer along here and then fading it in. So I'm just doing less layers, so I come towards the middle, and the same here. Quite tricky around this label, but we've got to do it. There we go. So again, I'm going to really get a lot down on that edge, and that's coming in, and I hope you can already see it looks more rounded, and on the base as well. Okay, and now I'm going to add some colour. I haven't thought about what colour should we do this pot. Now the important thing to do now is, when you apply your colours, is to try and apply them with an even layer, and the colours underneath will show through. So hopefully, let's say when I do this stripe here, this bit will look darker underneath than this higher bit, and so we should still see that shading through our colour. That's my hope. We'll see if it works. I'm going to do some oranges and browns maybe. It's not going to go with our pink, is it? No, that's a bad idea. Blue. We've got blue above. I think I'm going to do the oranges, and I think it's just going to work. It's going to have to work, she says sternly, looking at the orange. Number 2, this is just the orange, and I'm going to start here on this end, and then this one. It's going to be hard to know whether it's worked until we do a significant chunk. So the next colour I'm going to use is number 24, which is called Scarlet Red, but to me it looks a bit lighter than the orange. Is that right? 24, Scarlet Red. Anyway. It's anyways, maybe I've got them round the wrong way. I don't think so though. The numbers are written on them. There we go. And then number 4 is orange. What was that I started with then? Number 2, that was red. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter though, does it? You'll just have yours in the other order. Am I going mad? I don't know. I am talking to myself as I do on a regular basis. Who knows? Put orange on there. Okay. Oops. Now this is the 42, which is the light orange, which is where I'm going for now. How am I going to do this stripe? I think maybe every other one on this back bit. Now, is that one? I think so. I think that, yeah. There. I think I may have got out of sync with those. Now I'm not sure what's going on behind here. I'm just going to put a bit in. And then I'm going to use the 43, whoops, which is the, it's the peach. And this one's a bit easier. You can just pop it in between. Oops. Now I'm also going to use this on here. This doesn't show up very well though, does it? Just layer it up a bit so it shows up. There we go. It's quite a bright and cheery pot, and I think I can still see that graduating shape which I wanted to achieve, so I'm pleased with that. Now I'm going to grab the light yellow and do the tape. There we go. Now the label. I think green. I'd like to do it green. I'm going to do it in our lightest green, I think. The number 50. The willow green. A bit of orange on there, which I can't colour over. But never mind. I could try and erase it all off, but I think it's not that crucial. I want it a little bit dark at the bottom there. And I'm just going to grab the darker green, the 52, the sap green, to do a bit of shadow work in there. Then I'm going to get our 85, which we used for our other shadows, and put it here where there's some shadow on the pot, and around there a little bit. There we go. There's our pot. So that's a little bit of a different sort of technique. I had fun with that anyway, and I think it worked. So that was good. I hope it doesn't look like it's just a sort of dirty grey brown colour on the edges. I think it does look like there's some shadow, so that's good. So that's me for today. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. Hope you have a really lovely day, and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video in this lost item series. We have our cute little piggy bank to do today. Now I really want to do him pink. I think he's just adorable. I've got a few ideas. I'm just going to get stuck in. Excuse me. I'm going to use my very lightest pink. This is called Light Rose. So I'm going to use this first and do a little layer all over Little Pig. And Now you'll notice I'm covering the spots. I'm going to cover all of him. This is because I've explained this quite a lot before, that I find it easier to get a nice even shading if I'm not trying to colour around little details. So we're going to worry about the spots at the end. Well, we're not going to worry about them. They're not a worry. We'll colour them in differently at the end, and it'll work. I am confident. Now what I want to do with Pig is to do some shading to show the shadow underneath. So he's going to be darker down here at the bottom, like this, and then lighter towards the centre. But also he's spherical-ish. I mean, he's oval, he's not a sphere. I don't know the word, but hopefully you know what I mean. So if we make him darker on these edges, and then leave a lighter centre, that will also help to give the impression that he's a bit rounded. I don't know why I think he, could be a she. I always think they're he, all pigs are he's, you know, even the ones feeding baby. I don't know what goes on in my head sometimes. And I really want to emphasize how dark it is down here. Now this is my lightest pink, but I'm quite impressed with how many layers I'm getting out of this and how dark it's going. Sometimes a pastel pink can be quite difficult. I'm just going to sharpen before I do those legs. Can be quite difficult to layer up pastel colours, because they sometimes if you layer them up they don't really change colour, whereas you can see there's quite a difference in colour between that and that. Sometimes they just I don't know, it just doesn't change. So there we go, just neatening a bit. Now that nose, a little bit under here I'm thinking, and there. Now the ears, I'm thinking darker inside, but also darker at the bottom than the top. Okay, that doesn't look as neat as I'm hoping. Right, now I'm on two minds as to whether to use the second pink to add more depth of colour or to just leave it with that one. I'm rather liking that tone. I'm thinking if I add something else I'm risking it looking not so pretty really, but I'm going to grab the Bordeaux, which is number 23, to do the spots. So our spots are going to be darker. If you want white spots you can at this point use a white Posca to make them white, but I'm going to as I say use this Bordeaux. Now when you've shaded something like this, so this here is much lighter than this here, when you're doing the spots you want to try and do that too, so keep this one a bit lighter, just takes a lighter touch, less layers, and this one compared with this one which is in a darker area of our pig, I don't know how much it's going to show up, but for me it can make a difference sometimes on some pictures. There we go. I'm going to do these little bits in this darker too. There. I'm wondering about the insides of the ears. Yeah, let's do them a bit darker, just so they look a little different. And then this slot, thinking it's going to be dark in there. I don't think this is dark enough. I shall get another darker colour. I think that's it for now. I may change my mind. Now I want quite a sort of purpley grey for the shadow inside the slot. So I've grabbed number 8, which I think is quite like a Payne's grey. It's just called grey. Sorry, I'll show you number 8. I'm just going to go firstly just along the bottom like that for shadow, but we also want some shadow here under this label, so I'm going to pop a little bit underneath, and then here too, like that, down the sides. There we go. And then I'm thinking under here, I don't want it too dark, that bit's a bit dark. I'm thinking here maybe? Yeah, I think I'm going to leave it there, I'll spoil it. We have these coins, now I had the choice, silver or gold. We have done a bit of each on this page so far. Maybe we should do both. So do 2 silver, 2 gold, that would be more fun and give you a choice really. Oh, that's the wrong pencil. Hold on, wrong brand. Right, number 9 is our black. Okay, and we're going to start with black on all of them, I think. So a little bit on each end of each coin. I'm not going to put it on the top, because I think the top would be slightly lighter, so we're going to leave that there. That's it. Now our silver ones, we're going to now go to number, I'm just checking, yes, we're going to go to number 8. I'm just looking at my grade. I've got a little swatch chart here. I'm getting really professional. I've got a swatch now. You'd be impressed. It's not really that amazing. There. Just a scribble bit of paper with the names on. So that's our one grey. The silver would do this one silver as well. So what you want to try to do is to fade that colour slightly as you come in towards the middle of the coin. And I'm going to put the tiniest bit on the top as well, like that. And then I think I used 83. Now 83 is the dove grey. It's got a very slight blue hint to it, which I think will work very well for our silver. For silvers you want cool bluey greys rather than warm browny greys. And then leave some white for shine. And a bit on the top. There we go. You could always colour your coins in a I'm just choosing my next colour. You could always colour them 76 Van Dyke brown. You could always colour them with a metallic pen, if you're happier with that. The only thing with the coin is, because we've got this line here, if you're using a metallic pen, make sure that black line shows if you can, or draw it back in with a black pen after. Try not to colour over it, or else it'll look you won't quite necessarily be able to work out what it is. And you notice with that one I haven't put any on the top yet. That's purposeful. We've got more colours coming. I'm going to use the 73 next, which is the burnt sienna. It's a little bit orangey, but I think it will work. Start to extend this, and I'm going to use it up there just a tad. The reason I didn't use my second colour up there is because I've got more colours for this one. So I'm next going to go to 49, which is the fawn. Okay, I don't know if you can see that. It's a funny angle. Just a little bit of this. Okay, now we want 16, which is the golden ochre. Whoop. There you go. It's very hard to read the white print on the pencil, isn't it? And this is our penultimate colour, so you need enough space for one more colour. And then we're going to go for a yellow. I think I'm going to go for, yeah, number 11, which is actually sand. Okay, and I'm going to make sure I colour over everything that I've already coloured on each coin, but leaving still a little white space for shine in the middle. That one I messed up and the white spaces got covered over. Now if you do that, you can use a white pen to rediscover it, or you can just leave it. I'm actually just going to leave it because I don't think the white pen's going to look that good. Okay, so now we have this label. Now I thought I could just use this colour on it. We've got a yellow label here though, and also I think it's not going to look very nice against there, so I'm going to use a grey. I'm going to use the lightest one, the 83, and that was the Dove Grey, just to remind you. And I'm going to use it quite lightly because I have coloured this grey shadow around here, so I want that to show up, so I'm just going to keep it quite light. I'm going to make that the same because I think the back of the paper would be the same colour, but I'm going to put a darker layer there for the shadow of that turned over bit, and put a shadow in there. And we need a colour for that sticky tape. Maybe I'll just use a 16. I know I said I wanted it to match, but sticky tape is not normally grey. There. Oh, she draws such cute little things, doesn't she? How adorable. Right, I hope we've done him justice because he is the cutest. Now, if you wanted to ground your item, some people like to do a little bit of shadowing underneath or something. You would want to do a little bit of darker shadow under the pig there, and maybe just around the coins. But I haven't been doing that on any of them. I just leave them all floating around on the page, you know, why not? But there he is. So yeah, I hope that was okay. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a fabulous day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next picture from this lost items page. We're to the end of our second row already, seems to have gone very quickly. We have a sort of daisy in a jar, which is very cute, and I'm just having a think about what to do. I think I'm going to start with the lid, and I think I want to do it silver. I think that will be fun. We've done a bit of silver on this page already, but I think I rather like having a go at some silver. So I'm going to start with number 9, which is our black, and put a little bit right on the edge, like that. Just sort of fade it from the end. You can use it quite dark on the edge and fade it in. And the reason I'm starting with the lid is I've got no idea what to do with the rest. I'm going to go to number 8 next, which is grey, and I'm going to go virtually over that black and just extend it out. As I said on the Piggy Bank video, if you watch that one, you want to use cold greys when you're doing silver. I think we'll go to our Dove Grey next, which is 83. It's the same as we did for the coins. And now we're going to do a little bit more on the top. And also extend this a bit. Like that. And then lastly, I'm going to use the light grey, which is number 80. Okay. Just bring it in so that that area of shine is quite small. You still want some white, just not too much. There we go. Now let's start with the centre of the flower. I rather like doing flower centres. I'm going to grab number 56 to start with, which is the light olive. It might seem like an odd choice, but I do like to put a little bit of green in the centre of a flower, just on the edge. This is quite a small flower, and then I want a sort of lemon. We have a lemon, I'm just finding it, number 12 for the rest. So we've got sort of a yellowy green and then a greeny yellow, like that. Now daisies tend to be white. We could try and leave this white, but it's rather, you could do it more like a gerbera with some colour in there. I rather quite fancy doing a colour. I'm just thinking about the background as well. Although we're in a jar, I think we're going to do... Right, no, let's do the flower. I think I've got a plan. I'm going to use number 25. It's a really pretty salmony pink, I think. It's actually called Pink. I'm just going to make it a little bit darker near the centre and then fade it out towards the tip of the petal. Now if you would rather use two shades of colour to graduate your colour rather than layering up and fading, which one is it? The 29 goes really nicely with this as a darker tone, I find. I am going to try and just fade it down a little. I didn't do very well on that one. Just too busy talking. It's not like me. So I'm just going to go back over those bits that I want to be dark and then just gently try and fade them in so we don't have a line. There we go. It's quite pretty, isn't it? Now the stem part and the leaves. Let's have a little looky. What have we got? I want something, a sort of nice mid colour. I'm thinking the 52 or the 5. Let's go for the 5 because we used the 52 on this one. So this will be a little bit different, number 5. I think we did anyway. It's quite a dark, quite dark. Now for the leaves, I want to try and fade them a little bit towards the tip. Now if you want to tie, if you're doing a page with lots and lots of flowers, someone gave me this hint which actually I discovered already. If you've got a page you're doing orange flowers, purple flowers, yellow flowers, blah blah blah, use a bit of the flower colour in the leaf just on the tip like I did on this one, and it can help to tie that flower to that leaf and it makes the page look a bit less random. It's it's fun to play around with that. This is an Ergosoft. I don't know why I've picked that up. Wrong pencil. I'm going to use number 52, which is the sap green, just for the grass. Now I'm not going to do the ground part as grass. I'm going to do it as soil. You could do it as grass, but Johanna's drawn a few little dots on it, and it just makes me think it's soil. I'm actually going to do this colour first. This is the 19. It is the, I can't remember what it's called. Where are you? Dark ochre. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do it quite lightly. It's got a hint of green in. It doesn't look as dirty as brown, but it's not going to be my only colour. I'm purposely staying away from the edge. You see Johanna's drawn a line around. I'm going to leave that white for now. Okay, so here's my first layer of dirt, and I'm going to use another brown as well. I think I used the 77. This is the tobacco brown. It's quite dark, and I think if I use this as well, just using the same round and round gentle technique, I think we'll get a warmish, interesting-ish colour. There we are. Okay, my next job is my ribbon. You notice I'm avoiding the glass, procrastinating. Now remember I said that the number 29 went well with this, so that's what we're going to use for our ribbon, if I can find it. Here we go. It's called it's really hard for you to see that. I just can't get it looking. It's the carmine red, and it's a very, very thin ribbon. I would quite like to sort of fade it a bit and make some shine, but it's so narrow. I think I'm actually just going to block it out quite hard because I want you to be able to see my ribbon. There we go. Label next? I think so. The label I'm going to do in a 12. That's the one we've used already. Remember, with our label we tend to use the colour we've used already. Now this 12 is the lemon. I told you, did I say it was lemon? I'm losing my marbles. I said I was the other day. I really am. There we go. Sort of matches up with that then. Now we need to do our glass. This is the bit I've been procrastinating. Now I watched a glass tutorial from Colour with Claire, and she did quite an interesting technique which I'm going to try. Number 83, this is the Dove Grey, and we're going to leave this white outline, and the reason we're doing that, this is how she did it, but also Johanna's drawn it like this, indicating that she doesn't want us to colour that outside bit. Oh, that's a very noisy train, and I'm just going to fade this in. Okay, like that. I'm going to do the same on the other side. This is exactly how she did it, except she did it better. So it was, I'm trying to think what she did. It was a spring picture that she was doing, and it looked really good. So if you want a better tutorial, you go and see hers. I'm really going to darken that there. Now I'm colouring this on top of the, I need to colour it on top. What this has actually done is it's made it look like that outline isn't part of the jar. Interesting. Now under the lid we've got this little bit. I'm going to colour it darker to lighter and give it the shine in the middle. You want the shine to carry on down from this bit here. And I'm wondering what to do with this very outside bit. I'm wondering whether to, maybe I'll do a lighter. I could go darker or lighter. I think lighter is the way to go. So number 80, this is our light grey. And I'm thinking maybe I'll leave some white there. Maybe that will make sense. Not sure. Okay, now what we normally do for glass as well is get some white and draw some shine, some reflection on it, but I'm not thinking this actually needs it because we've left this white areas on it. So you could, if you want to draw white shine, you grab your white pen, where you would do it parallel with the jar. Now you could do it all the way over or just a little bit on the edges. It's sort of personal taste really, and you could also do it over the top of these black lines that Johanna's drawn. Maybe she's indicating that that should be white. I'm not sure, but I'm not going to fiddle with mine anymore. I'm going to leave it like that. You know, we've got other glass jars later, so I will do those in a different way, I think. And then you can sort of pick what you think might work. And I was saying I'd lost my marbles. There is a jar of marbles, but we've got quite a long time until we reach there. It's 20 pictures time. Wow, it's a long time, isn't it? But that's me for today. Thank you so much for watching. I do hope that you have a really good day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video in this series from Rooms of Wonder, and here we have a cassette tape. Now I'm not really sure whether everyone watching will know or remember what they are, but I'm going to start colouring anyway. This is number 9, which is the black. I always remember cassettes being black, so that's what I'm going to do, but I'm going to just start lightly. I don't want it to be overwhelmingly black, but I'm going to put a light layer of black on and then think about where it might be a little bit lighter and darker in shade. Now I think that this is a mixtape. What people used to do was they would make a little mixtape for their partner, or for their girlfriend or boyfriend, because there are hearts drawn on here. This is the label. So I'm thinking, has a boy made a mixtape for his girlfriend, or you know, something like that. I used to make it was of course completely illegal. You weren't supposed to record music from tape to tape or off the radio or anything. You're supposed to buy the singles, but everybody did it, and I used to do it too, recording the Top of the Pops, and not Top of the Pops, that was on TV, the chart show of Radio 1, and recording the songs that I wanted. It was always tricky. You'd have to listen to the charts, stand right next to the tape recorder, and wait and see whether your choice of song is going to come up. Now let's think about light and shade. I think the top's going to be the lightest, I think the side's going to be the darkest, and this is going to be somewhere in between. So I'm going to put a second layer of black on this front part. Now because these are soft pencils, hard pencils, sorry, you don't get a really dark black initially. You can if you press really hard, which I wouldn't recommend, or if you just gently layer up. But it means that you can get different tones quite easily. I don't know if tone's the right word, but anyway, different intensity of colour. So you can see that this is darker than just the one layer. It takes patience to layer up. It can be tempting to just push hard to get a darker colour, and that does work, but we have to be a little bit careful that we don't damage the paper or the pencil. So this side I think is going to be even darker, so I'm going to put down a second layer. You can see it looks like that, and then a third layer. Can you see what a difference it's made? So a darker layer up to that sort of corner there, and then another one. And I'm thinking under here it would be even darker, and here where there's shadow, but I'm not sure it's going to show up. I think we've sort of used up our tooth in our paper really. So that is that. Now the actual tape used to be a sort of very dark blackish brownish colour, so I think I'm going to grab the 77. This is the tobacco brown. I think it will be the best for the actual tape. I remember this tape used to sometimes get jammed in the tape recorder, and you'd try and take out the tape itself, and you would end up pulling all these reel of tape out, and then you'd have to get a pencil and put it through this hole here and wind it back up onto the spools within the tape. I guess they're in there, I don't know. And it wasn't much fun. Now I'm thinking these two pieces on the sides, I can't really remember those, but I'm going to do them in a silver. And I always think the number 8, which is our grey, is quite a nice purpley grey, which I think makes a good silver. So I'll show you what I'm going to do with this one is just make it a little darker here. So just putting a few layers here and here, and a bit less there. I'm going to do the same on this side. So leave a bit of shine in the middle. It's really cheats grey, silver. We're only doing one colour. I could add some others in, but really there aren't many similar colours to this. The dove grey might have worked with it, but I'm quite happy with that. Now I'm not sure what I think these are the screws, so I think I might do these in this colour too. And try and leave a little bit of white in the middle as if there's a bit of shine. Not too worried about it looking super shiny. They were often made of plastic anyway, and that one hasn't got any anyway. But I think what we need to do now is make it look a little bit more fun with these stickers. That bit in the middle there, that would be a gap, as would those, they're holes. There would be a plastic reel around here, which we can see the edge of there. I'm not sure what colour to do that. I think we'll think about that later. We'll do the label. So we've got the little hearts. I'm thinking a really bright pink. The number 61, which is our dark mauve. Oops. We'll use that for the hearts. Maybe they're just love songs. It's cute, isn't it? I think it's clever what Johanna does is she just writes a sort of nonsense word on there so that she doesn't have to redraw the pictures for different versions of the book. Whereas with someone like Hannah Carlson, she does draw on the book. I'm just choosing my pink. I'm trying to find the one I want. There it is, number 20. This is the magenta. She does, Hannah Carlson does write proper words in her pictures, so I guess she has to redraw that bit depending on where her book's being published. I'm keeping this quite light. Oh, I nearly went into there then. That has to stay empty. I'm thinking maybe this bit, another layer, so it's a little bit darker on there. And then maybe we'll make this bit, so I'm layering up a little bit here, a little bit darker than the centre bit. Now tapes would often, if you bought a commercial tape, it would have a picture of the band on it or something. And inside the tape case there'd be a little booklet and it would have all the words to the songs and that sort of thing in there, so you could sing along. I'm going to use number 21, which is the light rose, just to do that little spool there. And I'm also going to use it for the label, because remember I'm using a little bit of one of the colours that I've used already for each of the labels. And I think this one, I'm trying to go a little bit lighter on that curled over bit. So I'm just going to layer that up a little bit more. There we go, and we're going to do the tape. I'm thinking maybe a really light grey. What have we got? All this, maybe, yeah, let's do that dove grey that I mentioned. We can see that then. It's number 83. You can see it's quite light. Now, this part here is usually covered. It's not open. There's a bit of plastic over it so that you can't damage the tape bit. So I'm thinking we might just go over this like that, just to make it look like you can see there's something there that's shiny. I don't know if that really works, but that's that. The holes here would be empty. You need to push your pencil in there to wind up your broken tape. But there we go. There is our tape. It's quite a fun thing. I used to love my tapes. Anyway, that's today. There'll be another video later. But for today, that's us for this morning. So thank you for watching, and tune in tomorrow to see how I colour the drum. But thank you and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to our next video in this fun page from Rooms of Wonder by Johanna Basford. We have got our drum to colour today, so I've got my pencils case open on the browns, and I'm just having a little think about these drumsticks. Now we don't really have a sort of beige, which is how I would like to colour them, in our Staedtler Design Journey pencils, which is what I'm using for the whole page. So I'm just picking something else. I am actually going to grab this tobacco brown. This is number 77, but I'm going to use it as lightly as I can. So I don't want these to be really dark. I just want you to be able to see that there's some colour there. Now I'm gently massaging the paper with my pencil. I'm not pushing down very much at all. I'm letting the paper almost take the colour off the pencil. Now in an ideal world, I would make the very bottom of each drumstick slightly darker to look like shadow. Excuse me, but I'm not sure that that's even going to show up. I'm going to give it a try. So I'm going to sharpen my pencil to a really fine point. Now I don't want this to be too dark either, so it's going to be quite challenging, but I'm just going to very gently run my pencil along the bottom like that, and a little bit like that. Do the same on this side. A little more awkward going in this direction for me. I can't breathe. Hold my breath. There we go, is what I meant. So there it is. That it's really subtle, but if they were bigger, I would do more work there and you would see it more. Now the top of our drum, again, I'm a little stuck on colour. I think I'm just going to grab this one, number 73. This is the burnt sienna. But I don't want it, again, I don't want it too dark, so I'm just going to put a really light layer over. To me that's a bit too orangey, so I'm going to grab the 76, the Van Dyke brown, to do my shadows. I'm thinking maybe a little bit of shadow from the rim of our drum coming round here, and then a little bit on the corner, because of course circles have corner, edge. There we go. I'm going to leave that there. I don't want it any darker. Now our actual drum, we're going to have some fun with some bright colours, I think. So let's turn. I'm going to start with a really bright blue. Number 37 is rather nice. This is our ultramarine blue, and I'm going to start with the top. So this brim, now I want it to look metallic. I'm thinking that the drum might be made of metal and be shiny, so I'm going to leave some white gaps as I colour. Here I'm going to do it in the middle, so I'm just sort of fading towards there. It's a bit brown, so it doesn't really show, and we'll do the same here to try and make it look a bit shiny. You might have to squint a bit and use your imagination. There we go, and then I'm going to do the downward ones as well, but here I'm going to sharpen. I'm going to leave the shine. Cool, look how wibbly wobbly that is. That's brilliant. And will it snap is the question. So I'm going to do a little bit at the top. I'm trying to go gently so I don't snap it, and then a bit from the bottom, so we've got a little shine bit in the middle. I'm going to do that on each one like that. It seems unlikely that someone would lose a drum and 2 drumsticks. I would think, surely they would lose 1 stick. There we go. Now, oh, we've got these. I could do those in this colour too. I think I will. What I'm going to try and do is leave a white bit in the middle. It's really hard. Doing my best. There we go. Now I want a red. We have our number 2. Now I think I'm going to go for 29 actually. This is the carmine red, and I think this is the sort of nicest, brightest red. I'm just going to sharpen it. Now, just thinking, where am I going to do... Ooh, look at that, a bit of the paint's just come off. Interesting, it's not going to affect the pencil. So I'm going to do this bit red. And like the blue, I'm going to build it up on the edge and then fade it towards the middle to make it look shiny. Now we could use the darker red on the edge to get that effect, and I might if I think it's necessary. Just looking at the time because I'm so hungry. It's 11 o'clock. Too early. So a bit of lightness there. And then down here as well to match. And then just gently do less layers towards the middle. So I walked along the canal today. I was looking out for wildlife. I saw a wren. It's a fleeting glance, they're very shy. Got very close to a robin, which was rather nice. There was a very, very loud duck quacking. I heard him from a long way away. He was funny. I'm just going to build this colour up a little bit on the edges. And what else did I see? I'm trying to work out how to do these bits at the same time as talking to you. Didn't see much else actually. There's a few pigeons. With this one I still want to try and fade it towards the middle, which is going to be interesting. Yes, no, I didn't really see much else. I saw a friend in the supermarket, which was nice. We had a quick catch up. She did suggest a coffee, but I didn't really have the time today. I know that if we'd sat down for a coffee, we'd have been there till 2 o'clock, and not today. But I shall message her later and see if she wants to have a coffee next week when I've got a bit more time. I'm going to do a green for the other bit of the drum. I'm just trying to decide between the number 5 and the number 38. I think I use the 5. This is just called green. And again, I want to think about fading it towards the middle to try and make this drum look more rounded. So I'm going to really layer it up here on this edge. And then fade it a little bit here, not too much, because we need some fade along here as well. So we want it as lightest there, so a bit darker here. It's fun, this drum, isn't it? I don't think I ever had a drum as a child. No one was that cruel to buy me one to torture my parents. I had a xylophone. That used to disappear on a regular basis. Firstly because there was only one, so me and my sister would argue over it because it was fabulous. All the things you hit were multicoloured, like a rainbow, so it looked really pretty, and you could hit it really hard with the stick and it would make such a good noise. Now the label I'm going to do in the blue, we use this 37, but I'm going to use it quite lightly. Yes, so it was good fun. But no, someone bought my boys a drum, and inside it were loads of other percussion instruments. It was, they loved it. I'm not sure I did. And I'm going to use the number 73 for the sticky tape. Really lightly. Yeah, I want to put a little bit of shadow on here. I'm going to use this dark brown, number 77, just under here. I feel like the label would be creating a shadow. Yeah, it's better. And under here. Yep. And then I am done. So there is our drum. I hope that's okay. I had fun with that one. Yeah, so have a really lovely day. Hopefully you'll get some colouring done, but have some fun. Do something chill. Do something for yourself. Look after yourself. Have fun and happy colouring. Hi everyone, I have a little gift for you today. Isn't it cute? Johanna's drawn us this beautiful present. I'm going to start colouring it right away with my Staedtler Design Journey pencils. I'm actually talking slowly because I'm trying to decide on my colour. I'm going to grab the number 23. This is the Bordeaux. It's really pretty, and we're going to use it for the hearts on the gift wrap. I like colouring presents. It's nice, isn't it? I like wrapping presents too, but I always like to try and make them look really pretty with ribbons and things, but I'm not that good at crafting, in that I think because I'm a bit fast and slapdash, I always hurry and rush everything that I do, and it means that that I can't get straight lines or things looking really neat. So my bows can be a bit squiff and, you know, not perfect, and my wrapping, the paper isn't lined up exactly in the middle and things like that. So they don't look quite as good as they could. Now I was quite tempted to go with pink paper, but our piggy bank above here, he's very pink. So let's go with a different colour. What's going to go with this though? I haven't really thought this through. I think we're going to go with a blue. The number 63 is a rather nice blue, which I think will work with it. It's a Delft blue. It's because it's quite a grey blue. I think it goes well with pink. Now, like some of our other items, we've got several sides to this, so we need to think about where the light is going to be and which side's going to be darker or lighter, just like we did with our cassette tape a couple of days ago. So I'm doing the same thing. I'm putting a light layer of blue all over it. I mean, obviously that one wasn't blue, but this is what I'm doing to start with. And then we'll think about which side needs more layers of colour. And it can be quite simple. So the top, I always think, is probably going to be the lightest, because it's very likely that our light source will be from the top. I tend to think of it either coming straight from the top or straight from the front. It just makes it a lot easier than trying to think of it from one side or another. It doesn't matter where, as long as you just keep it the same throughout your picture. So on here, you know, it would make sense to have every item having the light from the same place, but I quite often just take it item by item on colouring pages, rather than trying to you know, do the light for a whole picture. Just do it item by item. Now, so the top, I've decided the light's coming from the top, so I'm just going to tidy up the top a little bit, and that'll set our lightest colour. So everything's going to need to be darker than that. I think this side, I'm not really sure between these two sides which is going to be darker or lighter, to be honest, because that is right in the middle. It's actually more likely that that is going to be darker and that's going to be lighter. So what I'm going to do is approach it slightly differently and make it darker here on this edge, and then, oops, out of the lines you go. No, you don't have to, just me. Make it lighter as we go towards the middle. It might not be too obvious, So I'm just going to go over this edge bit a little more. This isn't the darkest of blues. You could darken it up with a darker blue or even a black, but I think just putting another layer or two on there is probably going to be enough. And I'm going to do the same on the other side. Excuse me. So making it a bit darker here and then lighter as we go across. The sun is shining today. It feels like spring has arrived. I was on the train yesterday and looking at all the delicious spring greens on all the trees, all the blossoms just coming out. Oh, so fresh. Now I don't look forward to spring because I really dislike hot weather, and for me it's showing me that summer's coming and I'm going to be boiling hot soon and miserable. I try not to be, but hey, I'm going to try and have a better attitude towards the hot weather this year if I can. I got telling off actually by my sister, who said, you keep telling me that I should be more, shouldn't complain about things so much and try and be positive, and you're not when it comes to hot weather. And I went, yeah, you've got a good point there. You've got a good point, sister. So I need to be a bit better behaved. I'm going to grab a darker red. 23 is what I want. I don't have it. Oh, that's what we used for the hearts already. I was going to use that for the bow. No, let's use, would it work? Would it match? Yes. No. I want to use 61. I'm going to try it. I'm not entirely convinced if it's going to work. What do you think? No. No, I decided not. I think purple's going to match better. Let's go for the 6. This is the, oh, just hit my finger, sorry. Violet. We'll go for the violet and see if that works better. I think it's going to work better because obviously violet is a mixture of blue and red. This is pinky red. Again with this, a light layer over the whole bow ribbon, and then we'll think about shading. Yeah, but even though I'm not a big fan of spring, I'm certainly a fan of spring colours and blossom, just so beautiful. And there were some really pretty colours on the train. I mean, we're lucky to live in such a pretty county anyway, with lots of countryside. I mean, obviously along the train line there's lots of businesses and houses as well, but there were quite a lot of expansive fields, and we weren't on the train that long. Our train route is a bit odd. To get to where we had to go, we have to go to another town first, which is in the wrong direction, and then the train changes direction and goes on to the place we wanted to go to. This bit is going to be the darkest, so I'm going to do that first. So yeah, we had quite a convoluted route, but it's still quicker than the bus and it's much more comfortable. And yeah, it was quite fun. I was taking my boy to the hospital, and he goes to the hospital for his orthodontics. Excuse me. Unfortunately, we sort of thought it would be his last appointment. He would have a retainer to wear at night just to keep his teeth straight. Now he's finished his treatment. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. He's got to go back still for a year. And but that's, you know, once every 4 months, and his next appointment will be in August, so it'll be in the holiday, so I'll be able to take him easily enough again on the train. But because my parents live in the town that he goes to the hospital, so I'm going to make that a bit darker, so we can sort of make a day trip of it, which will be a lot better. We couldn't do that yesterday because we had a 10 o'clock appointment and he had a 12 o'clock bus to catch back here in the town where we live. So we left home at 7:45. We walked to our train station. We were going to catch the 8:20 but we had to buy tickets. I didn't know how long the queue would be in the ticket office, but there was no one there. So we bought tickets, and the train before ours was delayed, so it hadn't arrived, so we hopped on that one, so we were early leaving. So we actually got to the hospital by 1:15. We got to the other town, got off the train. We had a 1.5 miles walk to the hospital, which was quite jolly. We walked along. The road we have to walk along is full of really old Regency houses, and they are beautiful and so expensive. And we were just like, oh, you know, having such fun admiring these houses. So that was good. But so we walked 1.5 miles. We were 3/4 of an hour early. The hospital is opposite a private school, so they were doing PE. We were watching them. I actually have some. My husband's cousin's children go to the school, so we were seeing if we could spot them. They were far too far away, we couldn't tell. My boy thought they were probably a bit too young, the ones that we could see, to be these sort of second cousins or whatever they are to him. Anyway, so we went into our appointment into the hospital about more than half an hour early, and they saw us, which was nice. We couldn't even check in because the computer wouldn't let us on the auto check-in because we were too early. But the receptionist checked us in. She was very nice. And we were let in really early. I'm going to do this with a light colour. So we were out of our appointment half an hour before we should have even gone in. So we were able to... We were going to have to really rush to get the train, but we didn't have to rush so much. But we did go the wrong way. I got us lost. I don't know how, but anyway. Luckily my son had his phone, and we used the old Google Maps to find where we were. I'm going to use the black to do a bit of shadowing. And so we used the Google Maps and found where we were. We weren't too far away, luckily, from where we should have been. And we are only about 5 minutes of detour to get back on track. And then we got the train back, and we managed to arrive at our house 5 minutes before my son would have needed to leave to get his bus, so he could rush in, and he had to get a little container to put his retainer in for when he's eating his lunch, because he was going to eat his lunch at college when he got there. So yeah, it was all a bit mad. And fast walking, my golly. My son is 6'2" and I'm 5'7". His body, from his head to his waist, is the same height as me. All his height is in his legs, so he has such a big stride and so fast. My legs are still aching this morning. Right, I am finished. There we go. There's your gift. So I hope you enjoy your gift. If you want to repay me with a gift, then subscribe or like or comment. No, seriously, thank you to everybody that does do that, and those of you that just watch, because all of it means so much and makes a big difference, and I'm just very grateful. And I wouldn't make videos if it wasn't for the fact that I knew that people were enjoying them. So by liking, subscribing and commenting, that helps me know that that's the case. But thank you so much for watching. Enjoy your gift, have a fantastic day, and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next picture in this series from Rooms of Wonder with the Staedtler Design Journey pencils. Now we have a Lucky Clover, is what I think this is, in a jar to colour today. I am going to start with number 38, which is a bluey green. It's actually called Sea Green. I'm going to do a little bit of the clover with this, just the sort of very centre. So I'm going to do a little bit in the middle and then start to spread that out towards the edge, just light like that, so that it's easier to blend into the next colour. Like this. I'm also going to use this for the stars. Now you might want to use some glitter for these once you're done, don't use it right now. Be quite fun because it looks quite magical, doesn't it? And then I'm going to use number 5 for the rest of the clover, 4-leaf clover. You ever found a 4-leaf clover? I have. In my parents' house, where they still live now actually, there used to be loads in the lawn, in the back lawn. Used to find them all the time, which was quite fun. Well, I say all the time, you know, maybe 2 or 3 per summer, which is a lot, I think. I mean, this could be a shamrock. They look the same. I don't even know if they are the same. I don't know. There we go. I'm not going to do more work on the stem. She says, doing more work on the stem. I'm a liar. I'm going to put a gentle layer of this green on the label. I want the label to be green. Now we've done a jar already. I'm going to do this one slightly differently to the other one. I think it's nice to have some different ideas. There we go. So I think I'm going to do this jar in green. Okay. Let me see, what am I using? 52. This is the sap green. I'm going to use this for the jar. Now, how should we go about this? I think I will go right to the edge like that, quite hard, and then start to fade my green towards the middle like that. Okay, I'm going to ignore the bottom bit at the minute. I'm still thinking about that. So like that, and then just less towards the centre. We can leave a white bit. And the advantage in doing this green is that because the items inside are green, it could look like the green of the jar is making them look greener or not. You know, it doesn't really matter. And I've got a little dot there which I want to keep white. But I might not manage to achieve that. So I want to leave a sort of white bit down the centre as well. Don't worry if it doesn't quite look neat. You can just keep reworking your colour until it comes to what you want. So I really want it quite dark there and lighter there. There we go. I'm happier with it now. There we go. Now these lines you could put a white pen over to make them look more shiny. Now just making that a little bit darker. I don't know why, I just want it to look a bit different to the rest, but we still want that white bit in the middle, white shine. So there is our jar. We've got this here actually. Now I'm thinking lid. Do we do the lid in the same colour so it's green as well? So we've got everything green. I think it's going to look a bit odd if we don't, to be honest. So but I'm going to try a really light green. This is number 53. This is the lime green. I just want it to look a bit different. I'm going to continue with the idea of fading towards the centre because we've got a lid that needs to look more spherical. We want the light bit to line up with that. And a bit of light on the top as well. But look, we've got this line here which looks to me like there's supposed to be a little brim on the lid. So I'm going to grab the number 50, just put in a little bit of shadow. I'm just going to sharpen it. There we go. Just underneath this line, all the way around. I can hear some banging. I think it's outside. I don't think it's inside my house. It's very old. Anyway, there we go. The last thing I want to do is to put, I feel like there would be a little bit of shadow underneath there on the glass, and I don't want to do that in green. I'm thinking this warm grey might just work. Oops, it's a sort of brownish grey. This is number 85. I'm just going to put it under here. There we go. I'm thinking there'd be a bit more under that bit where it's sort of curled. There'd be a bit there. Don't know. There is now. There we are. So there's our label, just a little bit of shadow. So that's our jar. It's really straightforward, but I hope to you it looks quite shiny. I think, see, am I going to put some white on here? I've got no white pen on the page at all, but I think it would make it look more shiny, so I'm going to use my Posca. And where Johanna's drawn these black lines to guide us, I'm going to make them white, and hopefully it makes it look more shiny. I'm also going to do these dots. These aren't really showing up. There we go. I think that's a little bit better, but it's up to you if you do that or not. But there we go. There is our jar. Very quick, yeah, I'm quite pleased with it. I think it's worked quite well. So thank you for watching. Have a really lovely day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to another picture from our Rooms of Wonder page. I'm trying to flatten it out a little bit. There we go. We've got a very pretty purse to colour today. I'm just thinking about whether to do this metal in gold or silver. Now normally whenever I've had a little purse like this, it's been in silver, so I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start with number 9, which is our black, just to put in a few details, and then we'll get going. So I'm thinking right down here, it's going to be our darkest part. I used to love having a little purse like this when I was little, with a clasp like that. I'd be clicking the clasp, click, 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 all the time. Drive everybody absolutely bonkers. Now our chain, I also want to be silver, but I'm not going to do that quite yet. I'm going to next grab the grey, number 8. And extend that a bit. Now the key to knowing how much to extend it is you have to have in mind how many colours you're going to use. So I'm going to use one more after this, and also so you can think about how much space you need to leave. My last colour is going to be the number 83, which is our dove grey. I think a bluey grey can work quite well with this sort of thing. And I want to fade it off so that we leave a bit of white for shine. Now, this chain part is going to be really difficult to put shine into, what I'm going to try and do is use this Dove Grey to colour each bit and leave a bit of white, which is going to be really tricky and take a lot of concentration, which I'm not doing because I'm nattering. So I'm just going to do the best I can. I also can't really see what I'm doing very well because I can't get close enough. Or else all you would see was my hair, blurred hair. Lovely. Not what you want to see, especially my hair. Ick. But anyway. Just work through. You could do the little beaded bits in a different colour, but I want the purse to stand out, not the chain. There. It's not perfect, but never is. Okay, leaves. I want to use some different greens. Yesterday we used loads of greens. We used different greens today, so I'm going to grab, to start with, this one. Oops, if I can get it out. This is the dark ochre, number 19. And I'm going to use this for the base of our leaves. I haven't thought about what colour I'm going to actually colour the purse itself or the flowers. I'm just trying to do some different colour leaves today. I'm not going to put this on the teeny tiny leaves because there's not going to be space for lots of colour. So I'm next going to use, I want 57, which is the olive green. And I'm going to go over the top of that colour and then bring the green up like that. Just a bit there. There we go. And all these little leaves I'm going to do in this colour. I think those are probably leaves as well. I'm going to leave the tips of those slightly bigger ones because I can use my final colour on those, which is number 56, which is the light olive. And again on these I'm going to go right over the whole thing and bring that colour up like that. Now we haven't used much orange lately on this page, and I always think that these greens match oranges really quite well. So that's what I'm going to do. Let's turn to the oranges. I think I will use the peach first. This is number 43 for the centre here of the flower. I just want something a little bit paler. I don't know why centres are done paler, those quite often they're darker. Anyway. Then I'm going to grab, whoops, the 42. I can't get it out. There we go. I'm using a Derwent pencil case, and you have to put 2 pencils in each elastic and it can get a bit stiff. But it's better than nothing for these because it means I can mix my sets up. I know some people find that really difficult, but I like to mix my Staedtlers up and then I'll use them. I use all of them. Number 4 is the orange, and we're going to do that for these outside leaves. My piece of paper behind isn't quite, that's better, isn't quite behind, it was there, and it creates a little line. Now for our actual bag, I was thinking a pretty ochre would be nice, so I'm going to use 16, which is the golden ochre, and I'm going to use it all over the bag. I may, well I will, I'm sure, put another colour on as well, maybe 2, but I'm just going to get this down as a sort of background and then see how it looks really. and we'll probably put some darker colours on. I think it looks nice and goldy. Right, I'm going to leave that for a minute. I may go over it with another layer in a minute. I'm just going to use the 49, which is the fawn, to make it a little bit dark. I'm thinking I want it darker at the bottom. It already is a little bit darker at the bottom. And probably on the edges as well. Actually, Johanna's drawn us lines here as if it should be darker along this bit. So we'll do that too. And we'll just sort of fade that down a bit. And then I'm going to grab that 16 again. Back to 16 to finish it off. And then we'll be done with the main bag, I think. But I shall sit back and have a look and see if it works. I think it does. I'm not really sure how well I think the silver goes with these warm colours. But I couldn't have done gold with this ochre, so I'm sort of glad I didn't really, because I think it looks nice. There's just a few bits down here where I haven't been particularly accurate with my pencil. I'm just going to go back over. Now this label, I think I'd like to do it in our lightest green colour, and that was the 56, which was the light olive. And hopefully this looks different enough to the greens in the bottle next to it. It actually looks very much warmer. There we go. So there's our bag. You know, I'm going to just use my number 4 to just take my orange to the edge of the petals. I think, you know, it was tempting to do a bag with pink flowers and purples and things like that, but I rather like this warm colour. I think I'd be far more likely to buy a bag like this than one which was pink, but some people like pink. But that's that one done. So wow, 15 done already. So well, we're more than halfway through the first page. It doesn't feel daunting, even though there's loads to go, which is fun. I'm looking forward to the next lot. But for now, I'm going to say thank you very much for watching. Have a lovely, lovely day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video in this series from Rooms of Wonder. We're going to be doing this little, I want to say ship. Boat? Ship? Ship. A boat goes under the water like a submarine, am I right? Don't know. Anyway, we're going to colour it. And let's go. I'm having a look. I'm thinking it's probably a child's toy. So I'm thinking let's go brights. Let's start with 29. We're using our Staedtler Design Journey as we have been for this whole series. So 29, nice and bright red. I'm going to use that for the flag to sort of start with. Now you can see that the flag is not straight, so it's not going to be an even colour throughout. In here there's going to be a bit of shadow. So I'm just going to darken that a little bit and make that bit lighter. I quite fancy doing it like that, so it looks like that's curved out towards us. I think that's how it's supposed to be anyway. And yeah, just darken that a little bit. I'm going to put some other red touches on our boat. I think maybe all the horizontals like this. I'm Sorry it's early. I hope everyone's well. It's quite early on a Friday morning recording this, and a bit tired, to be honest. Don't know why. Husband was out last night, but he wasn't out late. He was at work too. But he came in about 10. I was asleep actually when he came in. I was sitting up in bed doing. I was playing Candy Crush, as you do. And I settled to sleep when I heard him come in, but then he came upstairs and I woke up again a little bit, but it didn't matter. And then he spoke to me and said something, I can't remember what. And this morning he said, "Oh, you're asleep," when I came in, and I thought, if you thought I was asleep, why did you speak to me? It's beyond me. Right, number 8 I'm going to use next. I'm just going to sharpen it. It is the grey. I always think of it as a sort of Payne's grey. And I'm going to use it for some of the metallic bits, like the flagpole. Leave a little bit of white there for shine. Now I've left white for shine here, because either it could be metallic, or it could be sort of shiny paint, one or the other. So I don't think it matters which. There. Maybe this little bit here too. I don't know what that is. There we go. Now we've got windows. Let's go with a slightly paler grey. Yeah, maybe the number 80, which is, I think, yeah, the light grey, and we'll put some lines across. I'm going to have to make it very sharp across the windows to look like reflection. I don't think we want to do sort of lights in the windows, because there wouldn't be, if it's a sort of toy, they'd be sort of made of perspex or painted on or something like that. So if we put little lines across, although it's really small, it's quite hard to see, it hopefully makes them look a little bit like there's some sort of glass. Well, it wouldn't be glass, but you know, something there. I'm wondering if this is a whole wall of windows and this, or not. I think I'm not going to do it like that. Let's get some more colour in here. I want a nice dark blue. Should we use 33? I think that's the best. That is the cobalt blue. Whoops, sorry. If you want to know the names of the Staedtlers, you can get it off their website, but I've put together a little chart on my Ko-fi shop so that you can look it up much more easily. Just names and numbers. I think I might have swatched them. No, I didn't, because I didn't have all of them. So no, I haven't swatched them. So I just did names and numbers for all 72 Staedtler pencils. So that if you just, it's quite nice, isn't it, knowing what the numbers are? This one. So I just put that together, and I've got a list here in front of me with it written on, because I don't know about you, I like to know the number. I find it a bit annoying when it's not on there. Let's grab a green. Number 52 is quite a nice mid-green, but not too light. It is called sap green, and I think we'll do this bottom part. I know boats aren't green, but this is a toy, so why not? And try to layer it up a little bit more at the edges, and then get a bit of shine in the middle. Oh, I'm beginning to wake up a bit now. This is my first sort of colouring of the day. I was doing computery jobs first thing while my husband was getting ready for work. There's always computery jobs to do. But and I was chatting to my sister too. We chat every day, which is nice on the computer. Should I do that? No. Let's get another colour. Let's go bright. 24. It is scarlet red. I thought it was orange. To me, that's orange. Yeah, so I was chatting to her briefly. I'm not sure what she's up to today. I shall chat to her again later and find out. But, oh yeah, she was going to go to a cafe. There's a place in their town called a board games cafe, and you can play all sorts of board games, obviously. I'm trying to think, do I want a bit of yellow? I think I do. I'm going to use this orangey yellow, which shows up quite well. It's number 11, which is called Sand, and we'll use it for this bit. I'm not going to leave a white bit because I don't think it will show. I think that goes there. And also I'm going to do that bit too. Yeah, so they're going to a board games cafe to have a bit of fun because it's the sort of last day. I think it's the last day. This is 52 again for the label. Last day her daughter's home. Her eldest is on holiday from uni. I think she's going back this weekend. So they're going to have a little trip, a little family outing. Play some games together and have a bit of fun, I think. They were going to go the other day, but I think they had a delivery. Now I'm purposely making this a bit darker than this, just so that it looks a little bit different. Now on the flag it's bothering me a bit. I feel like I want a little bit of grey. This again is number 8, which is the grey. And I just want to put a bit more of a shadow in there. There we go. And what I'm also going to do is put a bit around the edge of here, because I feel like this bit is further forward than this bit. I don't know if it is, but that's how it feels to me. So I want to put a bit of shadow to make it look a bit more three-dimensional. Maybe I'm being a bit fussy. There we go. I'm going to leave it there though. So there's our little boat. Oh, my remote control isn't working. I was trying to take a photo. I need to go and get a new battery. Okay, well that's me for today. I'm going to sum up and then try and take a photo in case I accidentally... I never remember which button it is and sometimes I turn off the recording instead. Have a really lovely day. Thank you so much for watching and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video from Rooms of Wonder on this sort of lost items page, and we have this bonsai tree. I'm really excited about doing this one. I think it looks great fun, although it's quite intricate. I am going to start with the trunk of the tree. I'm grabbing my 76, which is the Van Dyke brown, and I'm just going to colour all of it really. I'm gonna put it down fairly hard because with these tiny bits of branch up here, I'm not going to do a second colour. I'm probably going to make that it, just because they're really small. Sorry, I'm out of breath. I've just run up the stairs. I just changed the battery in my remote control and rushed back up. And I shouldn't be out of breath. I'm used to stairs. We've got 3 flights in our house. We've got a tall, thin house. My husband says it's like the houses in Holland. Having been to Amsterdam, I know what he means. It's not. We don't have the. We're not really made for them though in our country. What Amsterdam do, which is fantastic, is they on the top of their houses they have a hook attached to the outside and a great big sort of windows on the front, so they can hoist their furniture up on the hook, sort of winch it or whatever. I don't know the correct physics terminology. I'm going to use the 77 now to put some darker bits in, but we don't have that. But luckily when we moved in we had the the removal lorry that we booked in was had broken down, so he had to give us the next size up, which was very lucky because we would have had to have made 2 journeys. We had much more stuff than we had thought, and we would drive. My husband drove it. He's got an old-fashioned driver's license which allows him to drive HGVs, you know, the biggest type of van without a proper HGV license. And the lift on the back, which we wouldn't have had on the slightly smaller one that I actually booked, could reach up to our first floor window. So we lifted quite a lot of our furniture up, like our sofa, things like that, up to the first floor, which was rather good. Now for the leaves, I'm picking my favourite greens. I'm just trying to find them. I put them away in the wrong place. I'm going to use 57, which is the olive green. Now they're quite small, these leaves, so I'm just going to use this one colour, and I'm going to see how they look after. I think they might just be fine with just one colour, just because they're so teeny tiny. You could put a little bit of darker colour near the tip or the base, or you could go lighter with the sort of willow green, or go darker with the olive green, something like that. You could do the tip with an ochre, which is quite pretty as well. But I'm putting this down fairly hard, lots of layers, so it's unlikely I'm going to be able to put another colour on top anyway. I just like the idea because this is my favourite green. Oh, I do like the I think probably the light olive is my favourite, which is the 56. This is the 57, but it's a little bit light for this. I think I want them to sort of show up, being as they're small. But I think one of my favourite green shades. I like these sorts of olives better than sort of other greens, bluey greens and things. They have their place. Obviously I use them. I still like them, but these are just my favourites. And they don't work with everything, so it just depends what you're colouring. But as I can choose, because this is just sort of an imaginary tree. And of course, if you wish, you could do a purple trunk and pink flowers. You know, you don't have to stick to something. You can imagine how much this would be worth. Bonsai trees are so expensive, so difficult to grow, and they take so long to grow. Look at the size of this. It's so big. You wouldn't want to lose this, would you? Remember my mum growing one. It was really lovely. She just took I think it might have been a sycamore, and just planted the seed that she picked up on the street, you know, and grew a few. She did have a few kits as well. She had the wire, because you have to wire them to make them grow in this sort of shape, and you have to sort of trim the roots and do all sorts of things, and it looked terrific. But unfortunately after a while it didn't survive. I'm trying to think of what colour to do the pot. I'm quite thinking an elegant sort of violet-y colour. I'm going to grab number 6, so this is the violet, and use that for some of the pot. I'm not going to do it all the same colour, but I'm thinking if I do this top part and make it really deep, look at that, very regal looking. I think it deserves a really sort of elegant, special colour. And I've got an idea now on what to do with the rest, which is always nice. Someone's like, how do you choose colour so quickly? It's like, well, when you're on video, you can't dither too much. I mean, I could stop the video and dither, but I don't. I'm going to do these loopy bits in, I just realised I'm not as close as I could be. There we go. In number 8, which is the grey. And I'm going to make them quite dark at the top and then fade them down. I want them to look a bit silvery if I can, but there isn't space for me to really use more than one colour. You could pop in the Dove Grey as well, but I'm just going to use this one colour because, as I say, it's such a small space. Yes, so you have to be quick when you're on video. As I say, I could stop it and dither, but I find it loses some flow. Now 77, guess what colour I'm going to do this bit. I'm not going to tell you. It's going to be a mix of colours. So here's my 77 going down. I'm interested to know in the comments if you've guessed yet what I'm doing. A bit of 76. Any guesses? Or you can just tell me after, once you see what it is, whether you were right. Um, 73. Anyway, any more guesses? You must have guessed by now. And I'm doing one more. Oh, I can't get it out though. There we go. Number 1. There we go. Hopefully it looks gold or metallic, copper, silver, not sure. I don't think it really goes with that silvery bit very well, but never mind, it is done now. So there is our sort of goldish colour. I am just going to add use the 77 to put a little bit of shadow across, because I'm thinking that under each of these there might be a bit of shadow, so I'm just going to draw a little bit in and hope it just improves it a little bit. I'm trying to do a few more layers at each end, a bit less in the middle where it's lighter. Yeah, I like that, that looks better. And I'm thinking a bit along the bottom here too. Like that, and then I'm thinking under this top brim as well. I think I'm going to use the black for that one. Here it is. Ooh, it is number 9. I'm sure you know which one the black is. I'm just popping it underneath and on top of that line, like that. And then I'm thinking between the pot and the base of the tree, I did put a bit of brown there, but I don't think it really shows up, so I'm just going to put a bit more. And our label, I've decided to do in number 1, which is yellow, just in case you hadn't guessed, although it's not always easy to guess the names of pencils, is it? So we're just going to do that yellow. We have got a yellow one actually, our pineapple's yellow, but there we go. So there is our bonsai tree. Yeah, I'm quite pleased with that. I'm still not sure about that silver bit. Maybe it would have been better in purple, but never mind. I could put some purple over the top of it. Yeah. Number 6, violet. I'm going to put it on top. It's not going to show up hugely because there's already the colour there, but I'm hoping it might just look a bit better. Not sure it's made a big deal of difference, but never mind. That's that. It's all done now. So thank you so much for watching. Hope you have a really lovely day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video from this Rooms of Wonder page. We have a very lovely ring. I just hope it's no one has lost their engagement ring. But anyway, I'm just trying to think about what colours to do it. I think this sort of cushiony part, now quite often that's a dark grey or black, which is a bit boring. So I thought I would do it in red. I think red looks quite special. So I'm going to grab my number 29 and I'm going to start colouring that a bit while I think about the rest. Now we can either do the ring as silver or gold. We have this gemstone to do on it as well. And we have the box. Now the lid of the box here has got this sort of cross hatch. It's not a cross hatch, it's a diagonals on it, and I'm not sure whether that is whether that's supposed to be like a little mirrored effect inside the box or not. I think that will be very hard to achieve, but I'm not sure. I think I might just do it a sort of darker version of the colour of the box, and we obviously need the box to match this red colour, which is not as dark as I would like. So we don't have a darker red, do we? I've got that. I'm going to use this. This is a mauve, it's 260, and I'm going to go over the top, and I think it will have the effect of darkening this red to what I feel might be a more elegant looking colour. Now I'm trying to scumble it in circles because I want it to look a bit like it's velvety, and so it wouldn't be a smooth surface. It would be slightly sort of fluffy and rough, but I don't want it to look like I've made a mess and scribbled and it's a fine line. So we'll see how successful I am. But there is our sort of cushion. I think I'm going to leave it like that. Now the box needs to obviously match our red sort of idea. And I'm thinking purple would match quite well. I've got a lot of purple around here. We've got this bit here and we've got the bow on the gift above. I'm thinking maybe blue is going to be better. Now we have got blue as well going on, but anyway, I think, what shade of blue? Yeah, I think 63. 63 is our Delft blue. I think that might work quite well. So I'm going to start by putting a sort of light application across our whole box, and then I will think about which areas need to be darker, like obviously in here for example, but it's good to just start with a layer everywhere, and then you can increase your layers in the areas that need it. So again, we've got a bit here that's right on the top, so that's going to be paler, but I'm not worrying about making any bits darker quite yet. Let's just get some colour on the page and then have a think after. It's a bit messy as well, but that's okay because we're going to be adding more layers. We can tidy it up. Right, so the very top here, I'm not going to add more layers than this one. I'm just going to tidy it up there. The same with this bit. This again I think will be quite light. Okay, now The side here I'm thinking might be a bit darker at the bottom than the top. So I'm going to try and fade it up. Like that. And I'm going to do the same with this bit. And that bit. Now here we're actually inside the box. So I'm thinking it's going to be even darker. So although I'm going to fade it up like the other side, it's going to try and add an extra layer. This is a little bit darker than that. And down here too, I think it needs to be as dark as that. So I'm just going to layer and layer until it looks that dark. And this bit even darker. I'm wondering whether to try and make it lighter as we go up, but I think not. I'm just going to make it really quite dark, so just layer and layer until it's the sort of darkest thing on the page. That's highlighted to me that that bit needs to be slightly darker because I've missed it. There we go. Now this side, I think I want to make it look a bit like this, so I'm going to fade it upwards. There we go. And the same at the front, but maybe slightly lighter. So I'm trying to be more gentle. I've got the wrong angle. My hand. Okay. Maybe a little more. I just sat back and had a look. It helps sometimes to do that. Now these twirly bits, if you want, you could get a silvery pen, a metallic or a glitter or something, and make it all fancy. I quite like it plain. Now the ring itself, I've decided to go for a silver rather than a gold. So I'm going to use my grey. This is quite a purpley colour. Maybe it's not the right colour. Hang on, let me have another rethink. I think I'm going to go for black to start with. Oops, number 9. Let's try this for our silver combination. A little bit there and there and the tiniest bit there and there. It's not the biggest thing to colour. And then I think my next colour will be my dove grey, which is number 83. Okay, and just go up a little bit. And I'm going to put a bit there and there as well. And then my final grey is this really light one. This is number 800 and it is called Cool Grey. And it will just help us to expand that grey just the tiniest bit. It's very, very faint. I can barely see it. There we go. So there is our silver ring. And we need our gemstone now. It could be a diamond. If you want it to be a diamond, then you have to do a background because it won't show up. There's a bit of blue on it, which I'm going to just erase because it's not going to be a blue ring. I think I am going to use, I'm just going to flick through my colours. So I've got greys and browns. Not interested in those. Greens as a possibility. I'm not going to do blue. Actually, let's do purple, violet. Let's do this colour, number 6, because it brings together the red and the blue. So I'm going to sharpen this and try and make it shine. It's very small. It's going to be tricky. Okay, so right at the bottom we want a really intense layer. And then we lighten and lighten and lighten. And by the time we get to that line, we don't put anything in there. We do the same with this one and this one, and on this one we just put a little line. There we go. There is our ring. Now I'm thinking we could use this violet for the label as well, but maybe in a light layer, so it looks a little bit different. Just gently applying it. Now when there's a curl and things, I find it a little bit tricky, but there'll be some shadow around it like that. There we go. Just going to give it a brush. It's got, there we are. So there is our, I'm thinking, engagement ring. So that's that one. So thank you for watching. I hope you have a lovely day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video in this Rooms of Wonder Lost Items page. We have a cute little bag to colour today. I'm just trying to have a little think about the pattern. I'm looking at it thinking it looks a little bit like, oh excuse me, leaves on the bag. So that's where I'm going to start, and I'm going to use a pale green, number 53, which is lime green. I don't think I've used this very much yet on this page, so I thought it would just be fun to use it. Oh, it's quite bright, isn't it? And you know, just play with it and see how it looks. Really, you can see it's quite bright. I was using some actually polychromos on some toned paper, and it was quite amazing how fluorescently bright some of the colours looked when they're not on white paper. And I didn't expect that from polychromos, and I think this one particularly would look very fluorescent on toned. It was grey like that, really dark paper. Anyways, let's do our thing, not worry about that. Now I'm thinking it might be a sort of brownish leathery bag. That was my thought. So I'm going to grab this number 73, which is the burnt sienna, and I think that might make a rather nice colour. But I'm just going to do the bottom part of the bag to start with, and then decide whether I think the piece flapped over, I don't know if that's the right word, the flap top part, whether that would be the same colour or whether we could do it a different colour. I'm not sure, you know, if you were a conventional person, you might want them to be the same. But because we're colouring and we want a bit of fun, maybe different. But I'm just going to colour this in first. So I'm basically just putting a layer down. I'm over colouring each bit a little bit so that it's a fairly thick layer, because in some areas this will be the only layer of colour it gets. It depends how I do all the sort of shading and shadows. There aren't that many to do really underneath the flap. There'll be a little bit of shadowing going on, but anywhere else I wouldn't really. I can't believe how close to the end of the month it's getting. It's I was talking to my husband this morning and he was saying there's a bank holiday. I was like, on the 1st of May here in the UK, we have a bank holiday Monday. Oh my goodness, how has that come along so fast? Now I want a darker brown. I think I'm going to use the 76, excuse me, to do a little bit of shadow. As I said, under here there would be, I'm going to go across the print as well, across the green, because it would shadow across the green as well. I don't think it matters that it's a brown. There. And I think I might put a little bit on the edge as well, because the bag isn't going to be completely flat. So I think if we just put a little bit of brown, and you can see again I'm just going over the green because it's shadow, it's not colouring, it's not dye, if you understand what I mean. I'm thinking if we go around the edge a little bit like that, it gives the bag, it makes the bag look a little bit more full, as if there's stuff in it rather than it being very flat. Now I have a decision to make. Do I do the flap of the bag in the lime green, or do I do it in this brownish colour? I think I'm going to use the lime green for the clasp and the handle, and be conventional, and use the sienna for the flap part. There we go. So back to number 73, as I said, the burnt sienna. I still think with quite bright greens in it, it isn't that conventional. But I'd be more likely to buy a bag like this than one that had a green, this bit being green. But I don't think I'd buy a bag like this at all. I've got a couple of clutch bags and smaller bags for like occasion wear. And I never have occasions, thankfully. I don't like occasions. You know, a wedding, a funeral, ugh, no thanks. People don't get married these days, so you don't have weddings to go to anymore, number 76. And the sort of, because we didn't invite anyone to our wedding, I'm just going to go along here where the stitching is. To just bring a little bit of shadow into the edge. Because we didn't invite anyone to our wedding, we don't get invited. 76, the label, the tag, I mean. Just going to do that in this. I'm going to make it quite dark so it looks really different. No, we didn't invite anyone because we only had 9 of us, I think. No, 11, sorry. 11 of us. So we don't expect to get invited to other people's. We also don't get invited to christenings because we didn't have our children christened, and people think that they weren't invited, so they don't invite us when in fact there just wasn't one. But again, that's absolutely fine. I think these occasions can be very expensive, so I'm just going to grab my 73 again and just go over this top bit again a little bit more. So that's fine. Interestingly, my dad wasn't christened either. My mum was. He had to be christened before he could be married. But just isn't something that we've done. There we go. There is the bag. So I hope that's okay. It was very quick. But it's quite nice some days just to have something really quick, and that's the idea of these early videos in the mornings, just to do something a little bit quicker and simpler for you, and then later we might have something a little bit longer, although I think my afternoon ones are quite short at the moment, but fun. Hopefully you're enjoying them. Anyway, that's that. Thank you for watching. Hope you have a really lovely day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video in this lost item series from Johanna Basford's Realms of Wonder, and we have this iron to do today. It's quite an interesting item, isn't it? I'm wondering whether old-fashioned irons, which obviously it is, actually had a floral pattern on them. I can't imagine that they did. Rather utilitarian, I guess, and not pretty. I am going to use the warm grey. I'm just trying to find it. There it is, number 85, for the main sort of iron, because I don't really want to use black. It's a little bit, I don't know the word I'm looking for. We will use some black on here, but I think not on this bit. Yeah, ironing has come a long way, hasn't it? from these, which you would of course put on top of the Arga or on top of your hob or stove or whatever. I think in my mother's house when she was growing up, their boiler, their hot water boiler, I'm just doing an even layer, used to be a sealed metallic container. They had a fire at the bottom and a pipe going up where the heat would go up and warm the water above. And around where the fire was, there on the top of that part, there was quite a lot of space, so they could probably warm it up on there. They used to put the clothes horse around it because it got so warm. Okay, it's quite a brownish grey, isn't it, this one? What I want to do is add in a little bit of darker colour here on the edges. I think it would be darker. I'm trying really hard not to colour on top of the design. It's really tricky. If you do, you could try and erase with the Tombow Mono, but what I'm going to do is actually colour this design with quite a dark colour. So if you've gone over by mistake, then hopefully the dark colour we use on top will mask it. That was my thinking, because obviously I'm not the most accurate either. So I'm just trying to darken a few bits. I think that rim might do. I'm going to grab my black now. Sorry, I was talking to myself then. And I'm going to do this very bottom part firstly in the dark black. I don't think it would really be a different colour from the main bit, but it just makes it a little bit more interesting. And I'm thinking these little wibbly bits and these bits where we've got the handle. And of course once, I don't know if this happened all over the world, but once we had electric lights, when people did the ironing, they would plug it into the light bulb somehow. My mum said one of her relatives used to do that. And yeah, I'm not sure how that would even work, but I guess it was all very different back then to how it is now. Of course now we just plug it into the wall, into the socket, but it obviously didn't have sockets. I'm not sure what that little tiny bit there is, because there isn't one on this side, so I think I'm going to leave it and make that wood. You'd have a little wooden handle so you wouldn't burn your hands, of course. A lot of them would have, you'd hold it with a rag because it would be so hot. I'm thinking I'll do the flowers first. I might match the handle in to that. I want our very darkest green, I'm thinking. What's the darkest? It's the sea green, the 38. Yeah, I think that'll work. I'm just going to sharpen it because it's such a fine detail we're trying to colour. There we go. So this is quite a bluey green. So we've gone all squiff, haven't we? So 38, so really carefully and quite a lot of layers so it shows up. Yeah, that's good. Happy with that. Now these flowers have got centres, and yeah, I'm thinking, do I try and do something? Yeah, let's try. It may not show up. I'm going to grab 61, which is our dark mauve, and I'm going to try and do the centres in this colour. Now I'm doing it, but whether it's going to show, I'm not sure. Now I had said I was going to do them quite dark, but I haven't gone over these, so I'm quite tempted to do them quite light. I'm going to say to you, if you've coloured over the flowers quite a bit and you don't want to erase and you want a dark colour, just use that mauve for the whole thing. Don't worry about making the centre a different colour. I am going to do my flowers in number 20. I think that will work. And it's, even though it's pale, it's quite fluorescent. So it's bright. And I'm going to do the handle to match this colour, I think, because I want it to look pretty. You know, if you've got to be using this iron, at least have fun with some prettiness. Now, this would normally be of an age, and of course then it would be worn out, but I think that's going to be a bit too complex for me to try and do. So what I am going to do is just make the colour a bit darker at the bottom, as if there's a bit more shadow under here, and then lighter as we go up, like that. Yeah, I'm having fun. I just want to keep colouring it. If I layer it anymore, you won't see the colour. Now we've got our label to colour. I think I'm going to use the 61 that we used for the flower centres. We barely used it, so I think it will be quite fun to use it for the label. I don't think we've done a... Oh, we have. I seem to be repeating label colours already, even though... Well, I suppose we've done... This is our 20th picture. There. Just trying to decide, and I think I'm going to do this. Number 9, the black, I'm going to do a little bit of shadowing along here, because I'm thinking that this bit is like the rim, and so if we put a bit of shadow on the inside, it would just help it to look a little bit more three-dimensional, like this bit is standing up a bit. Bit at the back as well, and we can do a little bit of shadow under these bits. I mean, obviously there'd be a shadow there from that if the light was above, but I think it's better to just leave it like that. I think if I try and do anything more, I might spoil it. The only other thing is, you know, I tried to do it a little darker here and here. I don't think that's showing up very much either, so I'm just going to add that in. Being very careful, just gently layering a little bit on. I don't want it to look black, and I don't want to colour over my flowers, but just a small amount. I don't know if that's made much of a difference, but anyway, there we go. So there is the last one in that row. We've only got one more row and we have finished this page. So it feels like we've only just started, but then I have been doing 5 a day, not 1. I've been cheating. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. I do hope you have a fantastic day. Please subscribe if you haven't. I really appreciate it if you do that. Yeah, happy colouring. Hi everyone, today we have the very last row actually. We're starting on this page of lost items from Rooms of Wonder, just trying to remember what it is. And we have a little rabbit to do, so should we get started? Now I'm thinking this is probably a cuddly toy, but it looks soft and fluffy from the way it's drawn, so I'm thinking maybe we should avoid the normal sort of rabbit colours and go for something a little bit different. But I'm going to start with a base of grey, and then I'm going to add a few other colours to the bunny. So I'm going to use number 83, which is our dove grey. It's quite a light grey. If you don't have this one, you can use 80 or just any other grey. Just use it lightly. We just want a little light layer, so we've not got a white background to start with, and you'll see why as I want to add some white pen later, and I don't want white showing through. So it doesn't matter if you add some texture like this, like it's furry, because that's what we're going to try and achieve, but I sort of want to try and get some grey down on all of it, but I'm not good enough at colouring to do that. There's bound to be little white gaps. So anyway, we'll see how it all goes. Now I'm in a bit of a quandary. I don't know whether to continue with this, with the facing page of this right away, or whether to do another little series first and then come back to this. I haven't decided yet. By the time this video goes out, I will probably have decided, but in the meantime, yeah, I'm thinking about it. I might put a little poll or something on there. This is number 6. This is a purple. I'm gonna do some purple fur like this, so I'm doing little strokes. You need a sharp pencil. Don't worry about going out of the lines. It's fur, it's gonna be going out slightly. It's a bit tricky doing this because you might think it looks a bit messy, but hopefully it'll all come together and work. So it's just at a messy stage, I hope. There's always a fine line with fur. Is it just look like scribble, or does it actually look like fur? Hopefully it will look like fur. I don't know why Bunny's got his eyes shut. But yeah, I'm assuming it's not a real rabbit in a lost property office sitting on a shelf. I'm not going to do a purple tail. I'm assuming it is a toy one. And that's why I thought sort of soft toy colour rather than a more realistic colour would sort of make sense. So lots of fur like that. I'm going to add a second colour in too. I'm going to use this one. Whoops, this is number 61. This is the is it called dark mauve? Yeah, and the other one was violet. Now I'm going to use this on top of the purple. It might not show up brilliantly, but hopefully it'll just add a different colour in there and some more lines, which will hopefully look even more furry. So I hope everyone's well, having a good day. It's very sunny here. I'm aware that the sun is going to creep across my page quite soon. I'm going to have to shut my blind for some of these videos. I'm going to probably work all the way along this line today. Yeah, it'll interfere a little bit, but never mind. But I've had quite an exciting morning already. It's only, what time is it? 20 to 10. I guess it's quite late. Castle Arts have invited me to join their collaboration, their collab or something they call it, I don't know. Anyway, which means that I am an affiliate effectively, so I get cash back on purchases which are completed through my affiliate link, which is nice, but I do anyway because I use Amazon links for them, which I'm an affiliate for, but you know. But they've also offered me a discount code for UK customers. I was in the process of contacting them to see whether that can be extended worldwide, because I know obviously I don't just have UK customers. Well, customers, I don't have customers, but I think you know what I mean. Number 21 is a pale pink. It's actually called Light Rose. I'm going to use it here in the ear and on the tail, but I wanted the tail to be fluffy. So So the code, if you put it in, you can only use it once, and it's Rachel Henson colouring, all in one word in capitals. I don't know if it has to be in capitals, but that's how they sent it to me. So I think it's sensible to use capitals. I'm going to use number 5, Sakura Jelly Roll, to get some more fur. I think a thinner pen could work better. And I'm just going to go over everything with this. Not the inside of the ear, actually. So if you use the Rachel Henson colouring, all one word, capital letters, no U, with a U, sorry, oh my goodness, with a U, you can get 20% off your purchase. It's a once only offer, one use only, which means that, you know, obviously if you're planning a purchase in the future or a big purchase, then that's the time to use it, you know. And so that's good. And they're also going to send me a free pack of pencils, which is nice. They asked me what I wanted. Now, I've got a lot of their pencils. People have sent me them, which is so very kind. And I had some vouchers and things for them, so I've got a lot. But what I decided to do was to get that 120 set. This pen isn't working. I haven't got any scrap paper. Hang on. Yes, I have. I've got a post-it here. There we go. It really isn't working. I can use a different one. So I thought what would be fun was if I got the 120 set of pencils, I can do a sort of comparison between the 72 that I've got and the 120, show you which ones are different in each. I might even do a chart. You know, I'm getting a bit chart orientated with which pencils are in which set. In fact, I think I've done one, haven't I? I think I might have done one. Anyways, trying to think. Yes, and then anyway, I'll work out. I'll let you know in a video as well which ones are different in the 120. I'm not sure how I'll put the video together, but I have to think. And then it will allow you to decide whether you think it's worth buying the extra big set. The problem with Casserole is that you can't buy them open stock, so once you run a colour out, you can't buy just one replacement, which can be really annoying. So it's worth knowing, if you buy the 120 for example, there might be your favourite colour, there might be several that are similar to that colour, so it might be worth thinking about buying it just because you can get your favourite colour, a couple similar to your favourite. Do you see what I mean? I don't know. Right, we have a little string around the neck with the label, and I'm trying to work out, I want to use this nice light colour that I used in the ear, and I think I will just use it for this. I'm just going to use it quite dark, rather than trying to worry about any shading because it's really small. And then I'm just going to colour this one in lightly. I'm not sure how much I like the colour of this rabbit now it's finished. But hey, it does look fluffy, which was the aim. So there it has that going for it. Looks a bit sad with his eyes shut, which is a shame. But anyway, there he is, all finished. Our little rabbit. So thank you for watching. Come back tomorrow and we'll do this fun little bracelet. But for now, thank you. Have a really lovely day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video in this Rooms of Wonder Lost Items series. I know I keep forgetting to tell you which pencils I'm using. I'm using my Staedtler Design Journey pencils, but the pencil numbers are true for all Staedtler sets. So hopefully that will help you a little bit if you're using Ergosoft or whatever the others are. Right. We have a pretty charm bracelet here today. I'm trying to think about how to do it. I'm gonna start. I want a silvery grey. I think I'm gonna use number 80, which is the light grey. I think that's the most silvery to start with. And what I'm gonna do with this one is the smallest parts of it. So the small circles, this link here, and then the small circles. Ideally, I would want to leave a white gap in the middle to look like it was shiny silver. I messed up there. I'm trying to do the big one, leave the big ones. I'm going to do those in a different colour. But I messed up there. It's because the pattern was different. There wasn't a small one. But anyway, I'll leave it like that. Maybe. We'll see. Right. Now on each of these, there's a little piece that it's hanging down. I'm going to colour those with this too, but I'm going to try and leave a little white gap in the middle. So I'm going to make it a little bit darker at each end with a little gap, just to try and make it look a little bit shiny, if we can achieve that. But each of the charms I'm going to make colourful. I think it's fun. I'm going to do this key in the silver though, just because we've got some gold up here on the one above, which is out of shot. And it's quite tricky with gold because you need so many colours. I find you can get away with doing silver with just one colour, which is what I'm going to do. You can do it with number 16, the golden ochre, but I think it's better with grey, in my opinion. Yeah. Right, so let's work around and do different colours. Actually, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go back and forth. So I'm going to do the ladybird first because I know what colour that is going to be. So I think if I do it that way, so I'll do the things that I know what colour I want to do them, that are sort of obvious colours, and then I'll do the other things so that I get a nice mix of colour. So this is 29, which is, it's not showing up particularly well, is it? I haven't put my light on. I don't know if that's going to make much difference anyway. 29, which is I think it's the carmine red, yeah. And for our ladybird, I'm going to put quite a hard layer around the body part here. And then a little bit less towards the middle. I don't want to leave a white shine. I want it to look more like it's painted or enamel. Now the head I usually tend to do in black. I'm just pondering if I want to do that. I think I do. So I'm going to find my black, which is number 9. Can't find it. There it is. Number 9. That shows up a lot better, doesn't it? It needs to sharpen it. It's a bit small, isn't it? This little itty bitty detailing. I'm going to try and fade it slightly towards the centre, but again, not leave any white. I really don't know if that's showing up very well, but anyway. Now, the strawberry, that's going to be red. I'm going to use the scarlet red, which is, oh hang on, is that right? Number 24, no, I think I want to use number 2, which is called red. It looks very orange to me, and I need to sharpen. Everything's going to need sharpening because it's so small, but you'll see that I think this looks very orangey, and I think it's quite good for the strawberry really. I'm going to again try and fade it slightly towards the middle, put lots of layers on at the edge, just keep over colouring there, and then a little bit less here, like that. There we go. And then I'm going to do the little piece of greenery. Oops. Let's use number 5. It's a slightly bluish green, quite a dark green, which I feel is right for the, it's just called green. I think it's just right for the strawberry top. So again, just a bit darker on the edges, a little bit lighter in the middle, but don't worry too much. Now I'm contemplating whether to do a little bit of shine on these to make them look like they're sort of enamelled, but I haven't decided yet. This is 52. I thought we would do these little leaves in 52. Again, I'm not just going to use the one shade because it's such a small leaf. So I'm going to make it a little darker here, just over colour. See, I'm just going over and over, and then over a bit less, just a little bit there. So if you're copying me and colouring along, oops, hold the page, start here, keep colouring. I'm still colouring that tip, still colouring that tip, extending a little bit, colouring a bit, moving down to the tip and stop. And you can see it's darker here and lighter here. Okay. Now where should we go? I think the star is going to be in our golden ochre, which is number 16. Again, I'm going to go around the edge first with a heavier layer, so just over colouring the edge, and then you see I've got a little white gap in the middle, and I'm just going to gently colour that over, but not so heavy, and hopefully it looks a little bit glowy. Now we can emphasise that, I know it's really small, with a brown. I'll just show you anyway. You might find this a little bit too fiddly, you don't have to do it. I'm just sharpening my brown. This is the number 73, which is the burnt sienna. And what I'm going to do is just put a little layer around the very edge. It's barely visible, but hopefully it makes it look a little bit more glowy. Okay, I do have star tutorials for bigger stars, which really show you how to make them look glow more so than that. When you've got a bigger space, you can put more layers of colour in. Now we have our heart. I want a sort of reddish pink, so I'm going to go for 23, which is our Bordeaux, I think. Yeah. Oops, there it is, number 23. And again, I think it might be nicer if I layer the colour up a little more on the edge. Now I think that Johanna has carefully placed these items, she may not have, to make it so that we've got reds sort of evenly spaced. You know, she hasn't put the red heart next to the strawberry or the strawberry next to the ladybird, so I think that's rather good. Very useful, I have to say. Now I want some blue, I think. So what should we do blue? I'm thinking we could do all blues for everything, but let's have some fun with our butterfly. Will that even work? Maybe. Let's try an experiment. So I'm going to take the darkest blue that I have, which is the 33. I can't find it. There it is. It's been... someone's put it away in the wrong place. I can't think who that might have been. So this is the 33, and I need it really sharp. Okay, and I'm going to add the tiniest bit right in the centre next to the body. I realise we need to do the body as well, but... and then just fade it out just slightly. Okay, it looks really weird, but hopefully my plan will work. My next colour is number number 35, which is, so I had a choice of two that would have worked. I was trying to work out which was going to work the best. This is the is turquoise. Okay. And I'm going to extend that out a bit. I'm trying to put more near the centre and less near the edge. It's really hard in this teeny tiny space, but I'm doing the best I can. And then we want our light colour. Number 50. Yeah, green. This is willow green. And I'm going to put it over the whole thing. I think it's quite fun. You get a sort of greeny blue colour. There we go. It's a bit of fun, a bit different. So those were the three that we used. Whoops. So a darkish blue, a turquoise, and then a green. It's a bit of a similar colour scheme to when I often do like a dark turquoise, like a helio turquoise from Polychromos, and then I might use a black with it, and then on my light colour I might use the light phthalo green, and it makes a nice similar-ish colour to that. It's just playing around a little bit. Okay, the bow. Let's do the bow. Where should we start? Yeah, let's go light first. Let's take this 302. This is the pastel blue. Okay, and I'm just going to do the whole of the bow with the pastel blue. Not too hard. I don't want to push down too hard, but I just want a layer. That's it. And then we're going to grab a darker one. I'm going to grab number 30. It is the a light blue. And now I'm going to put on the darker areas. So under here, where our ribbon has this sort of loops, that would be very dark. Okay, particularly near the top. Then a little bit near to the knot, I'm trying to go a bit lighter than I did in this area. And then under here, like that. And there's our little bow. Now we have our flower. I think it might be fun to do a different colour centre to the outside, even though it's really titchy tiny. Let's use this one for the centre, number 11. I'm going to end up using every pen. No, we're not. I've got a lot of pencils in this set. We're not going to use them all. So the centre, I'm using this really orangey yellow so it shows up. And then around the outside, what colour? We've got greens, we've got yellows, blue. I think we need another blue. That's what I'm feeling. Yeah, what about 37? That is the ultramarine blue. It's quite a... And I'm just going to try and make it dark around the edges of the flower and then lighter in the centre. It's tricky. I'm not sure it's going to really show. But I think it's a really nice colour with that yellow. Just works really well. Now we have our beads on the necklace, and I need to think what's going to bring that all together. It's messy. We've got blues, greens, reds, yellow. I'm thinking maybe the sea green might be a good choice. I think I'm going to go with that. That's number 38. If you want to know, if you want a chart with the names, Staedtler names on, I've got one in my Ko-fi shop. I probably mentioned it about 1 million times. So here I'm trying to go do more layers on the outside than the middle. Yeah, so because I really like knowing the names, and I know other people do too, so I put together a little chart of the names just so that you can have some reference. It's more useful for me when I'm making a video so I can say what they are. But I know some of you who watch make videos. We haven't done the middle of the butterfly. Did you remind me? I bet some of you did. We'll do it in a minute. She says, instantly forgetting. Oh dear. I don't know if it's my age. Sometimes my memories. Yesterday I said something to my son and he went, Mum, you remembered a name. Oh my goodness. I can't remember what name it was now, of course. Yeah. Yes. A dark grey, I'm thinking. Should go warm grey, 85. Let's use that one. You could use the 80, or no, the 8. Otherwise, I'm not going to do anything special. Just going to shove some colour down. There we go. Now our label and string. Now you know I like to do the label in a colour I've used already, and I'm feeling that this 73 that I just used for the outside of the star would work quite well. It would make it look like a luggage label. This is the sienna, no, burnt sienna, sorry. Yes, my son was, wow, you remembered a name. But yeah. Now I'm using the number, the 16, the golden ochre for the string, I think. Because we haven't got lots of yellow. We've only got the bit in the middle of the flower and the star. So let's use this. I think that bit was the knot, so I coloured that bit yellow. I'm not doing anything fancy, I'm just getting the colour down. There we are. It's quite bright, isn't it? I don't know whether charm bracelets are normally that bright or whether they're normally just, you know, plain metal. I'm going to use the Sakura Jelly Roll number 8 to put a little bit of shine on some of the items. You don't have to do this. Have a look and see what you think. I just wanted some of them to look like they're enamelled. A little bit fiddly. Ain't got much going on there. We'll do some on the beads too, just because we're doing it on everything else. I'm not going to do it on those teeny beads, although they should be silver. They actually, I might do a little dot in the middle when I come back round. Dot, dot, yeah. I tried to leave a white gap in the middle. Problem with this pen is the nib is so big, the white dot takes up nearly the whole of the circle. But my little 5.1 is being a bit temperamental. I think it's running out. There we go. So there is a little bit of shine. You can decide if you think it's worth the bother of putting that on or not. But there we go. Thank you all so much for watching. Please remember to like, subscribe, drop me a comment if you've got anything exciting to tell me, and visit my other social media sites. If you're following along, share your pictures with me on my Facebook page. You can comment on my posts and share pictures, which I always love to see. Anyway, thank you for watching. Have a lovely day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to another video from this series of lost items from Worlds of Wonder, Rooms of Wonder, sorry, by Johanna Basford. Staedtler Design Journey pencils, again as usual for this page. Now I'm going to start with the metallic parts on this watch. We're going to spend a little bit of time doing some detailed work to make some silver. I'm going to start with number 9, this is the black, and I'm going to do, obviously mark out the very darkest areas of all the bits that I want to look silvery. It's quite precise work because of the picture being small, but that's okay, it doesn't really take that long. Just working out what's going on here. and sort of marking out the bits I think would be a little bit darker. I think that might be a metallic piece there. Not really quite sure what that is. And maybe the inside of here and here as well, but we'll, in the middle, we'll leave the face to do a different colour. Excuse me, now I'm looking for a slightly darker grey. I'm going to pick number 8. It's one that you'll find in the 36 set of Ergosofts, as well as the 36 sets of Staedtler pencils, whatever type you are using. I'm assuming, actually, I might be completely wrong, that every 36 set has the same pencils in. I might be wrong. Don't know. Anyway, I'm thinking that bit there. But anyway, a darker grey. This one's slightly bluey, which is quite nice, I think, to do it with silvers. Sort of almost like a Payne's grey. And we're just extending that area where we started with the black. So once you've marked out the black, it gets a lot easier. Now I want a darker one. So that was 8. I think 83, which is the dove grey. Again, is slightly bluey. It should work quite well. Now we want to leave some white for shine as well, but this isn't going to be my final grey, so I'm leaving a space. It doesn't matter if it's a teeny tiny space, you just fill the space you have. Yeah, it's okay. I don't quite know what to do with that bit. And then my very lightest grey is called Cool Grey and is 800. Oops, out of shot. Did I do that with the others? Did I hold it out of shot? I didn't look. Oops, sorry if I did. And I'm just extending this a little bit and leaving some white. It's a really pale grey. It doesn't show up very much at all. May not really pick up on camera, but do my best to get a bit out. So you can see, to get a bit out. Sounds like it's a, I don't know, a container or something, and I'm trying to get it out. Just get some colour down. There we go. So there's our sort of silvery bit. It's quite dark with the black, but I find it can help to enhance the shine effect if it's darker. So that's why I tried that. It's a little bit different, perhaps, as well. Now, watch strap. I'm thinking we could go for a brown, like a sort of traditional brown or black leathery colour, but I think maybe it might be nice to do a blue or something. And even then it can be sort of for men or women in blue, you know, what do you say, unisex is the word I'm looking for. 63, this is our Delft blue. I'm going to go do a really gentle layer across the strap. I quite like the idea of it being something that isn't masculine or feminine, it's just something that anybody could wear. Obviously if you don't like blue, you're not going to like it. But I think it's because my husband had a blue watch. We still got it, but he doesn't wear it. It was really nice. I'm going to sharpen this now and do some finer detail. I bought it for him as an engagement present, I'm thinking. Yeah, it wasn't a wedding present, it was an engagement present. And because he didn't want a ring, he wanted a watch, that was fine. And I think when I say I gave it to him, I think I chose it. I didn't have any money. He paid for it. It sounds really weird, but yeah. It's the way it had to be. I was working, but I didn't have spare money at that point. I was just temping. So anyway, he chose this as lovely Oris watch with a really dark blue face and a navy blue strap. So I guess that's what this is vaguely like. But obviously watches vary a lot in the way that they look, in the sense that sometimes they're really big and chunky, and I feel that's not that feminine, and sometimes they're just smaller and more delicate. But obviously there's nothing to say that, you know, a man couldn't wear a more delicate watch or a woman couldn't wear a more chunky one. But for me personally, I prefer a smaller one. But I actually don't wear a watch anymore. I don't need one. I have a phone in my bag which has a time on that's reasonably accurate, because it's not a smartphone. It doesn't keep time brilliantly, but it's okay. I'm just trying to think about where it might be a bit lighter, and I'm thinking, look at the shape of this. So I'm thinking here it's a bit higher up and there. So I'm thinking we'll put dark in here where it's near the strap, where Johanna's drawn these lines. But then maybe it's a bit lighter here. Maybe it should be a little bit darker up here. And then maybe a bit light there again. And darker down at the bottom. Maybe like that. Now the little holes in the strap, I thought rather than leaving them blank, I'm going to pop a little bit of colour in there. I'm going to grab the 33, which is our cobalt blue, and I'm just going to pop a bit there, and so it just looks a bit more shadowy, because it would be like that. And then I'm also going to use this to emphasise some of the slightly darker areas. I'm sure in my last video I said that this was called ultramarine blue. I think I read the wrong name, or but maybe I didn't. Maybe I did use the ultramarine blue. Who knows? Anyway, I've got a list of all the names on my Ko-fi shop, so you can go and find it. And the list is right, it's just my brain that's wrong. Now the face of the watch, I feel like I want it to be darker, on the darker side, so I think I'm going to actually keep that 33, that cobalt blue, and put that colour in to the face. Oops, I just go out of the light. Now I'm thinking maybe be darker near the edge there. There'd be some shadow from the sort of sides. So I'm just layering up a little bit more near the edge. Yeah. Now the label, you know, I like to use a colour that I've used already. She's going to use one of the paler greys. I think the 83 though, not my palest grey, because I don't think it will necessarily show up. But this one is the dove grey. I am going to use it lightly. I don't want it too dark, but just gently using it. I need to go out today, and I'm expecting 3 parcels, and I don't know what days they're coming on, so I can't not go out. So, and of course, it used to be the case in the old days, she says, feeling about 100, that the postman would bring everything. So you knew once the postman had been, your post was here. But now, you know, we get the Amazon delivery driver, we get different parcel companies. You just don't know who's coming. It's exciting, but yeah, but hopefully I've got neighbours, so they might take it in. But there is our watch. I know it's quite plain with just its blue, but I'm quite pleased with it, I have to say. I would wear it if it wasn't quite so chunky. It looks a bit chunky for me. But there we go. Thank you so much for watching. And please remember to subscribe and like. Maybe drop a comment as well. Yeah, thank you for your support. Have a really lovely day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video in our Lost Items page from Rooms of Wonder by Johanna Basford, and we have this rosette today. You don't really see rosettes, do you, anymore? It's something, I sort of associate them with horses. I know it sounds a bit strange, but you know, I'm going to start with number 53. When I was a child, we used to have them. I'm going to go all over the outside part. I'm not going to do the middle yet, with this light colour. This, as I say, it's 53. It's called lime green. When I was a child and we had like sports day in primary school, you know, up to 11 primary school, we would win rosettes. First, second and third would get a little rosette, and the PTA, I think, the Parent Teachers Association, would spend ages making them out of crepe paper, and they would sort of be stapled together. They would sort of cut and fold the paper and then staple it and then glue a piece on the middle with 1, 2 or 3 on. And you'd have different colours for first, second and third. And then if at the end of the day there was a person without one, they would get one for taking part or something like that. Though I don't know if they did that so much in those days, because, you know, nowadays it's all about, you know, people can't win and lose, it's unfair and all this sort of thing. You know, when my boys were in primary school, they had non-competitive sports day, and they didn't note who won or lost. This is number 52. I'm going to start putting some darker areas in. I think there's some shadow here, and then I'm going to fade that across to the edge like that. Keep it pale on the end. I'm going to do that with each one. So I'm just layering up more here, then not quite so much here, and then just doing less and less layers until I feel that it's blended in. Okay, now it is a bit messy. I'm going to go back over with the lighter green afterwards, and hopefully it'll bring it all together, but we'll see. So yeah, so there weren't rosettes at my children's sports day, and you just got house points for taking part in the various races. And now I see, like, when horses do events, I think, do they do it for dog shows as well? They give out rosettes, but they don't really give them to people. I think we like medals. I've noticed this more when you can buy plastic medals from supermarkets and things, and I think schools tend to have those nowadays for the children, and little plastic trophies. You know, they're sort of painted silver or whatever, so I think they do those instead. But anyway. But this was a precious rosette. The reason I chose to do it green, by the way, is because there's a floral design in the middle. So I thought, I spotted that, and I also looked around the page, and there weren't many green items really that we've done for a while. Yeah, there is a bag above here with green leaves, and then above that again there's the green clover, and above that again is a green plant. So there's quite a lot of green in this column, but in this general little area there isn't loads, so I thought it would balance the colours a little bit as well. And I also wanted to use a colour that I had a lot of different shades of, and green, and I had thought about purple, but there's only 2. So we've only really got the violet and the lavender, so I thought there's loads of greens, which is great because I always use loads of greens. So yeah, that's good. So yeah, this is bringing back memories of my sports day. I remember my primary school didn't have a playing field. We had a hard playground. So there was a sports stadium near the school, which has now been knocked down. It's a housing estate and a road. But anyway, there was a stadium. It was like a football stadium, so there were stands in it, which was like an area where you could sit and watch the football. But there was no changing room or anything, but we changed at school, and then we would just cross the road, and we had a lollipop lady. I'm saying all sorts of things that people who aren't from the UK might not have an idea what I'm talking about. So there's a lollipop lady. They stand in the road and stop the traffic with like a sign which says stop children crossing or something. So the lollipop lady would come and stop all the traffic for us and get us across the road, and then we'd walk to the stadium, and it was minutes away. It was just almost completely across the road. And we would go there every week actually for our PE lessons anyway, because there was grass, which was nice. And then we would do our races, and we would have you'd have the normal running race. I'm going to put a dark line around the edge of here because I think this would have a shadow. Yeah, you'd have a running race. You'd have a three-legged race where two of you would pair up with someone, and you would have your legs tied together, just your middle legs, so your outside legs were loose, and you would run with 3 legs. Very old. I'm looking at what to do for the centre. I'm going to grab the 50 and do the sort of background in number 50. I'm going to make it quite intense. So I'm going to layer it up a bit. And then we would have a wheelbarrow race. So one person would be on their hands and knees, the other one would grab their legs, and they would run along. So the person on their hands and knees would run on their hands, sort of thing, and the other one would run on their legs. They'd run along. There would be a slow bicycle race for the oldest class, because they would have done their cycling proficiency to their bikes, and they would have to pedal really slowly, but they weren't allowed to put their feet down on the floor or else they lost. There was a technique, and which we learnt. It was some of us learnt. When I did that race, I remember number 5 for these little leaves in the middle. I remember there were 3 of us left, so I knew I was going to get a rosette if I didn't put my feet down. So I cycled really fast and got across the finish line so that I could get my 3rd place rosette. So that was fun, because if you put your feet down you didn't get anything, even if you were like the last person to do it. And there was a sack race, so you would basically stand in a sack and hop. No jump, not hop. That'd be weird. I'm going to go a bit dark around the edge. And there was a backwards running race, I seem to remember. And the parents' race, of course, which I think my dad did a few times. No, I don't think my dad ever came. He was always at work. I don't think, I just seem to, maybe he came once. My mum never took part. She didn't like running. So I used to ask her and she would never do it. But then there was parents' races at my kids' school and I never did them. Just carrying on with the family tradition, you know. I'm just going to do a little bit of shadow underneath the label here where it's next to this bit of ribbon. So I'm using 52. And I'm just going to go along here like that and there. So there we go. Happy memories of Sports Day. So there is your rosette. Well done for colouring. If you coloured this, you can have that rosette. You'll have to all share it. It's only one. But anyway, thank you so much for watching. Have a really lovely day. Please remember to subscribe and like. And yeah, happy colouring. Hi everyone, we are on the very last item on the first page of this double page spread from Rooms of Wonder by Johanna Basford. We have the alarm clock to colour. I'm thinking I'm going to do some gold for the clock, for parts of the clock, because that's how I envisage alarm clocks to look. So we're going to start with 77, which is a very dark brown, and marking out the darkest areas of the clock. And we'll hopefully get a bit of a gold colour going on. I'm going to do dark on each edge. I'm going to do a bit under here as well, sort of almost on top of that line, a little bit up there and down there. There we go. I'm thinking the handle too. I'm only using a little bit of this really dark colour. I do like to have a really dark colour, but not masses. I'm doing a bit more on here and here where Johanna's marked it. I'm just thinking she obviously thinks that bit should be darker. A little bit down there. This bit I'm thinking as well. I'm trying to think about, I used to have an alarm clock a bit like this. I think legs. No, I think we'll leave it there. I'm just trying to think about what it looked like really. Next is I want a sort of mid-brown. We'll use this one. This is the 73, whoops, which is, that was, by the way, the tobacco brown. This is the burnt sienna. Yeah, I used to have a little alarm clock with bells like this, and it was had this sort of, this bit goes back and forth and knocks them and makes it ring. It was good in a way. It did break eventually, as most things do, because it didn't rely on a battery, so it didn't lose time, but you had to remember to wind it up each night, and occasionally I forgot, as you do, and yeah, it's quite noisy. So I used to, if I woke up before my alarm, I would turn it off. And you could turn it off, I think, I'm trying to remember what you did. You could somehow stop it, because it's mechanical and not battery. It worked a little bit differently. This is number 49, so I can't remember how you did it. Oh, I think you pulled a little button out or something in the back, so you would just push that in, or the other way around, to stop it, to sort of stop it ringing, because obviously you don't want it set for every day. You know, like I wouldn't set it at the weekends or the holidays, things like that. Or sometimes, but not always. So it was quite ornate and fun. I don't think it was a really expensive one. The person who gave it to me didn't used to buy me really expensive presents. This was number 16. I didn't tell you the name of the last one, which was fawn. This is 16, which is our golden ochre. But it was, I liked it. I was sort of teenager when I had it, I guess. I'm doing the top of that bit and there, and then that white gap is left. That's going to be it for that one. I can't remember if I did this bit. I'm going to do these with this colour. I want them to look gold, but they're too small to do very much with. Yeah, I used to like it. But then I think I got a clock radio. You know, digital display, the radio will go off rather than alarm, which is slightly more relaxing. I'm leaving a white bit in the middle of the hands to look like shine, rather than something going ding 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 ding, which isn't particularly nice, is it? I'm going to grab a yellow now. I think the number 1, it's just called yellow. And this will be our last colour. Let's go over everything with this. Yeah, but nowadays I use my tablet. I don't have a mobile phone, so I use my tablet. Yeah, it's quite funny. Yesterday my neighbour messaged me to ask me if my internet had gone down. It hadn't. He's with a different provider to me. Anyway, his came up eventually, back up. Now what tickled me was that because everyone assumes that everyone's got a phone, he would have assumed if my internet was down, I would have still been able to get that message through the 4G, I want to say 5G, whatever it is. I don't understand it. Anyway, that thing. But I couldn't, because I wouldn't have been able to, because I don't have a phone. So had mine been down as well, I would not have received his message, because he sent it through his social media. This is number 6. Had he sent me a text, that would have worked, but he didn't. This is violet, because people just assume that that you've got a phone and that you can receive messages that way. I'll have to remind him, just in case he needs to message me something important if the internet goes down, that I don't receive messages. I'm not sure what this inner rim part is. I'm going to do it in a different colour, I think. I think purple and gold together, it looks very regal. I don't know if it's a good colour for an alarm clock, but I just like it. I'm going to leave a bit of white in the middle there. Didn't really leave enough, but never mind. And a little bit at the bottom too. Now I'm thinking I'd like that inner line. I want it in black. I don't know why. You don't have to do black. I had contemplated doing it in the number 33, the cobalt blue, but I've just decided I want it black. So this is number 9, which is our black. And I'm going to do it in a similar way to the purple, so it sort of fades towards the top and bottom. So there's not going to be any there. My stomach's grumbling. Stomach, it's 11:10. Why are you grumbling? Am I the only person that talks to? Probably. Right, I'm just going to get an eraser because it's not very neat. This is a Tombow Mono. You may have seen it before. It's quite good at getting into small spaces, so I rather like it. But I've also got one like this, which is a upside down Faber-Castell one, which is like on a pencil, and that works equally as well, I think. In fact, it's got a pink end, and one of them is a bit harsher than the other. This one's really hard, so it's quite good. No, that's the softer end, I'm lying. But because it's quite harsh, it can eat away the paper. You have to be a little bit careful with it, but now I'm just going to gently taper that colour out a bit. That's better. Now, the centre, I am going to use the lighter purple, which I think is the lavender. Here it is, 62, it's not 30 anything. I think the blues are 30s, aren't they? No, one of them is, and then some of the greens. It's confusing. Anyway, I'm just going to do a light layer of this all over. I'm not going to worry so much about lighter and darker bits, I don't think, because it's... or shall I? I think maybe I will. A bit darker here. And then just a bit less towards the top. Because it's a light colour, it may not show up very much that I've reduced it, but I might just can increase the intensity here just by layering up a little bit. Yeah, and I thought I'd do the very centre in the violet. Again, I'm going to do a really light layer and just think about what I'm doing. I'm thinking maybe I do want to make it lighter there. So if I make it a bit darker here, and then just get lighter as I go towards that bottom part, and same here, lighter towards the top. That needs a bit more work because the hand is over the bit that would be white. It's not perfect, but I think it's okay. It looks a little bit shiny, so that's nice. And the legs, should we do them in the lavender? Back to our number 62. I'm going to just put down a fair bit of colour, I think. When I first saw this lavender, I thought it was just a paler version of the violet. Is that what it's called? Yeah. But actually, I can see there it's quite different. Well, quite different. A bit different. Now, our label. I was thinking of using 16, but we've done that for these, so maybe we'll go with the 73, the burnt sienna. Let's go with that one. Just lightly. Now, if any of you have coloured along with me, well done, you got to the end of a page. Lots of little fiddly bits to colour, but I have found it a lot of fun. And I'll definitely be doing the next page. I had wondered whether to do it right away or not. I'll see how my mood takes me. I probably will. I'll probably do it tomorrow, to be honest. Not the whole of it, obviously, but make a start on it. I say obviously, it might not be obvious, but no, I can't do that many in a day. I run out of things to say. And voice, you can hear my voice. Needs a coffee. But thank you very much for watching. As I say, well done if you coloured along. If you didn't, I hope you had fun anyway. Have a lovely, lovely day. There'll be a video later, so pop back and find it. If you don't get notifications, then subscribe, click the bell, and you can even if you are already subscribed, go to the bell next to the subscription box on at the bottom of the video, and you can select how many notifications you get. Now I post 2-3 videos a day and sometimes a message on the community tabs. There's a lot of stuff, so that's a lot of notifications, so you might want less or you might want them all, you know, and you can choose in that little bell when you click the bell, so that's really handy. Anyway, thank you for watching. Have a lovely day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, we are going to start the second page of this large spread of lost items from Rooms of Wonder. I wasn't sure whether to leave a little gap and then do something else and come back, but I just thought it's quite satisfying getting a sort of double page spread done. And so I thought I would just crack on with it, really. I also am sort of trying to get this book finished before Johanna's new book comes out. So, and there are other pages I want to do for you as well. So I thought, let's just crack on and get this bit done, and then we can move on to something different and have some fun with that. Now, I'm going to start actually with the little window. I've grabbed number 83, which is our dove grey. And really, I'm just going to put a couple of lines across the window like that, just to make it look like it's a bit shiny. And that's all I'm going to do with that. And then I'm going to do the little piece around the window. Now I quite like that to look like it's sort of gold, but it's a very small space, so I'm just going to use number 16 and do my sort of cheats gold, which is to do, just looking for my pencil sharpened, but I think I'm okay, a little bit there and fade, a little bit there and fade, and I'm going to use it also for this across bit here and this top bit here. Excuse me. And it might not look really goldy, but it's ish, goldish, so that's that. But I think we need to use some nice bright colours. You know, I'm assuming this is a child's toy, it's going to be bright. I think we're going to use this slightly pinky colour. I'm not sure what it's called actually, number 23. It's actually Bordeaux, and I'm going to use this for some of the main areas. Excuse me. I've got a frog because I've just had lunch. So I'm fading towards the middle a little bit. So I want a lot of layers on the outside and less towards the middle. Hopefully it will give the impression our little rocket is a bit rounded. It's going to not be flat, is it? There we go. And I think I'm going to use this colour down here at the bottom as well. And do the same thing, so build up the layers of colour there and then a little bit less towards the middle. I'm not leaving it completely white, but I think it's nice if it looks a little bit shiny, because I think it would, you know, even if it was made of plastic it would have a bit of a shine, or if it was metal it would have more. Excuse me. There we go. Right, let's grab some blue. This blue is handy, if I can grab it out. Number 33, and would do these side parts. A little tricky to know how to do these. I think I'm just going to go a bit darker here, slightly less towards the inside, not too much less. There we go. I think that will work. I was tempted to do a sort of Tintin rocket type thing, but it's a bit complicated for something so small as this. I think we'll do this bit. We'll follow like we did with the red, so we'll make it paler as we get towards the centre. Should we do that bottom bit? No, we'll leave that for a minute. I might go back and do it. Let's do some green, I'm thinking. 52, that's quite a nice sort of mid green. This is the sap green. Sorry, I didn't tell you what that blue was. That was the cobalt blue. I don't know if you're that. Some people like to know the names, some people aren't too bothered. Do this middle bit. A sort of green band. I don't know what that's supposed to be. I guess a bit of the rocket breaks away as it goes into space, so maybe that's what that is. I don't know. Do that little bit at the top. Ooh. Try and get in there. And I think I'll do, yeah, I'll do this bit here. Like that. Make it a little bit lighter in places, and that bit there. Now we've sort of got 3 sections left, which are going to be our final colour, and I've got to decide what the colour's going to be. I could do a yellow. Could do this. Yeah, that's the wrong way. Turning my pencil case the wrong way. Yeah, let's go for number 1. This is just yellow. It's quite a nice yellow. I'm not going to be able to do much shading, but it doesn't matter on this one because it's just a central bit. On the other bits maybe I will, but because you can't really layer and layer up the yellow and get a different colour, so I'm going to grab the number 11, which is the sand, and I'm going to do a little work with this first, so on the very edge of there, and then fade. And same here. With these, I'm thinking underneath, like that. They look very odd. Once we get some more, we get the yellow back on there, it should work hopefully. It's very dull today. It's the last day of April when I'm recording this. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. And there we go. And I've got to decide what colour to do the ticket. I'm thinking maybe I'm going to do this grey colour for the ticket. And it's a bank holiday weekend. So often it's common knowledge in the UK that when it's a bank holiday weekend that the weather's abysmal. It doesn't always happen, of course, but it's just because people are off work, they want it to be nice weather, you know, and it often isn't. But it isn't abysmal, it's not raining, it's just quite dark and dull, and not really going out weather, I guess. Certainly not picnic weather or anything like that. But it doesn't worry me because I'm in here making videos for you. So there is the rocket. I'm rather pleased, I have to say, with the way the colours work. Putting that orange with the yellow work. I might do a little more. I'm just going to do the 11. I'm just going to do a little more on the edge of this one. I don't know how well it will take because I've layered that on quite thickly. No, it's not really taking, is it? Maybe a tad. But I think actually looking in the camera, it looks a bit more, a bit better than just with my eye. So there we go. There's our rocket for today, so thank you for watching. There'll be another video later on. I couldn't tell you what. I haven't made it yet. But there'll be something for you. But thank you so much for watching. Hope you have a super day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next picture in our lost items page from Johanna Basford's Rooms of Wonder. I do forget to mention that it's Staedtler Design Journey pencils that I'm using for this one. Any Staedtlers would work, yeah, I hopefully you can sort of follow along with any pencils really. 77. I'm going to do this little plaque. Someone the other day commented that as soon as I started using a dark brown, they guessed that I was going to be doing a gold. Well done, number 73, if you guessed that. Again this time, because that's what I'm doing here. The trophy itself is not going to be gold. Ooh. Do it a bit differently. I think I've done a few gold things anyway, but I've also done a few silvery things. 16. I just thought I'm trying to blend this up. There we go. Now I want a very yellowy colour. I don't know if you can hear me turning my. I have a number 11. This is the sand. I have a pencil case. It's the Derwent one. You have to keep flipping it over to find the colours. I pinched it off my husband because he found it really irritating, and I thought I might too, but I like to be able to have all my Staedtlers together in one place, so then I can use them interchangeably if I want to. This is number 9, which is the black. I'm going to do the plinth black, but I'm also going to do some of the edges of this because it's going to be silver. So I'm going to do some of the areas I think will be darker, and you can see I'm just putting a little bit down and then extending it. I'm going to put a bit along there just so we can see the difference between the edge, the inside and the outside. Not that we would get confused, I don't think, but it's quite useful. Yeah, my husband didn't like it, the case. I don't know what he put. I think he put his Staedtlers in there, but he took it. But some people don't like mixing their brands. I mean, it's not like I'm mixing brands, it's just different Staedtlers. but I found I wasn't really using like my Norris very much and things like that, because they're in a cardboard box and I had to tip them out and then get them into the right order, every colour order every time I used them, and it was just irritating, so I put them in the bag. It seems to be working for me, and so yeah, I'm going to look to do that with some of my other pencils, not all of them. I do like tins, so I will keep using a lot of the tins, but this Staedtler, of course, I've got some that came in tins and some that didn't, so now I can, because the Norris were in a cardboard packet which was starting to break. I've also put another brand of pencil in the case as well because there was space, and my Casserole, I think they're called. I'm going to make this front bit a bit darker, so I'm going to layer this black a little bit more. They came in sort of plastic cases, but they were getting a little bit difficult for me to manage like that, so they're quite useful in the case too. I used them the other day and I thought it was better in the case. Also, I've mixed together I've got pastels and non, and so now they're sort of in the case together. I can use them together. Now my next grey to do this silver, let me see, what have we got? I could use the 8, I think. I rather like the 8. I think it's in danger of being used up quickly, but hey ho. Now I'm going to go over the top of this black and then extend it in. You've seen me do this before, if you've watched me before, which I'm sure most of you have. And thank you if you've come back, appreciate it. I had a lovely comment the other day from someone who said they'd completed their first ever picture following my tutorial, which was really lovely. I don't know whether they'd started lots and never finished one, or whether they had just were new to colouring. Either way, really lovely. I get great satisfaction from finishing a picture. I've actually got a completed book next to me to do a flip through for you. Actually, the flip through will probably come out before this video because I'm a little bit ahead with these little ones, but I'm having fun with them. There we go, next layer of sort of silver, and then I think I might just go to the light grey, which is the number 80. There we go, and this might be my last bit, although I do have a lighter grey, but because of the size of this one, because I want to leave some white, it might be all I do. Sorry, I'm doing it in a weird order, aren't I? Do one handle but not the other. Let's do this one, just for those of you who are going, why hasn't she done that one? And for me, because I'll probably forget otherwise. You know what I'm like? Forget bits. Leave that white in the middle. Same here. And then here, I'm just going to go over these bits a bit, tidies it up as well, fills in any gaps or some of the gaps that I've missed. I'm not going to pretend it'll fill up all of it because I'm not particularly good at covering all the space. And then this one in here, just a bit, because it's tempting to leave that quite big, but remember it's the inside, so it's shaded. I'm going to go back to the black, that's the number 9, and just do a few shadows. So I'm thinking under here, I want that to be a little bit darker. Just going to blend that up a bit, like that, and then under here, like that, and maybe even above this one. Then I'm thinking I'm just going to emphasize those stripes, and under here maybe that's a little brim of some sort. If we put some black in there, will then look like it's sticking out a little bit, and we'll do the same for these. We'll just emphasize them and they'll look more like they're part of the pattern of our cup. There. Now another little tiny thing I'm going to do is around the edge of here. I'm just going to put a little bit. Really, I'm actually colouring on top of Johanna's black line. I just want this to try and look a little bit more rounded. If we've got a bit more shadow underneath, it gives that illusion. I'm not sure that what I'm doing is making much of a difference. It's quite tricky when you've got such a thin space to work with. There we go. Not sure, but anyway, I've had a go. Now the ticket, I think we'll do it in this sort of brownish colour, the 75. We've gone all squiff again. I'm not very good at knowing whether we're straight anyway. I should put a line. I think I should put the grid on my camera and then I would be able to see. I used to do that. And a little bit darker around the edge. Don't know why. And there we go. There is our trophy. So, wonder what that trophy's for. It's a shame that someone's lost it, isn't it? But never mind. It's all safe. They can come and collect it when they want to. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. Hoping you have a fab day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video in our Lost Items series that we're colouring with our Staedtler Design Journey pencils. Now we have a globe to colour today. We're going to start with the water, I think. Just having a little think about which pencil is going to be our best sort of sea colour. We have got a sea green. I think it's a little bit too green. I'm going to use it a little bit and then I'm going to mix it with something else. This is 38. I'm going to use it really lightly. Now the good thing with the Staedtlers is that they can go down really lightly. You just gently layer them up to get the colour that you're looking for. So I think it's quite easy to get a light layer. Obviously it depends how heavy-handed you are, but I find it okay. I'm not sure what this thing around a globe is, this thing. I'm assuming it's like a metal thing, but I don't really know. Oh, I'm just colouring over the island. What a nincompoop is the word, isn't it? Right, I'm going to erase that. I'm sorry for anyone that did that. I've just got carried away with my nattering, as is so often the case. Anyway, I'm sure I can adapt that in a bit. What I want to add in is number 35. This is our, I'm just trying to find it, turquoise. And I think it will just work well with the green. I'm going to make the outsides a little bit darker, so I'm going to layer up a little bit here and then make it a little bit lighter as we go in towards the centre. I'm not going to colour over that little island this time. Oops. It's a bit tricky to know what colour to do the land anyway. I usually do it green, but I think I'll do it a little bit differently this time. We'll have a bit of fun with it. See what we can do. So I'm just layering it up here and then just lightening it as we come in. I think it makes quite a pretty colour. I don't know if it's realistic, but then is a globe colours that realistic? Not really. I have paddled in the sea many times and it's never been this colour. I've paddled at Western Supermare. Any of you who are from the UK might know where that is, and it's not actually the sea, it's the River Severn. It's quite dirty. I paddled in the sea at Devon and Cornwall on the south coast, and in Spain and in America, so I'm very lucky. Now I want a I've decided that I'm going to do like a sandy beach colour on the edge of some of the islands. I'm not going to be able to do it on this one because I've messed it up. We do have a sand colour which is not really the colour I'm looking for. I'm going to use this colour, 16. It's quite a goldish colour, but I think it will look quite nice. So I'm going to sort of do a bit around the edge and then sort of fade it in to the centre of our. You'd have to do it like this if you don't want to do beaches. It'll be a bit difficult on this one. I'll just do a bit because it's small and we'll do a lot around here. What countries are these, Johanna? You don't look like countries. Now this is on the South Pole, so it's not going to have a beach. It would be white. I don't know, I'll think about that in a minute. I'm going to go for a slightly darker brown, put some darker patches, quite dark, so like the 76. I don't know what I'm thinking this might be. Earth, a few patches of earth like that, or even maybe buildings. I don't know. I just want to make it look a bit more interesting. We're going to put quite a bit there, not that one. And then some green for sort of trees and greenery and things, and we'll use number 5, which is the green. And I'm just going to fill in the gaps with this one. And I don't know how odd it's going to look, but I just want my globe to look a bit more interesting, because usually when I do one, I want the edge to be darker. Usually when I do one, I just do it in one colour. So I just think it'll be a bit more interesting. I'm going to make that brown a bit darker. I've done it with a bit of a light touch because I wasn't very confident in the idea. I think it's working, but it needs to show up. So I'm going to go back to it. The 76 again. This is the Van Dyke brown, by the way, just in case you want to know the colour. I'm just going to sort of blend it out a bit so that it extends into the green a bit. Go. That needs a bit of something good happening with it. I'm going to get the 16. Sorry, I've got to bite my nose. It's decided it's going to run. Oh, excuse me. And redo these, darken these up and sort of blend it into the trees a bit. It doesn't matter if you can see it just changes the colour of the trees a bit, which is quite nice. Put that on a bit on that one as well. Might just leave the bottom one white because it's a pole. It would be white, wouldn't it? There we go. I don't know how realistic it looks, but does it matter? I don't think so. Right, we're going to grab a silvery type colour to do some of the bits that I think would be metal. So I'm going to grab 83, which is Dove Grey. I'm trying to find it. Here we go. It's a slightly bluey grey, which I think is good. And I'm going to put a bit either side and then slightly less as we go in with the leave a gap. It looks quite blue. And here, leave a shine there. This one we can fade towards the middle because we've got space like that. But this one, we can't fade it much, just leave a little white gap. And we'll make this bit sort of silvery too. It's probably some sort of stainless steel or something. This one, the shine needs to go down the centre. There we are. Now the stand, the plinth, should we do it? Let's do it one of the colours we've used already. Let's do it in number 5 in the green. I'm just going to use a light layer. Oops, you don't have to go out the lines. And I'm going to make it darker on the front because I think it would be catching a light on the top, but there'd be a shadow from our globe on there. Can we draw a shadow like that? I don't know, I've probably overdone it now. I don't know, I think that looks a bit old. I'm just going to colour it right over. The shadow would go right over it anyway because it's so big. There we go. Now our little ticket, if we do it in 38, which was our sea green, because it was really faint, so it'll look a little bit different. You can see what this colour looks like. It's quite a nice colour, I think. Sort of bluey green. I never had a globe, but I had a great book for my children which had a pop-up globe in it. It was a fantastic picture atlas. I think I've still got it because it was so good, even though the globe's broken a bit. There we go. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave that there. I was wondering whether to add anything to the pole there, but I think I am just going to leave it white, but it does look a bit like I've forgotten. So actually I'm going to change my mind and I'm going to colour it with number 302, which is the pastel blue, just in the lightest amount, with a bit darker at the bottom. There. Now it looks like I haven't forgotten it, which is, I shouldn't really be worried about it. It's my picture. If I've forgotten it, I've forgotten it. What does it matter? But, you know, there we go. So there is our globe. I think I've done it all. Yes, I have. So that's that. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it as much as me. I had fun. Oh, the only thing I was going to do, actually, no, I've forgotten something. White pen. Oh, the lid was loose and I started shaking it. This is a Posca. I'm going to draw some waves on the sea. We've got some marked on here by Johanna. The pen doesn't want to work. Oh, sorry for the noise. I'm just bashing it on my book and it's shaking the whole desk. Come on, Mr. Pen. Let's give it another shake. Make sure the lid was on really well. There we go. Let's hope that works. Yay. So I'm going to go over those marks that Johanna's drawn, but I thought also maybe there'd be some sort of around the edges of the land. It's very faint, this pen. Come on, pen. It's almost drying a bit dry. The nib is a funny colour orange. I don't really know why. Come on, pen. I don't know. Am I the only person that talks with their pen? Maybe I am. I think that it's probably run out, to be honest. I'm going to grab Sakura jelly roll instead, that I know is working. That's better. So just put a few lines around. You don't have to, if you don't have a pen or just don't fancy it, don't do it. But I just think it adds a little bit of interest to our globe. There we go. I am going to finish really this time. So thank you for watching. Have a fab day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to our next lost property item from Rooms of Wonder by Johanna Basford. We've got a unicorn today and we are using our Staedtler Design Journey pencils. I have got no idea what colour to do this, but I do have a couple of pastel-y colours which I am tempted by. I think I am going to use number 21. This is the light rose. I'm going to use it for the main part of our unicorn and then work from there. I'm always very tempted to leave them white because that just feels right, but I want to colour. And if I grab my white pencil, you won't see anything. So I think a pink is quite a nice compromise. I did colour some unicorns recently in a Hannah Carlson book, and I did them in a pastel rainbow, which was my husband asked me to do. That was a lot of fun. I used pastel tint, the Castle Arts pencils for that, which was good. I'm just going to try and get this even. I don't think I manage it, but a little more even at least. There we go. I don't want to go too dark, but I do want to add a little shadow in places, so I'm going to use number 20, which is our magenta, and I'm going to just put, I'm thinking in here and maybe just under there and in there, and then maybe even to add a little bit of shape to those legs. A bit under there. Not too much. I think it's a little bit too dark under here. I'll just try and blend it in a bit more. Same as that one. And I might use this dark colour for the hooves, but leave a little gap. Sorry, I don't know where my voice has gone. Let's try and clear it now. So just leaving a little white mark, a gap, so that it looks shiny, because I was thinking hooves are really shiny. I'm not sure if they are. Now I think we'll swap colour for our mane and tail. Now I'm thinking the violet or the lavender might be nice. We only have the two sort of violet-y type colours. I think I will use the lavender actually, just because it's a little bit paler. It will go better with the pale pink, I think. So this is 62. I'm just going to go over it really. I'm not going to worry about making any areas darker at the moment, just because it's quite small and I just want to see how it looks really. It's quite cute. I'm going to go in the ear with it too. The tail to match. Quite often I would do a unicorn with a white body and then a pastel stripe mane and tail. That would be nice. But yeah, I don't want white today. Now we have wings, horn, stars. I'm quite keen on the idea of trying something silvery, but it's such a small area, I'm not sure if I can pull it off. Should I give it a try? Let's try it with the number 80. 80 is the light grey. Okay, I don't want to go too dark. With the horn, you could do the horn striped, but it's such a small area. I've decided to just go around the edge and leave a white bit in the middle for shine. With the stars, again, around the edge, quite intense, and then leave a bit in the middle for shine. And you could use a shiny pen for this, you know, a gel pen, or a sort of sparkly glaze or something like that, but I think I'm quite happy with it like that. Our ticket, I am going to colour in in the lavender, number 62, but I'm going to put it on a little bit darker so it looks a little bit different. There we go, that's going to work. I'm pressing quite hard. I probably shouldn't be. Layering up is always better, but I do run out of patience sometimes. Just taking a look. What I'm going to do is just grab my violet and do a few details of darker on the mane and tail. I just feel like it needs a little something. So on each bit on the top of the head, I'm going to make a tiny darker patch right on the top. And then same down the neck, the mane, like that, just a little bit. And then a tiny bit on the tip as well. I hope it makes it look a little more interesting. And with the tail, so a little bit there, and then a little bit there. Sort of how I would do hair. I hope that works and looks a bit more fun. So there is our unicorn. I'm going to stop fiddling with it now in case I spoil it. But there it is. I think it looks quite sweet. So yes, you could use something like this, which is a jelly roll number 700, and it's just a glitter glaze. But I think I'm just going to leave it because I'm going to record again straight away this one, and I might just smudge it everywhere. So I don't want to do that. So I'm going to refrain. But you could do that. Anyway, thank you for watching. Have a really lovely day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to another lost items picture. We have quite a challenging one today with these marbles in a glass jar. So we have glass things in a glass thing. So yes, it could be quite daunting. I think what we're going to do is we'll make our marbles nice and colourful, and then we'll think a little bit more about shine and jars and things like that. Now, when I was young, I had marbles and they always had orange ones, lots of orange ones. So I'm going to start with number 24, which is actually called Scarlet Red, but looks very orangey to me, just the right shade. Now with each marble, what I'm going to do is make the edge darker than the centre, and I'm going to leave it a bit lighter in the middle, like that. Now what happens with marbles, most marbles, is that they'll be see-through glass with a bit of colour through, and that's how I'm going to try and do these. It's going to be tricky actually, because you can't see the marble through the other one, so maybe I won't. Maybe I'll put colour throughout them. Maybe they aren't marbles, but these circles to me look like they might be air bubbles in the glass, but they could be candies, sweets, whatever you call them. I'm not saying whatever you call them because I've forgotten. Number 5, green. I just, different people call them different things. So I'm going to do, again, dark on the edge, a bit lighter in the middle, like that. And let's do that bit light there. A little bit of green on this one. I don't know what to do with that one. I think I'll just do it in 2 colours. I'm going to ignore that bit. So I'm going to put some white pen on for shine later. Okay, let's grab a blue. I've got the number 63 nearby. We use that. So I think, yeah, we're going to colour all of these fully, not leave any white. I think it's just going to be a lot easier because we've got the glass jar to think about as well. There's a lot going on. Let's do this one. So again, darker here, a bit less towards the centre. Yeah, maybe this one. Okay, where to now? We need some yellow, I'm thinking. Let's go for the sand, number 11. It's a nice sort of really vibrant colour, which is what I think we need so that it shows up a bit. So darker here, a bit less here. It's quite difficult with this colour to show you dark and light. Just do what works best for you. I want that bit. There we go. Okay, so we've got orange and yellow. Let's go back through. Let's do a red. Number 29 is the carmine red. Let's use that one. Gosh, I don't know if you can see that. Anyway. What do you want here? You can of course choose whichever colours you wish. You don't have to copy my colours. If you've got particular favourites that you might have had as a child or just favourite colours. Do a little bit of pink. Actually I think I'm going to go quite dark. I think I'm going to go for the 61, which is the dark mauve, just so that it sort of shows up a bit. It's got a lot of vibrant colours going on. There we go. Oh, I have to do a few more. I just thought, oh, I'll just do one. I better not. I'd do a few. It's going to look a little bit old otherwise. Yeah, that'll do. I don't like that colour very much, you know. It doesn't quite seem to work. So we'll go to number 6, which is our violet instead. That's better. Around there, and then this one. Okay, there's a lot of colour. We've got blue, we've got green. Should we do, let's do a brown. Why ever not? Number 72 is a really sort of vibranty colour. This is called dark sand. We'll try this for a few. They're quite close together, a lot of the ones that need more colour. So I'm trying to go dark around there, a bit less towards the middle, and that one. Now we need another colour. We could go for a dark brown, or I don't want to use a grey. Let's go 77. This is the tobacco brown. It's quite a dark one, as you can see. I don't think I ever had brown marbles, but you know, why not? There we go, all filled in. Now I'm going to add some. Shall I do that? Yes. Number 9. What I'm going to do is add a tiny bit of shadow between each one. So where they're sort of overlapping, I want a bit of shadow to make them look slightly more three-dimensional rather than the big mishmash of colour. I hope this is going to work and not just look like a dirty, muddy splodge. That's a bit better. I think it's worked. We're going to put some shine on them in a minute. We're going to do the jar first. I'm going to use the Dove Grey, number 83, because it's slightly bluey and I think that's quite a nice colour for glass. Now, we've done glass before in different ways. I'm going to use the way that I tend to do it, which is I start right at the edge. Some people don't, they leave a white gap. I've tried that before. I've shown you one like that. and now I'm going to fade towards the middle. Okay, so I won't colour over the items, but hopefully we can give the impression of behind glass in a bit. I'll worry about that in a minute. Let's just get this grey down first. So here we're going to really fade it as we go towards the centre of our sort of jar. Leave a bit of white. Probably didn't leave enough, but never mind. There is our grey jar, and we'll do the lid and then we'll worry about getting our shine. I've decided to take a colour from the marbles for the lid, and I'm going to use 29, which is our carmine red, just because it's really bright and fun. And I'm going to trying to make it a little more intense on the edge and then less towards the middle, like that. And then it will hopefully emphasise the curve on the lid, because this bit is nearer to us, so there'll be less shadow. I think that's worked. Go around this part, and then the lid, which I think will be slightly lighter because it might be catching the light from above, but we still want it a bit dark on the edges compared to the middle. There we go. Let's do the label, because if I don't I might smudge any white pen that I'm going to use in a bit. I'm going to do the label in the green. I think the green was 5, but I'm not going to do it too dark. Keep it a little lighter. I'm holding the pencil further down, colouring it with it on its side, and that produces less of an intense colour. There we go. Right, now we'll use our Jelly Roll 10 to do some markings. Right, I'm going to start with the edge of the jar, and I'm going to go over Johanna's lines that she's drawn in black. If the pen will work. Come on, pen. There we go. The difficulty with white is that if you go over the top of a bit you've done already, it can not show up. Now I'm going to do some shine on our marbles on both sides of some of them, just on the edges like that. Now I'm going to do some jar marks across as well, just a few. I don't want to go all the way across the jar, but I want to make sure we know that they're inside. So by putting some of our white shine on top of them, it gives that impression, I think. And just put a bit more in there like that, and there we go. I'm going to leave that now, but I think that just helps it look like it's inside the jar. So I think that is it. I'm just having a quick look. No, I didn't do any shine on that one. There we go. That, now I'm done and I'm happy. So there are either marbles or gobstoppers, sweets, whatever they might be, inside the jar. So that is the end of another row. We've got 4 rows to go. If you're colouring along, well done. You're doing so well, keeping up. I know there's a lot to keep up with, isn't it? But thank you so much for watching. Have a really lovely day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video in our Rooms of Wonder Lost Items. I was going to say Lost Ocean. What's my brain? Lost Items series, and we have a little old-fashioned radio to do, which is good fun. I was going to just do it in silver and black, but I think we could try and find a more retro type colour. I'm thinking pink, a sort of salmony pink, or the yellow, or the sort of blue. I think the blue might be the one we can match up the best. I'm thinking maybe this 302, which is called, I haven't got my list out, pastel blue. Here's my list of colour names. I haven't memorised it yet. So we'll do a pastel blue for this sort of main parts. I think it's fun. I'm thinking this bit here. I'm just covering over the notes. You could, because they've gone quite dull because of the blue colouring going over the top of them, you could do a sort of black pen on top, or like a blue or even a metallic, something like that. But I think, I'm not sure how well that would work with this sort of retro feel. This really isn't the colour that I was thinking of, but I can't make the colour I was thinking of, so it's not quite pale enough. But you need to be able to see it, so I guess it's probably a good choice. I'm thinking this bit and this bit as well. It needs a bit of shade and shadow, and I've decided that what I'm going to do is not do that with this. So I'm going to put down a fairly even colour across the whole thing, and then get another blue to sort of pop in some shade. I think shadow, I think that'll work best. So I'm quite happy with that, and I'm going to use the number 63, which is our Delft blue. Whoops, let's hold it in shot. Let's just hold it over here so nobody can see. I'm just going to sharpen it a little bit. Just had a visitor, which was fun. My dad popped in. He was on a walk with the U3A. You may not have heard, you may or may not, the University of the Third Age. So it's basically social groups for retired people, and he was doing a walk past my house, which was fun. And he had said he wouldn't be able to pop in. He just popped in for a quick hug and a hello, which was lovely. Really nice to see him. And I'm actually seeing him on Sunday for a proper family get together, so he couldn't stop long because he'd sort of, he'd left his walk buddies, and just a quick hi, I'm going by, see you, sort of thing. It was really nice, so that was good fun. So I don't know if he'll come back in on his way back past. I think they'll come back past this way again, not sure, but there we go. So I'm just adding a few areas where I think there might be just a little bit of shadow, really, just to give it a bit more depth, interest, that sort of thing. So around the edge there and there, like that. I think usually this bit is black, so I think that's how I'm going to do it. Just work out which way up my pencil case is today. It's ever so warm, my pencil case number 9. It's a really sunny day, and it's been on the windowsill because I was recording something else, so I popped it up on my windowsill out of the way, knowing that I was going to come back to this one later. And I'm doing this really lightly with a pencil on the side, because these are often sort of fabric-y and they're not like really dark black, so I thought that might work better. I'm not sure if these are lights or buttons. I'm just going to colour them black, a bit darker on the edge and the centre of this. This is like a dial, I assume, to tune in the channels. Buttons, dial, what colour? I do these in black. I've completely lost my train of thought. Anyway, yes, we're having a get together at the weekend, so I'll see him properly. Is that what I was saying? Oh, I just don't know. My pencils were hot because they were on the windowsill. Oh, I don't know. Sorry, you'll have to excuse my brain. I feel like it was funny, I was brushing my teeth this morning thinking my brain fog is so much better. Yay. And now I'm like, is it? Or is it not? Number 85. Is that what I want? Yes, that is the warm grey. No, I want a cold grey. Let's pop that back. I think this one will be better. This is the dove grey. A bluey grey. I think it will match with everything and we can make it look silvery. Yeah, so I think the brain fog couldn't remember the word, oh my goodness, is due to menopause, and that's what I'm thinking anyway. So we've left it a little bit lighter here and here where it would catch the light, and it makes it look a bit more metallic. This one is quite tricky. I'm going to do it in the way I might do a clock face, for example. Where's it going to be lighter? Probably let's make it darker here and here, and then we just fade up and down and up and down, and I think it looks a little bit silvery, a little bit. Yeah. Now our label, I'm going to use this colour again, this 83, the dove grey, but hard, so that it matches, like I always do, match the tag in. So how are you keeping up? I know some people are colouring along, and that's brilliant. I'm really happy. And some people are finding it a job to keep up. I mean, it's a busy old page, isn't it? And it's relentless. I don't stop releasing videos, do I? You have to work hard if you want to copy me. But I hope you're having fun with it. I'm really enjoying this page. There seems to be so much still to do, which is rather fun. When you're enjoying it, there's always a great thing. Not that there are many pages. There are some pages I enjoy more than others. I don't think that's any surprise to anybody. Let's flatten that down a bit. That's it. But this one is a lot of fun. And I'm hoping that Johanna's new book is full of little things like this. I know some people aren't so happy with these things, but for me, it just, you get that moment of satisfaction because you've completed a whole picture in such a small amount of time. What's this, only 7 minutes and we're done. So that's great. But yeah, there'll be another one tomorrow. I'm going to work through the rest of this page now and get it done. I can't imagine I will interrupt the series now with anything else. You never know, you know, I'm unpredictable. But I don't think I am, to be honest. I'm very predictable. So anyway, that's me for today. Have a really good day. Tune in later for a longer video. This was rather quick. And happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to our next lost item, and using the Staedtler Design Journey pencils as always. I often forget to say at the beginning of the video, I'm sorry, it's always in my description. What I've used is always in there, so if you're in any doubt, go and pop down and have a look. We're doing this sort of cider jar is what I think it is today, which is great fun. I'm going to start by colouring those apples. I think we'll use this one. This is number 57, which is a favourite green of mine. It is the olive green. I think, hang on. Yeah, sorry, just trying to read it off my piece of paper. It's curled up. So I'm going to do this one in the olive and this one. But I think I'll do that middle one in red just for a bit of difference and fun. What sort of red would an apple be? Maybe closer to than this one. This is 29, which is our carmine red. Maybe that'll be a bit pink. We'll give it a go. We'll see what happens. Maybe it's a pink lady apple. Who knows? Although, if it's British cider, what do they use? They use Cox's Orange Pippin? Not sure. Anyway, that looks fun. We'll leave it like that. I've got a little tiny leaf. Let's grab a green. 52. This was a nice one. That is, I think, our sap green. I guessed that right. I'm getting to know them. And I'm going to do this bit of label here also with the sap green. I think it's quite fun to sort of use some of the same colours It's a bit scruffy. Hang on. I'm going to do that bit a bit harder there. And then, oh yeah, a bit hard on that one too. There we go. Now this label, I don't really want it to be very dark. I think I'm going to use the 16, the golden ochre, for the label. I'm also trying to work out how I'm going to do this sort of terracotta clay colour. I think we've got something actually. So let's just colour that in fairly evenly, like that. But this is a round bottle, so it needs to be darker on these edges. So we'll just pull that colour in like that and that. There we go. That might do. I'll decide in a bit. We're gonna have a look. Now, I think this colour, this is 72, it's dark sand, is a little bit orangey, but I think I'm going to use this as a base, light-ish, and then go over with something else, and I think we might just crack our sort of terracotta-y colour. I don't know what that bit there is, I'm just going to do it with the same colour. I don't know if it's meant to be part of the label. If it is, then I've done it wrong, but never mind. There we go. So it's just a light layer. I was holding the pencil quite near the end there on its side to get that light layer. And then I'm going to switch to the 73, which is our burnt sienna. You see it's a little bit of a different shade. And I'm going to think about my layering too. I want more layers here near the edge and less towards the centre. Same here. Like that, and then here, now on this bit, sort of fading towards the middle helps with the shape of our bottle. We don't want to leave white, which we haven't anyway, because terracotta isn't shiny, it's very matte, but if it's a little bit dark on those edges, it gives it some shape. I've gone very much out the lines up here with my dark sand, but never mind. So there we go. I'm quite pleased with that colour. I feel it's a little bit too light in that middle though. There we go. And the cork. We need a light brown, which we do not have. So I'm going to use actually quite a dark brown, 76. Darker here and lighter towards the middle. Like that. But then I'm going to grab the 49, which is the fawn. I didn't tell you the name of the other one. It's the Van Dyke Brown. And put this over the top. I'm hoping it might just work. Yeah, that's okay. I think that'll do. And let's do our label. I'm still using this colour, you will have noticed. Like that. I rather like that. That's rather fun. So that is our, I'm going to call it a cider jar. Yeah, sometimes I have a little handle, but I'm glad that one didn't. It would have been harder to colour. Oh, well, thank you so much. It was quite quick, but I had a lot of fun. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you have a fantastic day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to our next lost items little video. We have another bonsai tree. We had a pretty one on the last page. This one looks a little bit more like a conventional tree, I suppose. I'm going to use 3 different greens, I think, for the tree, just to make it more fun. So I'm going to start with 52, which is our sap green. I'm going to do the sort of lower bits of the tree where I think it might be darker. I mean, Johanna's drawn here some dots for the darker areas, I think, to help us as well. So I'm going to use those as a guidance, which is good. And I'm trying to fade my green up a little bit, so it's going to be quite dark under here. But as I go up here, I should do a little less layers like that, and just a little bit all around, and then we'll move into our next green, which is the number 50. Oops, I can't get it out though. This is the willow green, and I'm going to go over what I've done just to cover any little bits that I may have missed, and then start to colour up. Gosh, I think it's going to be a hot day. It's so sunny already. I guess it's 11 in the morning, so I guess we're getting to the sunniest bit. But I've got to stay in for delivery, so I'm unlikely to go out, especially as I've got a lot of plans for indoor stuff today, so which is all good. I know some people are like, if it's sunny you've got to go out. It's like, I don't see it that way. I'm going to have to start walking more soon though. In the holidays, my son's going to have to get used to walking a lot more once he starts college. This is 53, which is the green. 53 lime green. Sorry, I was reading the wrong name and I was thinking it's not that. There we go. So he's going to have quite a walk to the bus stop and that sort of thing. So he needs to get a lot fitter. I'm going to go over everything. This is going to be my last colour. So I said to him I could walk with him every morning after breakfast. And it's quite nice to go early. Firstly, I find once I sit down and start work, I don't stop until it's time to cook in the evening. I stop for lunch, but I have a really quick lunch and then I get straight back to it. When the children are here, I have a bit of a longer lunch because I chat to them, which is nice. But normally very quick and back to it, which is fine. But it means that I don't sort of make time in my day to go out. Whereas, so if I walk early, then it's done, you know. So unless I've got an appointment later in the day or something like that, I like getting it done early. Right, our tree trunk. Going to use a couple of browns. I think we'll start with the 76. This is the Van Dyke brown, and I'm going to do this sort of edges. And the sort of bottom of the branches. These little thin branches are just going to be quite a solid colour of this, partly because I've gone over them in green, so I need to try and cover that up, which I'm not succeeding very well at, but also it's a bit fiddly to get 2 colours in there, so I just do the best I can. Yeah, my son will have a walk, they both will actually have probably a walk into town to the bus stop, which is 20 minutes, it's not far, but when you're not used to it, it can feel quite tricky. I'm going to use 73. I think we used that on the last one. Burnt sienna, maybe we didn't. And fill in the gaps with this and sort of go over all of it really, and then it will blend in better. It's quite an orangey colour, isn't it? I'm hoping it makes our trunk look a bit more rounded, but I'm not too happy with that. I'm going to go back to our 76 excuse me, and just put a bit more in here. Just bring in a bit more colour. There we go. And now we have our pot. It's slightly trickier because of our piece of paper stuck on it. Let's do the little piece of paper first. There's a bit of sticky tape on it, oops, which I am going to do in a yellow. Yeah, number 1, this is just yellow. Really pale. Because sticky tape doesn't really have a colour. Then the note itself, I've got to plan this. Pot colour, note colour. What colours haven't we used lately? We haven't used pinks, purples very much in the last couple of videos. So let's think about that. Let's use this one. This is the lavender. Let's do the note in the lavender. I think we've already got a lavender note somewhere, but that's likely to happen, isn't it? So we'll do the note in lavender, and we'll do our pot in a mixture of violet and lavender. Okay, so this is the violet, and it's going here, and I just fade it a bit, and we're going to bring in the lavender in a bit. I think this is a bit of a mistake because where the label is, it's going to be the same colour. That was a mistake, never mind. I think I'll be able to sort it. So I'm doing a little bit less as we're coming in. Now back to our lavender. Like that. There, it looks, I've tried to make it look darker, and I think that's worked. My last little thing is I would like a little bit of shadow under the brim of the pot. It's just a tiny detail, but it will just make me feel happy if I put it in. So I'm actually going to use the black, and it needs to be really sharp. Number 9 is our black. There we go. And under here, now I'm going to make it, layer it up more on the edge where it's darker anyway. There we go. It's just a tiny touch, but for me, it makes me happy. So there it is, our little tiny tree. I think it's just the cutest little tree, so thank you to Johanna for our little tree. And that is me for today. So thank you so much for watching. Have a lovely, lovely day, and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to our next Rooms of Wonder picture. As always, Staedtler Design Journey pencils, and I'm going to crack on. I'm just going to choose the picture for the colour, for my little house. I was firstly going to do the roof in grey, but I've changed my mind, and I'm going to do it in this sort of grey-blue colour, which is number 59, and it is called Hooker's Green. Looks blue. We'll try it. Let's have a look. I haven't used it much, as you can tell. I thought it was a grey blue. Maybe it is a grey blue green colour. It doesn't matter. But there we go. I might have to do quite a different colour house to what I was planning. but never mind, it's not going to matter. We use the turquoise, I think. Number 35 is the turquoise, but I can't find it. There it is. We'll do the house. Now we've got a snow scene, obviously, so I'm trying to think. I might draw some snow on after. Might be easier. The house has like got a snowdrift on it, hasn't it? Have a think. Gonna do the chimney with this colour too. Do that side a bit darker. There we go. I quite like windows being warm looking. So I'm going to grab number 11. So it looks like really nice warm light coming from our windows. This is the sand, I think. Yeah. But for me, I don't feel it's sand as much as just a lovely bright colour. I'm just finding a colour for the door. We hadn't done that. I'm thinking 63 might work. This is the Delft blue. I think it's going to go together with the other blues that we've used fairly well. I hope everyone's doing okay. There we go. I'm thinking these are pine trees, so I always think they're a sort of almost greeny blue. Now we've obviously got a bluey green roof, but I think if we use the 38, which is the sea green, I think, yes, I think it will work. It definitely looks green, and I just think it looks right for this sort of tree. But maybe some of them are a bit more grey, the spruce or something, but I'm thinking pine. Now you can see a few line marks here. I'm always careful when I'm colouring trees or anything really to think about the direction, and I'm thinking, you know, these are pine needles. They'll be sort of this direction, I'm guessing, from the way it's drawn. You can't always tell. If you look at a tree up close, they'll be all over the place. I'm going to go a bit darker here where it's overlapping, just to put, if it's darker it gives a better idea of depth. You can see it looks like it's casting a bit of a shadow. Now the tree trunks, we want a brown. I'm going for the tobacco brown, which is the 77, because it's not so warm, and this is quite a cold picture with the snow. The windows are warm, but we want it to look like the house is cosy and the outdoor is cold. I'm feeling cold now just talking about it. Now sky is tricky. Often when it snows it's quite grey or almost white in the sky, but I feel like I want to put some colour in, because otherwise it's gonna, if I put this, I'm gonna put the snow in with a pen, it's not going to show up if I do a very light sky. So I'm going to use number 30, which is our, just checking the number, light blue, but it can get quite dark if you intense if you layer it up a bit, which is what I am going to do. So I'm going to layer and layer to get a fairly darkish blue colour, and realising of course that this is unrealistic, it's not how it would be, but I think it's going to be the best to show up in the way that I want it to look. So a bit of artistic license, I suppose, to change it. Now this is a snow globe obviously, but we've got this little note pinned on it, which for me makes it a little more difficult to illustrate the shine on the glass and things like that. We're going to have to do it all on this side and maybe down there. I think I can do it, but as I say, it'll be a little more tricky. I think I'll get there. Stop breathing then. Do you ever do that when you're colouring? Just don't breathe. I should really, it's supposed to be relaxing. Now, going to do a little bit of work on the ground. Now obviously it's snow. I'm thinking there might be a little bit of reflection in from the windows, so I'm going to grab this yellow that we used at 11. In fact, I'm not. I'm going to use a slightly lighter yellow because it wouldn't hit the snow with the same intensity as you would get from the actual window. So I'm going to grab the one. This is the yellow. It's a little bit less orangey. And I'm just thinking, where is that going to hit the snow? Maybe there. Maybe a bit there, like that. A little bit of reflection. And I also want to draw a little bit of green on our snow. A sort of grass green. Maybe, yeah, 52, the sap green will probably work quite well. I'm going to put probably more than you would expect here. Because I'm going to get my white pen to put my snow back in to the picture in a bit. Okay, but we're going to leave that till last. So at the moment it might just look a little bit odd. I think there. There we go. Okay. Once we put the white in, hopefully it will make sense. Let's hope. Right, we'll do this sort of outside glassy bit now. I'm going to use the 83, the Dove Grey. I rather like this for glass. It's quite a bluey grey. And I'm going to keep it quite heavy at the bottom here, even though it's glass. And then just fade it up like that. And do the same on the other side. And then put a bit more on the top and less here. Now, it's probably more likely that the light would come down from the top, but I find putting the shine on the side, you can see it better. Otherwise it just looks like I've forgotten to colour the top, which I haven't. There we go. Now we're going to do the base. I think it looks quite ornate. We could try and do a gold, or maybe other bright colours perhaps might. I think we need to embrace the fact that it's a snow globe and it should be quite Christmassy. So I'm going to grab the 29 to start with, which is obviously a lovely red. It is our carmine red, and I'm going to do some red details on here. Red being a colour I always associate with Christmas. But I'm trying to think what I would put with it. I mean, obviously snow globes aren't always for Christmas. I'm going to make this look a little jewel-esque. Jewel-like is the word I'm looking for, by making it more intense around the edge and lighter in the middle. Yeah, snow globes. I used to have a snow globe growing up. Eventually it leaked and it cracked. My dad tried to fix it. We put some more water in, but the water just kept evaporating, so it must have had an air gap somewhere, but obviously not where the water was, or else it would have kept leaking. So I don't really understand what was going on with the silly thing. I'm trying to think of what other colour to put with that. Red and white and green, Christmassy. I don't want silver because it looks too much like the glass. We've got a lot of blue going on already. We don't want to leave it just white. Let's grab a goldish colour. That's the way to do it. The golden ochre. So yeah, my snow globe didn't have snowy scene in it. It was a fish tank and there were plastic fish. So when you shook it and the snow fell, the fish bobbed around as well. It wasn't. I always wanted a huge, one of those really big snow globes, you know, like, and really big, opulent, with really pretty and shiny. Mine was plastic and quite small, but you know, it was what my parents could afford. I'm just thinking about the label. I think I'm going to go with yellow for the tape. and then maybe the green, the 52, the sap green for the actual label, but really light. So I'm holding it very far up the pencil. I've got it on its side, very light, gentle movements. Just let the paper take the colour off rather than trying to force it. There we go. And now we need to do some magic with a pen. So, snow to start with. So because our sky is quite dark, the white snow shows up. Now I think we should have some snow on the roof and on the top of the trees as well. Now down here we need a lot more. I don't really want to see very much green through, just a little bit. So it could take some time. But where the yellow is, I want to see more of that through. So I bought my children a snow globe each one Christmas. I put them in the cloakroom this Christmas, and so people could play with them when they were in the downstairs loo. It was a bit of fun. I used to find when we had guests they'd moved, so I think people did play with them. I don't know whether there would be any snow on the rest of the trees. I think it would just settle on the top, the same as the house. It might be on the windowsill, although we can't see that. So just dotting away. Now we need to think about our glass as well. We want to make that look more three-dimensional, so I am going to here I want quite a thick bit of shine there, and one like that on this side. So follow the curve of the item, and then now this pen is a little bit fine. I am going to grab my Posca. I've just brought one in from next door that's working because the one in here had run out. I actually need, I don't think I've got another one, so I need to get one. My husband's just finished a Colt Pens order as well, so I was a bit late. Here we are. Hopefully that looks a little bit like shine. I'm going to put a tad down here and on these bits to make them look a bit more like their shiny gemstones. I don't think they'll look like them, but they look a bit more shiny, which is good. It's sort of tempting to try and take away that line, but I don't think I will. I think I'm going to just leave it like that. I think that will do. So there is our snow globe. I think it's quite fun. I enjoyed it. I had actually thought it was going to be quite complicated, but once I got going it really wasn't. So that's good. But thank you for watching. Hope you have a really lovely day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to our next picture from the lost items from Rooms of Wonder. Now we have this little teapot, and I am just, or coffee pot, or teapot, coffee pot, don't know. and I'll make up my mind soon. I'm thinking about the shape of it because it's quite rounded, and I think we want to make sure we can see that roundness by shading the edges, making them a bit darker. But because we've got this pattern on them, I'm trying to work out how we might do that, and whether we do some undercolouring with a darker grey to start with. I think I'll give it a go and see how it works. So I'm going to use this 8. This is our grey, and I'm going to go around the edge. I'll show you, and just put a dark layer around here, and then gently bring it in a bit, and then on this side as well. Like that, and we'll do it with all the other areas that I feel need a little bit of shadow. And then we'll add our colour in, just flat on top, and see whether we can get it to work. Like that. Now, thinking I would bring that all the way in and just leave a little white shine mark in the middle. There, done. No, let's add some, should we add some colour? Shall we? Teasing you today. Right, centres of flowers. I'm going to use a yellow, but I think because we've got the grey underneath, we need something that's going to show up. So actually, I've changed my mind completely, and I'm going to use a number 6, which is our violet. Very different to yellow. So, just popping it down. What I'd like to do is make the outsides a little bit darker than the centre. It's a bit tricky to do when you haven't got the whole thing, but I'm going to try my best. Like that. I'm in two minds about the dots, whether to do those in this colour or not. I'm for sure going to do here. I'm going to lighten it a bit in the middle. Still. And this bit. Now, should I do this bottom piece of the lid, or should I keep that the same colour? Or we could do the base, that and that, all in different colours, couldn't we? Yeah, let's do that. I'm not sure about the dots yet, I still haven't decided, so I'm just going to leave those for a minute while I grab my next colour. I'm going to go for the 61, which is the dark mauve, and do the petals. So again, I'm just going to try and make them a little darker on the edges, but because they're so small, it will be difficult to see, and it's difficult to do. But I just do my best. That's all I can do, and I have fun. That's the most important thing. Yeah, it's colouring is always such fun. I've very few pictures I've done where I haven't had fun. I do find sometimes when I'm getting to the end of a page and it's really big, I might rush it a little bit because the satisfaction of finishing is so nice, but it doesn't mean I'm not having fun. And I find that when I'm getting towards the end of the book, I've left the more complex pictures usually, or the ones that I don't really know what to do with. So then I have to start racking my brains and working out what to do, which can be fun actually. Right, I'm going to use this, like I said, a different colour for this bit. So I'm going to fade that towards the middle. Although we've drawn it on with the grey, I'm going to do it, emphasise it with this as well. Like that. And this bit, wasn't it, I said? And then this bit. Yeah, I think for some people a lot of the fun of colouring is collecting sets of pencils and various stationery bits and pieces. For my husband, he loves shopping, and so for his art he really does enjoy that bit, buying all the bits and bobs. For me, I enjoy the doing. I'm just picking my next colour. I'm going to choose this, I think. This is the mauve. Gosh, it sounds like hailstones outside. Number 260. It's quite a dark colour. I think it will sort of hide our grey. You do have the leaves to do. Yeah, so he enjoys the purchasing, the receiving, trying new things. I do enjoy that too, but it really is the colouring that's the fun bit for me. The actual doing. It's always lovely to have new colouring bits and pieces, of course. New pretty pictures to colour and things like that. I've got one to do actually. In a bit later on today and possibly tomorrow, depends how long it takes me. I printed a download, so it's a brand new thing to do, despite the fact that I'm trying to finish books, so which isn't fun as well. But I did a picture from a book I'm very close to finishing this morning, Rita Berman's Seasons book. I think I've got 6 double page spreads. I can't remember whether it's 6 or 3 actually, but I'm getting closer. I finished 1 double page spread this morning. It was one I'd been leaving, and I don't really know why, because it was loads of fun and a really pretty picture, so not sure. I'm going to do the petals, and then I might do a little more work on that main body because I think it's a bit messy, and I haven't done the dots either, I'm aware. I want a fairly vibrant red, so I'm going to grab red? No, green. I said petals and I said red. No, I'm doing green leaves in the number 5, which is the green. I'm sorry. Anyway. Yeah, so I finished, it was a Beach Huts page. It was such fun. I had a lot of fun with it. And lots of colour. And did that one. I think it's just a slightly more detailed page. And being a double, it's a little more daunting. Also, I've done quite a few buddy colours in that book. And my friend, who usually picks the pages, she tends to pick the simpler pages, which I don't mind. I am going to use this darker violet, number 6. So it just means that I didn't have those left. I had those left, the more detailed and double pages left, but that's okay. So I've got a few to go. But I've already got 2 completed book flip throughs this month that you probably would have seen already. I'm going back to this one, the mauve, to do a little bit more, to sort of tidy up really. This one. Once you put in the other colour, it's sometimes easier to see where you've missed. Now I won't get all of the places I missed because I can't see that well, but I'm going to do my best to just tidy it a little bit. I can definitely see that it's quite messy. It's often a lot easier to see when I play back the video because it's much bigger, because obviously it makes it bigger on the screen, but because my viewfinder that I'm recording through is tiny, it's just a little flip out one on my camera, then I can't see the detail. I can only see this sort of overall picture, which is quite useful, but it doesn't help me know if I'm got the accuracy. There we go. I think we are almost done. We need to do the little label. I was thinking of doing it in the dark mauve, but that's the colour of the handle that it's actually sitting on, hanging on, I mean. So I think we'll just grab the green, the 5, and do it with that. I'll just do it a little bit more lightly. Just checking the time. As my son's coming home early today, but not this early. So we're fine. There's no need to rush and go out of the lines. You won't need to. There we go, all done. So thank you for watching. We've reached the end of another row, 3 rows to go. I was calculating the other day and I think it might just take us to the end of May, but I may have miscalculated because might not have been counting very well. But anyway, we've got some fun items to go. But thank you for watching today. Have a lovely day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to our next Lost Items video. Mind goes blank, from Rooms of Wonder by Johanna Basford, and we have this little, I think it's a necklace with a pendant to do today. I'm thinking a gemstone setting. So let's get cracking. The first thing I'm going to do is the chain. Now it's a little tricky, I'm going to try my best. I think I am going to use number 8 from my Staedtler Design Journey pencils. This is the grey, and I'm going to do each of these circular pieces as if they are a circle of silver. Now I will come back at the end and put some white pen on these to make them look shiny. It's easier than trying to leave a little white mark because they're so small. I can use my small white pen hopefully, if it decides to behave. Problem is, the smaller the nib of your gel pen, the more it gets blocked up. So you have to be patient, not always very patient. Right, there are all those little bits, and I'm thinking the ones around here we could either do as stones or as silver, and I think they'll look nicer as little gemstones. So I'm just going to do this piece in silver, so dark here and fade to there, and then make sure you leave some white. Then we can do the rest in colour, which I think will be more fun. Now we could do both the same colour, but I think it might be better to do them in different colours, but I'm just trying to decide quite what. I am thinking a very opulent violet might be rather nice. This is number 6 for the outside. Again, I'm just going to really put them in quite dark. Ideally you would want it darker on the very outside than in the middle, because they're so small. It's very unlikely that you'll be able to get that. If you can, well done. But I'm just getting a nice amount of colour down, and I will draw some shine on those at the end. Now our main gemstone, I thought we could have a very dark pink, might be fun. The 23 is actually called Bordeaux, and it's a rather pretty dark pinky red, and I think that'll work well with this violet. So I want it very intense around the edge, lots of layers, and then less towards the middle. I'm trying not to colour in that section, those crescents which are our shine. So I'm just going to work that a little bit more, just put some more colour down. Now for me it looks quite pretty, but it doesn't look dark enough around this edge. I'm actually going to put a little bit of black in there, just to sort of give it a bit more depth around the very edge. I think there would be some shadow just on that edge, just where the line is really. I'm not sure it's going down. I've probably burnished it a bit too much already. I'm going to go back over with this 23. There we go. Now we need to do our label. I think I'm going to use the violet, just because I can use it quite lightly and it will look a little bit different to the colour of the gemstones. I've just drawn on the book in the wrong place. That's clever. So I'm trying to press a little bit more gently, use the pencil on its side to get this pencil out. I've kept the blind shut, and I know it makes the picture look a little bit dark, even though I've got a light on and the camera's supposed to adjust. But the sun's gone in and it's been raining, so but I know that if I open the blind, the sun will come out, won't it? So I haven't. I'm just going to try and make this look a little bit tidier. I think it's a bit messy. So if you just layer over the bits that are a bit lighter, it can make it look tidier. There we go. I'm going to use a white pen just to finish, as I said. I'm trying to look for my number 5. It's right at the bottom of my pencil case. There we go, number 5. And we remember we're going to do all of the little circles. It's going to take a little bit of time. Let's try scribbling first. Come on. I can't see whether it's actually doing anything, unfortunately. I think it is. I'm trying to do them all on the left, then it will look like the light is coming from that direction. Now on these, it's a bit tricky because I've got some marks already here. So I think I'm just going to keep to the outside edge like that. Now with these marks, I'd quite like to, I really can't see that white at all, particularly the bit on the purple. I'm going to get a slightly thicker pen, the 08, redo those in the hope that you'll be able to see them. And as I say, I'm going to just keep the mark on the outside because it looks quite even here. Now I like to white out the black line when there's a shine line drawn in. I don't really like it being done for me. I like to do it where I want it. I think that's okay. It just looks a bit thicker than I would do it. But there we go. There is our necklace. I can't get the lid on my pen. There we go. You couldn't see, thankfully. I've got white pen all over my finger now. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. We've got a missing boot, so if you're missing one, then this might be yours. That's for tomorrow, so pop in tomorrow and enjoy the madness. But for now, thank you so much. Have a lovely day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to our lost items page and from Rooms of Wonder by Johanna Basford. We've got a missing boot to colour today, and I'm using my Staedtler Design Journey pencils. I'm going to grab a black to start with. I'm thinking I want to do that sort of sole and heel in a black. So this is number 9, being a bit careful because I've got some white gel pen on that one. Now I'm going to start quite intense there with lots of layers, and I'm going to just reduce them a bit. I'm going to go all the way over here and start dark, and then just reduce a bit as we come back towards the original part. I don't want to leave any white because it's not metallic, but I just want to make it look a little shiny. I'm not sure what it might be made of, but I'm thinking if it's sort of leathery or even rubbery, it might be a bit shiny. So that's why I'm doing it like that. There we go. I'm not going to overdo the black. That's going to be all for black, I think. I'll probably change my mind, but you know, we'll see. Now I want to do the metal, what are they called? Aglets. That's it. No, that's the aglet. Or is that bit there? Oh dear, now I don't know. So I'm going to use the Dove Grey, which is number 83, and pretend I know what it is and what I'm talking about. Something's an aglet. I'm sure I see that. So I don't know. So anyway, I've just sharpened it because it's a very small detail. So basically I want a little bit at each end and leave a bit of white for shine to show it's, I guess they're stainless steel. Like that. There we go. Now the boot itself, I had thought I really like the idea of just doing it brown. And I'm tempted to just do that. So I'm going to grab the 76, which is the Van Dyke brown, and I'm going to start with that one. I am just going to open my blind now. I feel like this is a bit dreary. There we go. Is that better? I don't know, it looks a bit grey now. Oh, it's so dull outside. So I'm going to put a really light layer of my Van Dyke brown across my whole boot, apart from the laces. Oh, my eyes are just adjusting to the light. They seem to take a long time to adjust these days. So just going in between, and as I'm doing this I'm thinking about where would the boot be lighter and darker. So let's start with our toe. We'd actually probably catch the light here, wouldn't it? So I'm going to make it quite dark down here and then just layer that colour up. And sort of reduce those layers as we get towards that top part. So it looks like it's got a bit of shine. I've got to to go over that. There we go. Now this bit I'm thinking I'm going to do in the tobacco brown, which is the 77, just so it looks a little bit different. And I think it would be a lot lighter on the top, but definitely in the middle, like that. Now back to my Van Dyke brown for the rest of this piece. So quite dark at the bottom, and I'm thinking maybe we'll fade it like we did here. Like that. A little bit more maybe. Yeah, and we'll see how that looks once the rest is done. And then up here I'm thinking we'll keep to this sort of lighter bit on the top type of vibe that we're going with. And then up here it's going to be quite dark near the, see that's the opposite bit of that. Where does that start? A little bit confused by that. I quite like to do that in the different brown, but what about this? Where does this begin and end? Is it there? Because we haven't got that bit drawn in. I think I'm going to have to do that bit this colour, but it's the inside, so maybe it will be a different colour anyway. Like that, and then this inside bit I'm just going to put down quite intensely, and then I'm going to grab my tobacco brown again, the 77, for this bit. I think we'll keep that shine line going up there. Now I have a question for you. How do you lose one shoe? I see this sometimes when I'm out and about. There's a shoe on the ground. Now, if it's a baby's shoe, like a baby from a pushchair, I can absolutely understand it because kids take their shoes off and throw them around. I don't know if yours did, mine did. I think all kids do. I used to have to put the cozy toes over them so that they wouldn't take their shoes off and socks off. It was good in the winter and the summer. I couldn't do that, and I'd have to be very observant. So yeah, but one boot? Where's the other one? I'm confused. Right, the lace. Now I haven't got any more browns, so I'm a little bit stuck because I don't really want it to be black or grey. So I think I'm going to grab this brown. This is the Dark Sand 72, and use this first, and then I probably need to darken it because but it might look okay. I'm not worrying about any shading because it's such a thin line. I'm just going to get the colour down, and then we can always shade it with some black, because I've got to get a black on here later and do a few details, so we can perhaps do a bit on here. I'm going to make the tag this colour while I've got it, because I think it will just warm up the whole picture a bit. It's quite a sort of rust red colour, isn't it? It reminds me of the rust red in the Arteza Premium. Right, black. Black is 9. And I'm going to start under here. I think there'd be a bit of a shadow under this piece, where it's sort of stitched on top. I've done a bit of shadow here, but I'm going to put a bit more in. I think I want to darken that bit too. Go underneath these bits like that. And I think there'd be a bit of shadow from the laces. Now I think they would have shadow coming from there and a touch on the other side. I'm thinking maybe like that. Now this one would be shiny because that bit is sort of covered in plastic. A bit darker in there, maybe in there. Yeah, I'm just looking at where the shine is and I think that's fine. I just want to tidy up the number 76 a little bit down here. I feel like it's a bit messy. There. I think I'm going to leave that there or else I might spoil it. There is our boot. So if you're the owner of the other one, you know, get in touch and I'll see if I can send you it. But though I don't really want to cut it out of my book. So anyway, thank you for watching. Have a lovely day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next A Lost Item video from Rooms of Wonder by Johanna Basford. We have this sort of casserole dish today. I have been left wondering whether, was there any casserole in it when it was left behind on the train? It hasn't left me with a happy feeling, but let's pretend it's a brand new one and they left it behind. Should we do that? And I'm going to grab number 4, Staedtler Design Journey pencils. I want the whole of this bit to be orange. I'm thinking retro design. I don't know why this pattern, it just reminded me of a China pattern from when I was a child. I remember we used to have some dishes which I think they were white with brown and orange pattern on. And then I remember had these little soup bowls. They were very strange. They were, again, they were white and they had a little handle that you could hold on to when you were eating out of them. They were almost slightly conical in shape and I'm sure they had a Lily of the Valley print on them. I'll have to ask my mum or my sister about those. And my gran had china which was orangey brown with brown and orange sort of stylized florals on, which was good fun. Now what I am trying to do is to build up the layers near the edges of the pan so that it hopefully looks like it's rounded. So that's why I am making it a bit lighter in the middle, as well as trying to make it look a bit like it's shiny, but a bit more rounded. It's quite bright, isn't it? There. Now I'm gonna go, I'm thinking, should I do the lid in that colour too? I might do actually. I might do the lid next actually. So I'll keep with my 4 and do the lid. I sort of think that it might be see-through lid for some, but that's too hard to colour, so it's not going to be. What would you do? Just a bit of grey. And I'm thinking this colour, this is 72, it is our dark sand. I'm thinking of for this bit. not sure if this orange is a bit light for the retro look. I'm trying to make these lighter as we go towards the middle to carry on with that look of the sort of light shining in the middle. And I'm going to use that for this bit. Dark on the edges, little, only a light bit in the middle, quite difficult to do. I'm going to grab this number 4 again and just tidy up along here these bits that I couldn't see until it was properly coloured. I'm sure it's probably still not completely sorted, but I can tidy up a bit. Right, my final colour. I think I am going to go with the 24, which is the Scarlet Red, but for me it looks very orangey. So here I'm going to leave a lightish bit in there. Now on this bit we want it darker on the edge, lighter in the middle, again to try and emphasize that rounded shape. And then the same with this bit. There we go. Now we have our label. We haven't used a great deal of different colours, so I'm going to stick with this 24 and I'm going to make this really dark. I accidentally coloured over it anyway, so this might cover up my little error. And the tape I'm going to do in the 72, but in a really dark, again, dark. There we go. Okay. Wow, that's quite orange, isn't it? Quite orange. But there we go with our little casserole dish. Very retro, very orange, but fun and different, which is good. So thank you very much for watching. I hope that you have a fab day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to our next lost items picture. We have a very cute heart covered book of some sort, presumably diary journal, I'm guessing, that sort of thing. I'm going to start actually by colouring the hearts. I think they look so cute. I'm going to use a number, this one, we haven't used this for ages, number 25. This is the, I'm just looking for the name, it's pink. 25, it's just the pink. So I'm going to colour all of the hearts in this pink just to get us going. It's a rather sweet little book. I hope everyone's well. Oh, just heard a little bird outside tweeting. We might hear less birds soon. My neighbour's been talking about cutting down the tree that we can see from the window. Now, it has pros and cons, but sadly far more cons than pros. Obviously trees, very good for the environment. The pigeons nest in this one, I can hear and see the birds in it. However, it takes all of the light from our house. It is as tall as the house and very close to our house because our garden is very small. And taking it down would create so much light. And the neighbour finds it takes all her light too. And we are thinking of putting a little bit more greenery in our garden at some point. So I think that's the bottom of a heart too there, look. So we could make up for it. But having talked to my neighbour, we're now going to wait to do anything much with our garden until the tree comes down. This is 21, which is light rose. I'm going to use this for the background. I want the hearts to sort of stand out. yeah, so we might not hear the birds, but I hear things like moorhens, which are on the canal, which are, you know, quite another garden across from here. So I'm sure we'll still hear them. And it will have great benefits to us. Now the paper is always tricky to know what colour. What colour do you colour paper? What I'm going to do actually is grab the 20, which is, excuse me, magenta. Oh dear. And make it really, really light magenta. So I'm really only just massaging the page with the pencil. I just want it to look like I've made a bit of an effort to colour it and not just leave it white. But I don't want to do anything much. I've left this bottom one because I think that's going to be the same colour as the top cover. So we'll go back to the 21, the light rose, and just do this edge. I don't know if it'll look that different to the magenta pages anyway. I can do that bit too. There we go. Now we have pieces of paper sticking out, and I'm thinking if this was my book I would want paper that sort of matched, but maybe I'm a bit too, I don't know, fussy. But anyway, I'm going to start with 23, which is our Bordeaux, and do this piece. Now it looks like a bookmark, but I don't think either of these two pieces at the top of it, because they don't look the right thickness. So although I'm going to colour this in Bordeaux, I'm not going to colour those in it. There we go. Not too, quite gentle. I'm going to use 61 for the next one, and one of these two, thinking maybe the top one, like that. And then I think we'll do the others in, we do a mauve, number 260 for this one. Again, keeping it gentle. I like these, keeping it subtle, because that's how I started really, like that. And then we're going to have to go into purple, so the 62, which is the lavender, I'll pop up here. And I'm also going to do the sticky tape in the lavender. And then this piece we'll do in the violet, which is number 6. Now the paper, where it's closer to the book, it might be a little darker or more shadowy. So you could make the colour a little more intense there. I think I'm just going to draw my shadows in with a grey in just a minute. The piece of paper pinned on the front, I am going to do in 23 the Bordeaux. I'm going to try and keep it really light, because it's quite an intense colour if you push down. You might want it darker. I like it light. There we go. And now I'm going to grab actually a black, where is it? Here it is, the number 9, to do a little bit of shadowing. I don't do this on all of them, but between there and there, between here and here, and just around the edges of this. I think just on 2 sides, there and there. Yeah, I'm not going to do any more, or else it's going to end up looking black and dirty. I think that's enough to give the impression. Now the pink looks very, very pale on the camera, on the main part of the book on the cover. It is there, it's not white, but I did want it quite pale. But to my eye, in the natural light, not on the camera, you can see that there's some pink there. But that's us for today. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you have a lovely day, and tune in tomorrow, same time tomorrow, for the next one, which is a shopping bag. So we'll see what we're going to do with that one. But for now, thank you so much and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video in our Lost Items series. I'm getting a little bit tired. You'll have to bear with me. I have done quite a few videos today. This is going to be my last one, but I just wanted to get this row finished. This is the last row of this little mini bit. What I do is when I've done 10, I'm going to start with 76 and do a sort of leathery piece on the bottom. When I've done 10, I make a mini compilation video for my channel members, and that goes out on the first day of that set. So for this set of 10, the radio would be the first one, and on the day everyone gets the radio, the members get the compilation, which has all of these 10 pictures. So they get an early access effectively. So that's how I do it. So I just wanted to get this one done, and then I can do the compilation video and all the videos. And also it's Friday when I'm recording this, and it'd be nice to get it all done for the weekend. So I'm trying to leave a light bit in the middle here. I'm thinking that might be a little leathery part as well. But this checkered pattern we're going to do quite brightly, I think. I was thinking sort of either blue and green or red and green. I think blue and green will be better, actually. I'm going to start with 35, I think, which is rather pretty turquoise colour. Now, I'm not sure I'm going to make it tartany, you'll see. So I'm going to use the turquoise on every other column, and then we're going to put other colours on top. Hopefully it'll work. We'll see. So turquoise all the way along. Now inside the bag, I thought I might use either one of these colours, or use a different colour like it's a lining. I haven't quite decided yet. So it depends how colourful it looks when it's done, how mishmashy and bright, or whether it works. I've got such faith in myself. Okay, that's the turquoise. I'm actually going to use the ultramarine blue, which is the 37 for the other stripe. Okay. It's similar-ish. I don't know whether it's a bit too close, but I don't want it to be too far away colour-wise. I need them to sort of work together. So hopefully it'll be okay. We'll see how it pans out, because once we've done this, we're going to do some across stripes as well, so it looks a bit like a tartan. And I'm just hoping it's going to work. You'll know. You look at the thumbnail of the video, you'll see. Skip to the end. No, don't skip to the end, watch it all. YouTube likes it better if you watch the whole video. Especially the adverts. I don't get paid if you don't watch the adverts. Right, I'm going to use number 38. which is sea green, and I'm going to do the across stripe. Now I want to do it dark enough so you can see that it's there, but not so dark that you can't see the difference between the two squares underneath. I think I'm getting that. Now we could not go over the other one, so every other one we could just leave as it is and not put a colour on top, which I may do. I'm just having a look. It's a bit messy under there. I'm just trying to work out, I think that's the turquoise. Just needs tidying up a bit there. There we go. And also we've got a little white gap here. Just gonna fill in. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm going to do the inside a different colour though, as I thought I might. But what? I hear you cry. I've got no idea, I reply. What do you think? What shall I do? I had thought red originally, but now I'm thinking no. I think maybe either a blue or a green might just make more sense. So this is indecisive. Yeah, I'm going to try number 55. This is the green earth. It's quite a different tone, and I'm going to put it down quite lightly because I'm not sure that it'll work on its own. But I think if we pop it in, and we might want to mix it with one of the other colours we've already used to sort of bring the tone closer. But it's darker, which is what I want. I'm going to mix it with number 38, our sea green. And I think it will work. Let's have a look. Yeah. Also got to decide on the handle colour. I wonder whether to do it brown like the leather. I think that might make more sense. I think the 77 might have been a better choice for the brown because it's a bit more grey and less warm, but too late now. So I'm going to try and fade it towards the top, but I definitely want colour there. Just a bit less, it's a bit narrow. There we go. So now we just need the label, and I'm thinking if I go for 37, our ultramarine blue, and do it really lightly, I think that will just work. So I'm just going to go slowly so that it doesn't go too dark. Like that. There we are. Yeah, I think it's quite a nice looking bag. I don't think I would use it. My shopping bags are all flowery. It looks a bit heavy as well for shopping. Leather. I think my aunt used to have a leather shopping bag. It was a bright red one actually, and it was very sturdy, great for tins and vegetables and things like that. But my goodness, was it heavy. Oof. And the bag was heavy before it even had stuff in it. I don't know how she did it. It's just amazing. Anyways, that is me done for today. So thank you for watching. I hope that you have a really lovely day, and yeah, happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video on this lost items page from Rooms of Wonder by Johanna Basford. Now, it's been a little while since I've recorded any from this page. I've got quite a way ahead, but we're back now. I've got 10 items left and I probably won't get them all done today, but I'm going to make a good start. Actually, I've not got that long left on my card on my camera, but we'll see. We've got this little case. I think this is one of those lunch boxes. I used to have one as a child. I don't really do them anymore, or do they? A plastic box which latches, you open it in two halves, and half is for your flask and half is for your sandwich box. Anyway, I'll tell you about mine as I choose some colours. I'm liking the idea of some pink hearts, so I'm grabbing this pencil. These are the Staedtler Design Journey pencils. This is number 61, which is our dark mauve, and I'm going to colour these in quite dark. Yeah, I used to have one with, it was a Mickey Mouse one. I absolutely loved it. The flask was a glass thermos. I don't know if anyone remembers those. And I took it with me on a picnic with my family. We went to a forest and we parked up, and as I held my lunchbox and got out the car, being clumsy as I actually still am, I somehow managed to trip or something and I dropped it, and the glass inside the flask broke, so that had to be thrown away, and the handle on the top snapped as well. So the only way I could use it was if it was sort of tied up with string. I was so sad. Oh, so sad. I loved it. It was a red one with Mickey Mouse, and it was just not something that, because it was a gift, it was just not something my parents would have normally bought me. My mum wasn't into Mickey Mouse and they were always a bit expensive. This is number 20, which is magenta. I'm going to use it for this bit. I'm just going to do a sort of fairly even layer all over to start with. Yes, so because it came from an aunt who had more money than us, and she used to buy, you know, sort of different types of things, and so it was really, really special. But you know, these things happen, and I was sad, but not sad. I'm sad now. I'm still sad for my little Mickey Mouse lunchbox. I don't know what happened to my sister's. Hers stayed intact. But I remember when we started taking lunchboxes to school, which we didn't at that time. We used to go home for lunch. When we started taking lunchboxes to school, we used to have ones a bit like this, but the flasks inside weren't glass. They did these ones called, I can't remember, the neck of the flask was really quite thick. It was called something like a rough neck or a thick neck flask or something like that. It was a really strange name. I didn't ever understand the name, but I'm going to go over that again. They did those, and all the kids had them, and I had one with Holly Hoppy on for a while, which was a sort of pale blue with a yellow lid. I don't remember any of the others. I don't know why that one stands out. I do remember a good day. I'm going to choose my next colour. When I opened my flask, and I used to have milk to drink. I really liked to drink of milk, and my mum would put ice blocks in the flask with the milk, so it would stay cool. This was number 6, so it wouldn't go off during the day. This is violet. I'm going to do the rest of it. And anyway, I took the lid, the cup bit. You know, the flasks would come with a screw top lid and then a cup over the top so you could drink it. Take the cup bit off, and milk spilled all over the table in the area where we were eating. It was a classroom. We used to eat our lunch in classrooms. We didn't have a dining room. And so it spilled all over the table. And the dinner lady sort of rushed over with her cloth and went, oh gosh, you know. And what had happened was that my mum had somehow managed to put the cup on the top. It screwed on with a good seal and hadn't put the little top on, you know. so the milk just spilt out when I took the lid off. I remember the dinner lady going, "Gosh, that's really unlike your mum. She never does this." That's quite funny. I'm just doing that a little bit darker. What I've tried to do is make it a little bit darker at the bottom and a bit lighter up here. So I haven't really done too much. I think what I'd quite like to do is to make this look like it's slightly set in. So to put a little bit of shadow around there. I'm wondering what colour to use. We could use a grey, I'm thinking. Maybe the, yeah, the grey, just the grey, number 8, it's just called grey. And I'm going to carefully hold the page, just do a layer all the way around. I'm hoping it might make it look like the purpley bit is just a sort of rim around this, which is sticking out slightly, sticking in. Oh. The words will come out in whatever order they want, even if it's wrong. There we go. I think that's worked. Yeah. And now we need to do our label. Now I usually use a colour I've already used. I'm going to use 61, which is the dark mauve, but I'm going to use it really lightly. So it doesn't, hopefully, if I can get it light enough, it doesn't look the same colour as the hearts behind it. I'm doing that bit a bit darker because I accidentally did that bit a bit darker and it sort of matches. Make it look like it was intentional. Of course it was intentional. Right, there is that. I am just going to go back over those hearts. Actually, they're a little bit not vibrant enough for me and not neat enough. So just a little extra. You might find that yours are perfectly satisfactory and you don't need to do this. But I'm just being fussy. There we go. And the pink background, the what was it called? Magenta. Isn't that even either? Even either. That's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? There. I'm going to stop fiddling now. There it is. So there is our I think it's a lunchbox. I mean, you could do it as a travel bag, a suitcase, anything really, but that's how I interpreted it. So there we go. So I hope you all have a good day. There'll be another video later on. Not sure what. I have been making them. I just don't know what order I'm going to put them up, or I'm quite where I'm at. But thank you so much for watching. Have a super day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video from our lost items page. I am just having a quick look around and deciding what colour to do our umbrella. We have got, I think I'm going to do it blue. We've got lots of pink and purple here. We've got brown up here, you can't see, got the brown boot. So let's do it blue. I think I'm going to start with a dark colour. The 33 is probably the darkest. That is our cobalt blue. Let's put it into shot so you can actually see it. And what I want with the umbrella is we want to see how it's arched like that. That's because this bit is drawn in a bit. And if we make this bit dark in here and here, it will help to emphasise this sort of shape of the umbrella. I hope this lost property isn't inside. It's supposed to be very bad luck to open your umbrellas inside, isn't it? So let's hope it's not inside, being open. I've opened umbrellas inside. We used to come in from the rain, and I'm trying to layer it up. I'm sure you can see what I'm doing near the edges. we used to come in from outside and then put the umbrellas, stand the umbrellas up inside to dry off, because if you shut an umbrella that's wet and don't dry it off properly, it can go mouldy. I've had that happen. Ugh. So used to in my house I don't tend to open them because there isn't really room. In fact, we rarely use umbrellas, to be honest, but we tend to leave them closed but not tied up, and sort of just try and open them a little bit, if that makes sense, not as wide as this one, and put them near the radiator or something. But no, I rarely use an umbrella. I really ought to, because my hair hates getting wet. I mean, it's okay in the shower when I wash it, but when it gets wet in the rain it just goes madly frizzy. If I use an umbrella it might help that. But I don't tend to. It's a habit that I've stopped. I used to use one as a child when I was at school, secondary school, not primary. I would use one. In primary I'd put my hood up, but once you got to secondary you realise that it was very uncool to put hoods up. It isn't now. You can put your hood up and it's fine, but when I was at school it was really uncool to have a hood up, so you couldn't do that, so you'd have to have an umbrella. And I used to always use one until I had my children, and trying to push a double buggy and steer it up steep roads with wonky camber corners was quite difficult. So an umbrella was completely out of the question. I don't even know if I've ever seen anyone holding an umbrella in one hand and pushing a buggy in the other, even a little buggy for a single baby. It was just too difficult. So I had to start wearing a Mac, and I didn't like putting the hat up because I couldn't see. You get to the road that you need to cross, you turn your head to look up the road for traffic, and your head disappears inside the Mac and you can't see anything. So I didn't used to wear the hood. Also makes me deaf, because, you know, it's blocking your ears. I was going to do a second shade of blue, and now I'm wondering whether I quite like it just like that, really. Let's do the handle and then I'll have a think. I am thinking number 77 tobacco brown for the handle, like a wooden handle. It might have been black. Actually, we've got a lot of brown there. Let's not do that. Let's use a different shade of blue. That'd be much more jolly. How about 63, I think. This is the Delft blue. I think that'll look all right. Let's have a go. I'm trying to make this look a bit lighter in the middle, because we want it to look round, because it's, you know, they're always sort of rounded. So by putting a really dark layer on the edge and then a bit less. Now, Johanna's drawn in some lines and things. I just can't accommodate that. So I'm going to pretend I didn't see them. You didn't see them either, did you? There we go. Now these little bits, I think we're doing this colour. Because these would be metal really, wouldn't they? But why can't they be blue? They can. They are. Okay. I think that's okay. I quite like it being just blue. Now the label, I'm going to go back to the other blue that I used, the 33, the cobalt blue, and just do it gently. There we go. Someone's getting wet. Left their umbrella behind. Oh, you can't see. I'm sorry, I did put it in the middle when I started. I've obviously nudged it. It's just a light colouring. Nothing special. Okay, and that's it really. Really simple for our umbrella. But hopefully you could see that I've tried to make it have a little bit of shape. I have coloured umbrellas before, and I've got some videos of umbrellas, so if you want to have a look at those, you can go to my YouTube homepage, and in the little search a magnifying glass on there, put umbrella, you'll find some videos. There's pigeons in the tree again, roosting, pooping in my garden, naughty Piggy, all over my pretty plants. Anyways, hope you have a really lovely day. You don't need to hear about my pigeons, but you have anyway. There you go. And they're not really mine, are they? But have a great day. Sorry for my madness. Have fun. Happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome back to our Lost Items page from Rooms of Wonder by Johanna Basford. Whew, I'll be saying that in my sleep when I finish this page. We have a hat to colour today. I'm thinking straw hat, lots of bright coloured florals. So let's go. I'm just going to get this sort of, this is the golden ochre, the number 16. I think this might be nice for a sort of base for the hat. You don't have to do it as a straw hat, of course. But I think this sort of colour is a nice base for all these florals, so I just think it'll work out quite well. Trying to get a little bit in there, it's quite hard. I'm just putting on an even layer of this golden ochre. It's a really pretty colour, and I'll get a slightly darker colour in a minute to contrast with it, I suppose, to just add a little bit of detailing. And then we can get on with the florals, which is the fun part. It's interesting, I was thinking about this book and how, for me, I prefer more floral pictures. So I think colouring rooms, books, stationery, even clothes is not something that can get quite so enthusiastic about as colouring flowers and things like that. But there's probably not a book that I would buy again. But interestingly, Worlds of Wonder, I've got a second copy because I really liked it. But it's fine to have number 73. This is Burnt Sienna. It's fine to have likes and dislikes. I think my favourite of Johanna's books was Worlds of Wonder. I think because it's outdoors, there's more florals and more things that I like to colour. Ivy is one of my favourites too. And probably, yeah, I think that's probably it. But I'm looking forward to the new book, definitely. Yeah, Enchanted Forest used to be my favourite for ages. And then Rooms of Wonder took over as my favourite. And then for some reason I just decided that actually Ivy was probably a really one I really liked as well. Now the hat ribbon, I'm going to do the same colour as this little brim on the hat. Okay, and I fancy doing that in a sort of orangey red. So I've grabbed number 2, which is Our Red it's called, but I always think it's orange. It always looks quite orangey to me, but who knows. It was odd, I was talking to my husband this morning, maybe yesterday, can't remember. I do talk to him more often than once every few days, but specifically I was talking to him about his colour blindness, and he says he's red-green colour blind. And I said, well, but you paint. How can you tell the difference between the nuances of different types of green? You say you prefer X green or Y green. You know, if you're colourblind, because my other son tells me that people who are colourblind, if they can't see a certain colour, it just looks like a muddy brown. But he explained to me that he isn't fully colourblind, but if a red and a green are together, he can't distinguish between them. So if there's one of those quizzes where you have to read a number, you've seen these where you have a circle and it's got a number in it and they're made of splodges of colour, he can't do it if it's red and green at all. He's right, because we've done them with him and laughed at him. he didn't mind and we weren't rude. Well, we were rude. Number 5, this is green. When he said, there's no number in there. We're like, yes there is. So you know, my boys don't have it. They can do those colour blindness tests fine. Actually, we tested for it at school. When they will first start school, all the children have a school nurse come in and give them all a sight test. I actually picked up that both my boys' sights weren't brilliant. One of them was okay, it's only sort of blackboardy stuff, and the other one had a stigmatism and lazy eye, so he had to have some special treatment. That was all good. It got it all sorted out. I'm going to pick. We've chosen orange. Pink's gonna work. I think I'm just going to do a big mix of colour, and then it'll work. She says, sounding much more confident than she is. 25, which is pink. I'm going to do this flower. Yeah, so he had treatment, and his eyes are still quite bad. In fact, well, one of his eyes is as bad as mine. I don't have astigmatism, but I do wear specs, and I've had them since I was 9. And I think his good eye, no, I think his worst eye is like my good eye. So, sorry, just got to blow my nose. But yeah, he's fine. He's got specs. He manages fine, just like any other spec wearer, really. I'm going to use 23 for the centre of that one. It is the Bordeaux, but I think it almost just feels like a darker version of that pink. So I think they go quite nicely. Now, this one I think I'm going to do in a blue. Let's pick a different blue to one we used yesterday. So this is 37 ultramarine blue. Although this is a really pretty blue, almost like a turquoise, whereas Castle Art's ultramarine blue is revolting. Sorry, Castle, but it's just gross. But some of you may love it, sorry, but I think it's vile. It's looks the colour of a big biro. This is 302, which is pastel blue, and I'm going to use that for the middle of that one. There we go. But no, I don't like it at all. Let's find a purpley colour. Let's use the violet, number 6, and do the centre of this one. I'm going to try and fade it towards the middle. That was not that easy, but I tried. Whoops. And we're going to use number 62, which is our lavender, for the petals. This might need a sharpen. I'll try it. I don't think I've sharpened any pencils today. I'm just not in a sharpening mood. How lazy is that? Just can't be bothered. There we go. Didn't need it. This one, I think I might do it a yellowy. We need some yellows, don't we? I will use this yellow, number 1, which is yellow, for the centre of this one. Layer it up a bit, 'cause it's quite pale. And then I'm going to use 11, which is the sand, to do the outside bit. I'm going to try and make it a bit darker in the middle than the edge. So I'm just going to layer that round a few times and then take it out of the edge. There we go. Now, what have we got? Our little ones. Maybe you could do them a really bright red. What do we have? We have the carmine red. This one is the best red, I think. Yeah, carmine red. Whoops. I just drew on the other page a little tiny bit. I'll pretend that didn't happen. I'm going to do the whole flower in this red. I don't know why I've coloured it like that, so there's lots of white paper. I did just want to block it in and make it really vibrant, just so that it doesn't look like the ribbon. There we go. and the centre of those. 11. What have we got left? We've got the light yellow. I think that would be a bit too light. Let's try the lemon, number 12. I don't know if it'll stand out enough. Yeah, it's done. I'm going to also use the lemon for the label because I don't use it very often. It's quite almost like a highlighter pen colour, isn't it? Neon-y. But obviously not that intense. There we are. I think we're done. Let me have a quick look. We could put a bit of shadow under the flowers, but I don't think so. I'm going to leave it. I think I've carried it off. Bright and cheerful was my idea, and that's what's happened. So there we go. One bright and cheerful summer hat. So thank you so much for watching. Hope you have a super day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, and welcome to the next video in our Lost Items series from Rooms of Wonder by Johanna Basford. I'm using my Staedtler Design Journey pencils again, and we have got this mug to colour. Now I thought that we would make it quite colourful. I didn't see any reason why we should just stick to it. I might have been tempted to stick to a limited colour palette, but I just think I want to have some fun. So I'm going to start with number 52, which is the sap green, and just start colouring away. Now the shape of this mug is obviously slightly rounded, so it's going to be a bit lighter in the middle than on the outside. So can you see what I've done with my colour? I've made it harder here and then very light in the middle, so that can help to emphasize the shape. I'm going to use a lighter green for the other bits. This is number 50, which is our willow green, and again I'm going to layer it up a little bit more here. It's a bit darker on that one, a bit less on that one, very faint on this one, a little bit more, and then really dark there. So we're using the same colour throughout, but we're sort of fading it. Hopefully once we do the others, it will work. So we'll see. What should we do next? I'm thinking, that's an interesting colour. The hooker's green. Let's use the hooker's green. This is number 59. Now the jury is out on this one. I think this is a blue. I would not consider this to be hooker's green at all. But they've called it hooker's green. Now, I'm not intending to do any sort of rainbowy type colour, just random. So I'm hoping this looks like I've gone from green to blue. But I'm trying to do less layers towards the centre of my cup so that it looks a bit shiny. So I'm going to build that up there on the edge, just smooth that out a bit there, and keep it fairly pale in the middle, like that. There we go. Now our next colour, I'm thinking a yellowy, this colour 16, our golden ochre. It's a nice colour, isn't it? I'm going to ignore that dotty line. It's a little bit, it's going to make the section too small for me, so I'm just going to colour over it. But I'm going to again have less layers as I go towards the middle. Try and make it look rounded. There we go. I think it's time for a red. Let's use this one. This is 23, which is our Bordeaux, but for me it's a pinky red. So harder at this end, this towards the middle, and then I'll just go over it again to tidy up a bit. My stomach's rumbling. I've got coffee next door. I need to remember to go and get it. Drink it in a minute or else it'll be cold. There we go. I'm going to grab orange next. This one, number 4, is orange. But we've got a stripe, so I'm going to go every other one. So I'm going to start to slightly lighten it towards the middle. There we go. And then a different shade. I'm thinking maybe, is that different enough? I think so. The light orange, number 42. I can't get it out of the back of the pencil case. There we go. So again, more layers here, a bit less. I don't think it really shows up that much on this stripy one as much as on the single bits, but anyway. How about 62 lavender next? It's quite a bright cup, isn't it? We could have done it in a rainbow and that would have looked really pretty, but I didn't. Am I trying to say it doesn't look really pretty? Maybe I am. Pale pink. Let's go with a pale pink. This is 21, this is light rose. And again, just layering up less towards that middle bit. Now we've got this little brim bit. I'm going to do that a different colour as well. I think I'm going to grab this one. This is number 260, which is mauve, it's called. To me, I wouldn't call that mauve, I'd call it Bordeaux, but the pink is Bordeaux. Or a wine red, maybe. Anyway, maybe I'm the one that's colourblind. I don't know. I can do the inside and a light blue. I think we'll go for this number 30 actually. That's just called light blue. Perfect. But actually, it's not as light as it could be. I didn't want it to be pastel, or else we would go pastel, pastel, pastel. So that's going to work well. And then we need to do the handle. So we've got green, we've got yellow, we've got orange, red. Got everything. Should we do a brown or a grey? This colour might be good. This is the 72. Oops, let's hold it in with the camera. This is the dark sand. I think that might, it's a bit of a different colour, isn't it? I'm going to lighten it as we go up here. Less layers towards the top here. Go dark again there. And then less, there we go. There. Now I have to decide on the label. What I'm going to do with the label is I'm going to use one of the colours that I used quite hard, and I'm going to use it lightly so it looks like a slightly different colour. I think the only one I can really do that with is the Hooker's Green, the 59. So that's what I'm going to use, just really lightly. I guess it does look slightly greeny, but for me that's a greeny blue. But hey, what does it matter? It's pretty. I like it. There we go. That's a very stripy mug. So I can say that for sure. It's very colourful. If I saw it in the shop, would I buy it? Nope. But anyway, it was interesting to play with lots of different colours. I hope that you all have a really super day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to another video from the Lost Items page from Rooms of Wonder by Johanna Basford. And we have a hat to colour today, a little bobble hat. Looks nice and warm and cosy. I'm thinking that instead of doing a completely random pattern, which we could do like we did yesterday, we'll do something a little bit more coherent. I'm thinking maybe all one colour. I was going to say blue, and then I realised that the bag above the hat is blue and green, so maybe not, but we've got a lot of blues and it just feels like the right colour for a hat. So I am going to do blues. I'm going to grab these two firstly. I think that one's in the wrong place. It doesn't matter. So I'm going to start with 33, which is our cobalt blue, and do our ribbing part here on the bottom of the hat. Now there's a lot of sections to this hat, so we will be repeating some colours, but I'm going to think hard. I don't want it to be a big mishmash like yesterday. It's nothing wrong with being bright and colourful, but today we'll do it differently, just for the sake of doing it differently really. So just trying to get quite a lot of colour down here, quite a lot of layers, so that it's quite dark. I feel like I want this bit to be particularly dark. Now it's quite good going up and down directional colouring, because that would be the pattern in the knitting, although it would go in both directions to be honest. And I'm thinking I quite like the bobble to have, I want the bobble to have a bit of every colour in it. Yeah, I don't know if that's a bit ambitious, but I'm going to leave that for now and think about it as we work up the hat. Now my next colour I grabbed was 3, it happened to be next to that one, it's the blue. I think it's a bit too close to this one to put it right here, so I'm going to use it for the next bit. I'm going to try and mix it up a little bit, so we don't go from dark to light in a sort of organised fashion. So we're going to fill this bit in next. Now the hat is shaped so it would really be darker on the edge than in the middle. I didn't do that on the ribbing part, but we could do that on here. So layer it up more there and a bit less towards the centre. Now we don't want to leave any white or anything. It's not metallic, you know, it just we just want it to look a little bit shaped, so that these bits are curled behind and these bits are nearer to us. We might not put it off, or I might not put it off. Now I have 63. This is the Delft blue. I think I'm going to use that for these circles. Again, rather than trying to shape the circle, I'm going to try and just fade the colour towards the middle. You can press a bit lighter, but you don't want to press really hard for your dark bits. You just want to layer up. So just colour over and over a little bit. There we go. My next colour, I'm just working along through my pencil case. Number 37, and this is the ultramarine blue. I think I'm going to use this at the bottom. Now as we get nearer the top, we've got our stripes are a lot thinner, so we're going to definitely have to use each colour twice, I should imagine. A little bit lighter here and then darker here, but we'll see how it goes as we work our way up and well through the colours really. There we go. So my next one is, where am I at here, 15, oh that's the hooker's green, I'm not going to use that one. It's a bit of a weird greeny blue. Number 30, light blue. I do like the hooker's green, but it just confuses me as to whether it's green or blue. So I'm not going to use it on this where I want everything to be definitely blue. So I'm trying to layer up a bit here and then a bit less. Oops, through here. I'm trying to think when this video will be going out and whether my children would have had their first exam or not. 302, this is pastel blue. probably when it might be the, yeah, one of them will have had their first exam and the other one will be sitting it the day this video goes out. So that's interesting. But they've been preparing hard, so I'm confident that they're going to do well. I'm just trying to decide whether to do that colour. I think that's a green. 35 is turquoise. Yeah. No, I just stick with what I've used. I think we'll do a new set of stripes. I'm not going to do the very dark, the 33. I'm just going to leave that for the bottom layer. But what I am going to do is actually just try and darken it at the edges a little bit. My desk is clunking away. Now our next, oops, the next colour we used was the 3. Remember the blue. So I'm going to use that again. Now that was here. I can use it here. Like that. Our next was the Delft blue, I think, the 63. And I shall use that one right up here. Trying to randomise it a bit by, well, changing the order. Number 37, the ultramarine. That's there, isn't it? We use it here. There we go, that's such a pretty colour. We have the number 30, which is the light blue. In here. Oops, going out of the line. There. Oops, they're going everywhere. And then the last one is the pastel blue, number 302. I'm going to sharpen it. She's going to sharpen a pencil. There we go. I've been so lazy not sharpening today. There we go. Number 302 pastel blue. I'm going to use that on here. Whoops. We've still got one left. I'm also going to use this on this tag label. Sorry. It's not really a tag. I need some tags. I keep forgetting when I go to town. I need some luggage, white luggage tags to attach to my pencil cases so I can label up what pencils they are. Because although my pencil cases aren't all the same, I'm still never going to remember which pencils are in which. I'm trying to decide what colour to do the last bit. I think I'm going to use 37, the ultramarine blue, because it's there and there, so this is somewhere in the middle, so I know for sure it's not next to, I mean, not that it matters if the two colours are next to each other, but I don't think they would be. Now the bobble. I'm going to start with 302, our lightest, which is our pastel blue, and I'm going to go all over it. Like that. To start with. There we are. There's the base of the bowl. Then I'm going to grab the next darkest, which is number 30, which is the light blue. I'm just going to make sure it's sharp. So 30, light blue, and we're going to start, we're going to draw some lines. We're going to have them coming out from the centre, like that. We're going to do the same with art number 37. And guess what? 63. Then number 3, which is the blue, needs sharpening. Sharpened to a really weird shape. And last of all, we have number 33, our cobalt blue. Just sharpening away. Oops, there we go. 33. can't see all of the blues in there, but they're there, and I enjoyed it anyway. So there is our blue hat. Of course you can do your hat any colour you wish. It's just one way that you could have a go. But thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a really super day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next excuse me, the next video from Rooms of Wonder by Johanna Basford. We have our very last row of lost items to do, starting with this rather interesting looking I would say evening bag. That's how I'm going to think of it anyway. Now, having a little look at the design, we have a handle here with circles. I'm thinking beads, maybe. And then we have a piece across here, and I'm thinking maybe that might be a sort of metallic strip. It could be an elastic, I suppose. Anyways, let's work with the circles on the top first. And I'm sort of just trying to think colours really. I think I'm going to go for greens. We haven't done greens for a while. It's unlike me not to do greens, to be honest. I'm always doing greens. But I'm going to use 38. It's a rather... I think it makes quite a good gem colour, so I'm going to start with that one. It's very sunny outside and I've got my blind shut. I've tried my light on a different setting because I did have someone say my pictures were getting a little bit grey, and I think that's probably due to the lack of potential natural light, because I have to shut my blind because the sun is all over the desk, but I'm not sure whether it would be better. I can't do it with no lamp. I had considered, but because then the camera doesn't adjust to the light so much. But if I do it with no lamp, I can't see. So if I turn my lamp off, here's off, it looks quite dark, I think, and here it is on. But my camera, you see, adjusts and darkens automatically. And then the other mode of my lamp is a bit warmer. So I think this mode is the best. But if you tell me what you like, no lamp, the mode I like, or the other mode, this is the mode I like, it will help me to make sure that I sort of do it the best I can. Natural light is probably better, as I said, but I can't do that at the minute. And it might be easier for me once my children have finished their exams, so I can just disappear into here, close the door, record when there's lots of natural light and no sun on the desk. But at the moment it's not possible for me to do that. I'm going to grab some different greens. I think we'll move to number 5. Whoops, I'll hold it out of shot. There we go. And I'm going to do just, we've got a quilted bit. We'll do this top bit here. I'm just going to do it with a layer all over to start with, and then think about whether there might be some shadow or what to do with this sort of crisscrossy pattern. You could do the crisscrossy pattern in different colours, but my immediate reaction, as you heard as I go out the line, was a sort of quilted effect where there's stitching to gather in a sort of foamy part sort of fabric. And so I don't think it would be lots of different colours. I think it would be all one colour, but with parts of it a little darker and more shadowy. I'm just going to get as even a layer down as I can as possible. It's really difficult. I've done the best I can. It's not even by any stretch. Yeah, I've had a go. Now I'm sharpening my pencil so that I can get into these lines here. I'm just going to start by going over them with a fairly large amount of layers to start with. I haven't changed colour, by the way. This is the same colour that I used for the background, you know, the number 5. I can't believe we're nearly at the end of this double page. 50 videos this has been. It's a lot, isn't it? You must be thoroughly bored of the same old videos. Right, now what I'm going to do is take each section one by one and just make it a little darker nearer those lines, because I want to make it look like the material has been gathered in by the stitching, and that would therefore make it darker around those bits. I'm hoping I can make it look like that, but I might be making the these bits a bit thick, but we'll see how it turns out. And you can see and decide if you want to do it like this, or if you just want to do a patchwork pattern. I don't know, it's up to you. It's your bag. Maybe it's not your bag. Oh dear. I was reading Paul jokes this morning. I sent one to my sister. I can't remember them now. Not very good at remembering jokes. Yeah. I had son home this morning. He was one of my boys. They were both didn't have classes this morning, but one of them decided he would go in and study at college. He prefers to go in and see his friends, really. I think I'm going to do the bottom of half of the bag in this colour as well. I want it to sort of match up, and I quite like this sort of jewel colour, I suppose. Gemstone colour, how nice and vibrant it is. Yeah, so one went in and the other one stayed at home, but he's gone off now to get the lunchtime bus. So, but he's going to get a bus back later, so I need to be quick and get some videos done. So I had a very quick spot of lunch, a bit early. He left at 11:45, so it's quite an early lunch, but I thought I'll have a quick spot of lunch first, and then I can settle and just get the rest of this page done, which is really exciting to get this page finished. And I've already got my next morning series planned, which is really unlike me, but that's fine. I've got, oh dear. Oopsie. Let's rub that away if we can. Yeah, so I've got my my next series planned, and so that's exciting. I'm looking forward to that. Now I'm also, these two here, I'm going to do them silvery. Let's get some silvery colours. Let's just move those greens aside. I rather like using the 8 for silvers. This is the grey. I'm going to make these two like they're silver beads. So what you want to do is dark on the outside, fade towards the middle, leave a gap. There we go. It's really straightforward. Same here. There we go. And for this piece here, darker here and lighter here, you must always leave a white gap. The white gap provides the shine, and the bigger contrast you have between the white gap and your darkest colour, the more shiny it looks. So little tips for you. Using just one colour isn't as effective, but it's easier, which is why I did it. Okay, now we have this little flat piece and then this piece. I'm trying to decide, do I change green? We don't want to move into our olives, definitely not. I think maybe 52 will work for some of it, can't use it for all of it. So 52 is our sap green, and I'm thinking I'm going to use it for this big piece here. I'm going to just put it down as evenly as I can, quite vibrantly as well. And we'll see how it looks. I think it will work. There we go. but this piece I think I'm actually going to do in our number 38. So that's our sea green. I don't think I told you the name of it before. So just put down an even amount like that, and then I'm going to just try and make it a little bit darker under there. And maybe under this bar. I'm assuming that this is just tucked in behind this piece, but then that bit looks like it could be the flap. So I'm not really sure. But there's our green bag. I rather like our bag. But we need to do the little label, of course, and you know I like to use the same colours that we've used in the main picture. I'm going to actually start with number 8 for the tape. I know it's a bit weird, but I don't have the right tape colour, and really lightly. Just like that. That's it, just a touch. And then for the label itself, I think I'm going to have to go for the 38 because there isn't any 38 around here, whereas our other 2 greens have been used. And again, I'm going to go really lightly as if it's quite a pale piece of paper. And it won't necessarily then look like one of the greens we've used already because it'll be pale, but it would tone in. I just want to grab my 52 again because this is a bit messy. I'm just going to tidy it up a little bit. There we go. And under here, see I did a bit of shadow here, I need to do it under here as well. So I'm just going to put that in, go around the label. There we go. There is the bag. I think it looks quilted. I think just about, if you squint a bit and use your imagination. I do want these beads to look a bit shinier. They look quite flat, shall we say. Just trying to find the right pen as I root through my pencil case. This is a very small nibbed jelly roll, so I just want the small nib so I can make the small mark, but this doesn't want to write. The problem with the small nib is it gets blocked and it makes such a small mark that I can't see it. But I can now. It's just making little dots, and I think it just makes all the difference. It makes it look a little bit shiny. It's just the teeny tiniest of effort, and I think it lifts it. You may not even be able to see it. Now you might want to go over the stitching on the bag in a lighter colour. Sometimes stitching is in white thread, but I'm actually not. I think it might just bring attention to it in the wrong way, so I'm going to leave it black. I also find sometimes it's quite difficult to cover up black, so it might end up looking grey, and that isn't really what I'm looking for. So I'm just going to leave it there, and I'm quite looking forward to moving on to the next one because it's a present. Woohoo! But I'm happy with that bag. Oh, no I'm not. The only thing is, I'm looking at the bottom here, and it looks quite flat, like it's, you know, I think the bag might be a little more rounded. I'm using number 5, sorry, which we used here already, and I'm going to just make it a little bit dark on this end and this end, just to make it look a little fatter, if that makes sense, so it looks a bit more like it's rounded rather than flat. That little tiny bit I think has made quite a difference. I don't want to do that on the top bit because it's going to spoil our sort of quilting effect, so I'm just going to do it on the bottom. I'm going to leave it there before I spoil it. But thank you for watching. Hope you have a fab day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, I have a present for you today. I think this is the second present we've had on this double page. This is from Rooms of Wonder. Yes, it is Johanna Basford. And we're using Staedtler Design Journey pencils, I often forget to say. And we have a really pretty little box. I don't know if it's a present or if it's just someone's shopping that's been boxed up and tied in a bow. I always think it looks really pretty when they do that, but I only ever see it in films. It doesn't happen in real life. Nobody does that. Do they? Or do I not shop at the right shops? Maybe I'm not posh enough. I don't know. Anyway, I'm just having a little think about colours for this one. I'm trying to sort of, got a green bag with a blue umbrella above, got pink and purple. So I'm thinking maybe reds and oranges is the way to go, so we get a nice balance of colour. So I have got number 29, which is our carmine red. And I'm actually just going to use this for the ribbon. I'm going to start there. Now, if you want your ribbon to look shiny, make it quite intensely coloured at the end and fade it. Intensely coloured here and fade, and you see there's a tiny white bit there, and that gives us our shine. We can do that on all little pieces of ribbon. It wouldn't shine evenly in the centre of each piece, which is what I'm doing, but it's much easier to colour this way. So, I'm all for easy. Now this piece, because it's sort of sticking up, it's going to catch the light at the top. And this bit, look, we've got a little curl, so I'm thinking if we make it darker under there, that might make sense. But this one again, just in the middle. Whoops. Don't have to do that. Just all the way over our ribbon. So there's our ribbon. Leave our box wide. Should we finish? I am teasing you. Right, let's grab I think number 4. It's just our mid orange. It's just called orange. Oops, I'll hold it in shot so you can see it, sorry. So I'm going to do the base, I think, in this. Now we've got the potential for doing a stripe. I think we will. So I'm just going to fill in every other section. Now I am thinking a little bit about light and shade here. Usually with a box I tend to do one side brighter than the other. So the top I always think is going to be the lightest because the light could be coming down from above or hitting the top. But I have to make a decision, do I make this front lighter or the side? I think I'm going to make this side the darkest. So I'm actually going to go back over those sections with another layer of orange, just to make them more intense. And then on this side I will try and press a bit lighter so I don't have such a dark orange. I want to make sure you can see that it's the same colour orange but a lighter version. Oh gosh, let's have a look. So that one's going to go there, it's going to be one there. I think this is orange. It's just trying to work out, where our stripes are going. So hopefully that looks lighter than that it does to me. And we'll do that with the lid and all the other stripes, and hopefully it'll all make sense. A lot of hoping today. Now, how light shall I go? I think I'm going to go sand next. This is number 11. It's a slightly orangey yellow. So again here I'm going to layer it up maybe as hard as I can, seeing as it's yellow. Well, I say as hard as I can. I'm not going to push down and spoil the paper. I'm just going to colour over and over in a few layers to get it looking quite vibrant. Although Johanna's paper is very sturdy, I never want to risk pushing down really hard. It's worth just taking the time to layer up, and it's more relaxing. I don't think pushing your pencil hard into the page is very relaxing, particularly. I know some people are more heavy-handed than others, but I don't think anyone scours into the page and whips it with their pencil. Hope not, anyway. So here we can see again, light and dark. I feel that this one looks a bit light, but maybe not. There we go. Okay, and now I'm going to take number 42, which is our light orange. Just want to come out of the pencil case. There we go. 42. Now I'm going to observe this. I'm going to start on this side. I find it easier to start with the dark and then lighten up. You might find the opposite. You might find it easier to start with your lightest and then do another one that's slightly darker by layering up more. I've chosen quite a tricky colour to layer up because it's pale, but you can get there. Just keep layering it. If you're finding it's not going down really dark, sharpen your pencil, unless it's really sharp obviously already. Finding a sharp bit helps to drive the colour down into the paper. Obviously you don't want to be pushing it down at some force, but it can just gently help you. So I want a couple of layers here so that I can make my lid lighter. I was using my new Tombows just now, and I chose a picture which had some really big empty areas, and I was rather regretting it. They're rather like Staedtler in the sense that because they're quite hard, you don't really want to do a big area with them because it shows up your the lines. You know, it's hard to disguise your pencil lines sort of thing and make it look smooth. So hopefully you can see that the top of our box is significantly lighter than that side, and that side is our darkest. I feel that that's a little bit too light. It actually looks like it's a different colour to me. So I'm just going to pop another really gentle layer on top and hope that it just gives us enough so we can see that it's the same colour. I think that might work. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Now we've got just our label left to do. Unfortunately the red I chose is quite pinky, I think. So when I'm going to use the red, the number 29 on the label, it's, oh, that's not going to show up, is it? It's going to look a bit pink, I think. But I'm going really slowly because I want it to be really delicate. And I can't do fast and delicate. I can't do delicate anyway. I can certainly do fast. No, I'm just concentrating a little bit, sorry. There we go. Now I'd like to put a little bit of shadowing on the box in a few places. You don't have to do this if it's too tricky for you, but you might want to have a little go. I'm not particularly neat with my colouring, so it's not going to look perfect, but I'm not going to worry about it. You'll probably be a lot neater than me. I'm going to grab my warm grey, which is number 85. Okay, and I want it quite sharp. I think it's quite sharp enough. And I'm thinking under our lid there would be a bit of shadow, so I'm just going to really gently try to draw a line, a little bit of a darker line under the lid. There we go. And I need to do the same on the side. I'm going to put my arm this way, it will shade it. I'm sorry, I can't do it any other way. Yeah, and then I'm thinking we could do the same with the bow, put a little bit of shadow. See, I'm thinking here, particularly because I'm going to sharpen this, because if you think about the way we've coloured the box, makes it look like the lid of the box is just very slightly wider, bigger than the bottom of the box. It has to be really, or else it's not going to fit on. So that means that this ribbon, although it will be close to the lid, it will be sticking out a bit more here. So I'm going to try and put a thicker line of shadow there and just a thin line there. I'm probably being too finicky and it probably won't really show, but I'm going to just put a little bit in front of the bow on the top of the box too. This is quite a pale colour. I might have been better using the grey, the 8 maybe, but never mind. Started now. And under here. Now this one is sort of, I think this is up in the air, so I'm not going to do shadow on that one. I'm not sure how well you can see that really, but I've had a go. I've had some fun, so why not? I'm not doing some shadow from the tag because I feel like the tag is quite far away from the box, and so it might not be creating, or the shadow might come all the way around sort of here. Maybe we can put a bit in here. So a line that's sort of parallel to that. Like that maybe. I don't know how well it shows up, but I'm going to leave it there. But there's my little gift to you in return for thanks for watching the video. So enjoy your virtual gift. You can choose what's inside, anything you want. Have a really lovely day. Thank you so much for watching and happy colouring. Right, hi everyone. We have almost our last picture from the Realms of Wonder Lost Items page. We've just got 3 left. I'm trying to think of a name for this item because we've got a handbag, we've got shopping bags, we've got all sorts of bags. So I shall think of something, maybe strappy bag or something. I don't know. I'm also trying to work out what this pattern is on the bag and I have no clue. So I think what I'm going to do is just grab a random mix of different colours and just do different colours and have, you know, just make it bright and cheery. So I'm going to start with number 20 and I'm just going to do this bit. Now I'm thinking that this bit here isn't part of this design, but it's actually part of this. So I'm thinking this bit too in the same colour. I'm just sort of trying to work out what's going on really as I go. So I'm thinking of a pink, purple, blue maybe colour scheme possibly, but I'm going to just see how it goes really. So I'm going to grab a number 3 which is a blue next. Whoops, there we go. And maybe I'll do the main part of the bag with this. I'm sort of thinking I'll do the main parts first and then I'll decide what colours to do for the decorative parts after. I feel like I need to do it that way around to help me plan and just think about what matches really. I might end up putting down various colours and then realise I've left no scope for a background colour, so I think it's worth starting. I mean, if you could call this a background, well it is really. I'm going to put that in there too. I think that's part of the background. Okay, the flappy bit, let's go for a violet. Number 6. Now I'm just thinking a little about the handle strap. Do we want it the same colour as any parts of the main bag or the same colour as some of the decorative parts? It's a question I'm not sure of. I am going to grab, will that work? Let's give it a go. This is the, number 260, which is the mauve. This is the oddest shade of mauve I've ever seen, but I'm going to fade that a little bit towards the middle, make it darker at each end. Just makes it look like it's a bit shiny, and I'm thinking maybe it would be like a sort of leather or a PU leather. Is it PU? I'm not sure. This sort of imitation, anyway, leather, I think it would be. So that is the handle. Let's grab our 62, which is our lavender, and we'll do one of those. Then we'll grab 61, which is our dark mauve. Weirdly, that's mauve and this is dark mauve. I don't understand it. It's quite close to this colour, so I'm going to do one over here a little bit further away so you can see that it's different. I'm going to do 21, which is our light rose. Do it there. I might reuse some of these. I'm also going to use this colour for here. Okay, where are we going now? We'll go for some different blues. I've got number 33, which is our cobalt blue, and I'm going to use it here. I'm going to grab some more blues. I've got to turn my section over of my pencil case. This is the Delft Blue 63. I'm going to do it for these clasps. And they're not really clasps, are they? They're more like, I'm not sure what they are. And also, yeah, here. Then we have this one. This is 302. I think this is pastel blue. Yeah, pastel blue. So I'm going to do this big one in pastel blue. So although it's on top of a big patch of blue, it looks significantly different. And I've got, I might not do any more blues for a minute. I might move on to my pinks. I've got number 25, which is pink. Just in case you hadn't noticed. There we go. And 23 is the Bordeaux, but I think that's quite pinky, so I'm going to use that here. Now, what else have we got? That's too red. We've used all the pinks. We've used the purples and the blues. We've got a couple of blues left. I think I'm going to reuse colours now. So I'm going to reuse the 260, which is the one we used for the handle, which is the mauve. I'm going to use that there. Then I'm going to reuse, the 20. No, the 20 we used for this bit, so I'm not reusing that one. And this blue, number 3, was the blue. I'm going to actually just go back over this a bit because I think it's a bit faint. I'm not going to do anything else with it though, just this area. Right, then we have our violet, number 61, that we used for this piece. I've decided that I'm going to use it for this piece as well. I feel like I need more violet, but I don't want to use this colour down at the bottom because I haven't done that for any of the others. Now we have the lavender, which is 62. I'm going to use this over here. Like that. 61 dark mauve. I think we used it there, so we'll use it here. That's it. Then we have our 21, which is the light rose. I think it's there, so I shall use it here. We have 33, our cobalt blue. I think that's it there. So I'm going to use it in here. To hold the page still. It's going wibble wobble. I can hear lots of noise next door. I'm going to use the pastel blue 302 for this big piece here. And in there, I'm just trying to work out what I've used there already. I think I'm going to use 23. the Bordeaux, isn't it? Yeah. Now we've got a couple of colours that we haven't used twice. We've got a blue and a pink, and I'm going to use one of them for the pink, which is 25 for these. And then my last blue, which is 63, which is nameless, Delft blue for the label, lightly, so it looks a bit different. I always do the labels light. I always think the paper's going to be a little bit lighter and softer somehow. I might just do that a bit darker. There we go. Now we haven't done that. I'm going to do that with this. But what I do want to do is a little bit of shadow underneath the flap of the bag. I can actually use a black for this, I think. Oh, that's the wrong one. Number 9. And very gently just put a little bit of black all the way around. As a little shadow. Yeah, I'm just looking in the camera to see how that looks now. I think we might also have had a little bit there. Maybe not quite so much. Yeah. Now the only other thing that I might have wanted to do was to make the bag look a little bit fatter rather than flat. The only way I could do that was to make these edges a bit darker to make it, but I think I'm going to really spoil it if I do that. So all I'm going to do is erase that bit of blue where I went very badly out of the lines. There we go. And leave it there. So there is our strappy bag, I think is what I will call it. So thank you for watching. I do hope you have a super day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video in our Lost Items series. We have a bag here. I'm thinking this is a shopping bag. I'm not sure if I've done a shopping bag before because there's lots of bags on this page. So I may have to call it tote bag or something like that. I can't quite think, but it doesn't really matter to you, does it? Because you're watching away, so it's fine. I haven't put my pencils away from the last video, so hang on. Just going to move them out of the way. We shall use some different colours for this bag. We did a green bag, but I quite like the idea of doing another green bag, but I don't think I will. I think I'll grab some browns, make it look like maybe a sort of straw type effect of bag. That might work. I met a friend actually the other day, and she's got a bag a bit like this, that's sort of straw, sort of woven. This is number 49. What I think I'm going to do with this is the fawn colour, by the way. I am going to do it stripy, but I'm just going to use the sort of browns to make it look like it's sort of a woven-y, I don't know, printed stripy bag or something. I've gone over the label there. Wasn't my intention. I think I'll just let it develop itself as I go. I know that's not easy for a lot of people. They like to plan it all first. But gosh, it's bright. The sun's coming out. I've got my blind open today. At the moment, I think the sun is brightening up a bit, but I'm hoping that it'll be okay. Problem is, when it's this bright, the floaters in my eyes really show up against the white page of the book. So, but I'm sure it's okay. Okay, so that's step 1. And I'm going to do the other stripe in 73, which is the burnt sienna, so it's slightly darker. Of course you could do any colours that you like. You have to, I just felt we haven't done brown for a while for anything, and it's just trying to balance the colours a little bit and use all our colours. I've got a whole bag of colours, a pencil case of colours, use them all. There we go. I'm just turning my pencil around a bit to get a sharper part of the lead. And the last bit. There we go. I haven't been out today. I sort of meant to. I want to, but my son was here this morning and I had a neighbour pop over, and I was trying to help my son with his revision a little bit. And then I came and thought I would get on with a bit of recording while it was quiet because it's Friday today. Yeah, I think I'm going to use dark sand number 72 for the sort of top bit. So I thought I would get on and come and do some recording before I sort of think about going out, because actually my son's coming back quite early. I think he's got a key. I'm not sure, so I'm going to have to be here. I think I'm going to do these straps and handles in this colour too. So I may not be able to go out, but I'll have to just see. But I've got excitement tomorrow. My bookcase is arriving, but I don't know what time. I think husband ordered it for me. I think he said he's going to get a text message with the time. Unfortunately, he doesn't have his phone on in the office. It's not very professional, so he won't be able to tell me until tonight. This is 76, which is our Van Dyke brown, and I'm going to do these knobbly bits. I don't know what they are. And I'm also going to use this for something else. Now, I'm thinking, because I said I want it to look a bit like it's woven, I'm thinking I want a few lines going through it. So I'm going to use this to just sort of put some lines through. They're not too dark, I don't want it too dominant, but I just want it to look a little bit like there's a woven fabric there. You don't have to do this bit, particularly if you didn't want to do a straw bag and you just wanted a nice coloured stripe, then maybe this wouldn't really work anyway. And I'm going to do some across as well in the centre of in between the lines that we've got here already. And I hope it looks like it's sort of straw. I'm going well out of the lines. I'm going to get in there with an eraser in a minute. And there we go. Now for me, I think that looks a bit more straw-like, but I know what I was trying to achieve. It might not be so obvious to an outsider looking in. I've grabbed the number 77, which is our tobacco brown, and I'm just going to do some shadows on it. I feel that this rim might just be sticking out a little bit, so I might just try and put a little bit of shadow underneath it to start with. Quite a hard line there, and under these bits too. Then down the side of these and under our label. I know we haven't coloured our label yet, I'll try and remember. Like that. Now I'm thinking, to make our bag look slightly more 3D, I want these edges to be a bit darker. I'm going to use this colour very carefully. So a little layer of this darker brown, and then just bring it in a bit And the same on this side. And I hope it might just give us a slightly more 3D effect on our bag. Yeah, maybe. Maybe we need a bit at the bottom as well. Maybe it has. And now our label, as I said, I haven't forgotten. I'm actually going to use the 49, which is the fawn colour that we started with. Whoops. But I'm going to do it quite hard. So I did it quite lightly on our bag. So I'm going to layer it up here so it looks like a different colour. But it will blend in. There we go. Yeah. I'm happy with that. That's come out better than I expected, to be honest. So I'm pleased. So there is our shopping bag. I hope that was okay. I hope, yeah, I was a bit quiet. Not very chatty. I don't know why. Try and be more so tomorrow. But for now, thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a fab day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the very last picture in our Rooms of Wonder Lost Items double page spread. Well done to anyone who has followed through the whole series and coloured along. Great stamina, I have to say. Now I am going to start this page with number 29, which is my Carmine Red, and oh, can you see that better? And I'm going to do the, on the playing cards, the hearts and the diamonds. It's a fun little top hat. I've coloured this before. I'm trying to think. I think it's in the back of the book. No, it's at the top of this page. Yeah. So I'm going to do it in a really similar way, but I think that's okay. I'm going to grab a black, number 9. I'm actually going to do the hat black. I think a black top hat just looks really smart, but there's a lot of black to do, so we need to do some lighter and darker black. Sounds a bit odd, but it's fine. So let's start with the top, because we've got no obstacles in our way. So I want a little bit darker on the edge, and then lighter towards the centre. A bit darker here, so a few more layers, and then less here, like that. Now I don't want the top to be particularly dark because that is where I think it would be catching the light, but I also think it might be catching the light down here. So for the sides I'm going to make them darker here on these edges, so go along it quite a bit, and then a bit less as we get towards the centre, a few less layers, and this bit probably the least. Now we don't want to leave a white space, which we would do if it was metallic, because it's just shiny. And then lots here and a bit less there. Now if you want it really intensely black, you'll have to layer it up a lot with these pencils. You might even want to use a brand that's a little bit more vibrant. I'm okay with this. I want to use the same brand all the way through. It actually almost looks a little bit silvery, to be honest. So I'm just going to add a little bit more down. Now under here, I think this would probably be our darkest bit. So I'm going to really layer it up there, and then a bit less towards that edge. This brim I think might be quite light, so I'm just going to do that. This bit, we want our shine to be in about the same place, I think. I'll just bring that colour round and less of it as I go. Put a bit more in here and then just reduce it here. This is like our light part here, so I'm just going to build it up a little bit more. Now if you want some shadows behind things, it's quite tricky with the black, because I'm thinking of a shadow underneath our hat band. So I'm going to try and put in another layer of black in there, but it's quite tricky. And sort of up there and under there. It's quite tricky, whoops, to do that. Now our playing cards, they would normally be white, so I am actually going to leave them white. It's not, I can take my black and I can put in a little bit of shadow between them like that, but that's it. I'm not going to colour them. But we have our hat band and we have got all the colours in the world to choose from. Well, all the Staedtler colours that I've got anyway. I'm looking around at what we've got. We've got our brownish bag here, we've got a blue hat above, multicoloured mug. I'm quite liking the idea of a green. We've got green on every item in the corners of this page, so maybe that's as good a reason as any to use one. And I'd like quite a... actually, yeah, I think I will go for the... oh dear, 55. Let's pick a different green. We haven't used this one for ages. This is the green earth. Okay. Now you can see Johanna has marked this bit as being dark with lots of lines on, so we're going to take notice of that, but we want our white shine to go in the same place as it's gone down the hat, or else it's going to look like the light is coming from a different place, which would be awfully odd. So I'm just going to build this up a bit and fade it down towards that centre bit. And so hopefully it looks like a sort of shiny, silky thing. That's a good word. It's a thing. And I need to do the label. I'm thinking I'm going to use a little light bit of this green for our tape. And then I'm actually going to grab the red for the label, the 29 that we used, just so that it looks a little bit different. I'm trying to look in my camera screen to see if how it's looking, but unfortunately it's slightly silhouetted by the window, so you imagine what it's like trying to look at a phone screen in the sunshine. That's what it's doing to me. So there we go. There's our label. Shall I show you the other one I did quickly, and then we'll look at the full page. Hang about. It's remarkably similar. There it is. I did it red. I like that red hat band. Looks good. Anyway, let's have a look at our whole page. Let's zoom out for you. Look at the whole page. Slow my zoom. Zoom, 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 zoom. So here's our whole page that's done, the right hand page. So there it is. And then we'll look at the whole thing. Let's take the paper out actually and get a picture of the whole thing. There we go. So that is our double page. So well done to everybody, as I said before, that's completed that page. Although if you take it one item at a time, it doesn't feel quite so daunting. It's still 50 separate pictures, which is quite a lot of effort. So well done everybody. Thank you very much for watching. Tomorrow we'll have something different, a new little series starting in the mornings. I've got an idea. I think I know what I'm doing, but you'll have to wait and see. But yeah, thank you so much. Have a really lovely day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video from our lost items page. I am just having a quick look around and deciding what colour to do our umbrella. We have got, I think I'm going to do it blue. We've got lots of pink and purple here. We've got brown up here, you can't see, you've got the brown boot. So let's do it blue. I think I'm going to start with a dark colour. The 33 is probably the darkest. That is our cobalt blue. Let's put it into shot so you can actually see it. And what I want with the umbrella is we want to see how it's arched like that. That's because this bit is drawn in a bit. And if we make this bit dark in here and here, it will help to emphasise this sort of shape of the umbrella. I hope this lost property isn't inside. It's supposed to be very bad luck to open your umbrellas inside, isn't it? So let's hope it's not inside, being open. I've opened umbrellas inside. We used to come in from the rain, and I'm trying to layer it up. I'm sure you can see what I'm doing near the edges. We used to come in from outside and then put the umbrellas, stand the umbrellas up inside to dry off, because if you shut an umbrella that's wet and don't dry it off properly, it can go mouldy. I've had that happen. Ugh. So used to, in my house I don't tend to open them because there isn't really room. In fact, we rarely use umbrellas, to be honest, but we tend to leave them closed but not tied up, and sort of just try and open them a little bit, if that makes sense, not as wide as this one, and put them near the radiator or something. But no, I rarely use an umbrella. I really ought to, because my hair hates getting wet. I mean, it's okay in the shower when I wash it, but when it gets wet in the rain it just goes madly frizzy. If I use an umbrella it might help that. But I don't tend to. It's a habit that I've stopped. I used to use one as a child when I was at school, secondary school, not primary. I would use one. In primary I'd put my hood up, but once you got to secondary you realise that it was very uncool to put hoods up. It isn't now. You can put your hood up and it's fine, but when I was at school it was really uncool to have a hood up, so you couldn't do that, so you'd have to have an umbrella. And I used to always use one until I had my children, and trying to push a double buggy and steer it up steep roads with wonky camber corners was quite difficult. So an umbrella was completely out of the question. I don't even know if I've ever seen anyone holding an umbrella in one hand and pushing a buggy in the other, even a little buggy for a single baby. It was just too difficult. So I had to start wearing a Mac, and I didn't like putting the hat up because I couldn't see. You get to the road that you need to cross, you turn your head to look up the road for traffic, and your head disappears inside the Mac and you can't see anything. So I didn't used to wear the hood. Also makes me deaf, because, you know, it's blocking your ears. I was going to do a second shade of blue, and now I'm wondering whether I quite like it just like that, really. Let's do the handle and then I'll have a think. I am thinking number 77 tobacco brown for the handle, like a wooden handle. It might have been black. Actually, we've got brown, a lot of brown there. Let's not do that. Let's use a different shade of blue. That'd be much more jolly. How about 63, I think. This is the Delft blue. I think that'll look all right. Let's have a go. I'm trying to make this look a bit lighter in the middle, because we want it to look round, because it's, you know, they're always sort of rounded. So by putting a really dark layer on the edge and then a bit less. Johanna's drawn in some lines and things. I just can't accommodate that. So I'm going to pretend I didn't see them. You didn't see them either, did you? There we go. Now these little bits, I think we're doing this colour. Because these would be metal really, wouldn't they? But why can't they be blue? They can? They are. Okay. I think that's okay. I quite like it being just blue. Now the label, I'm going to go back to the other blue that I used, the 33, the cobalt blue, and just do it gently. There we go. Someone's getting wet. Left their umbrella behind. Oh, you can't see. I'm sorry, I did put it in the middle when I started. I've obviously nudged it. It's just a light colouring. Nothing special. Okay, and that's it really. Really simple for our umbrella. But hopefully you could see that I've tried to make it have a little bit of shape. I have coloured umbrellas before, and I've got some videos of umbrellas, so if you want to have a look at those, you can go to my YouTube homepage, and in the little search magnifying glass on there, put umbrella, you'll find some videos. There's pigeons in the tree again, roosting. Pooping in my garden, naughty Piggy. All over my pretty plants. Anyways, hope you have a really lovely day. You don't need to hear about my pigeons, but you have anyway. There you go. And they're not really mine, are they? But have a great day. Sorry for my madness. Have fun. Happy colouring.